your evening if I
Bah,
want.
bah. That's okay. Couple of perks. I always feel naked, but I always am, so that checks out. I would like to encourage anybody that wants to show up to our stream naked, co-hosts accepted, of course, as I think TNC would kick us fairly quickly for that.
It'd be safer for you to do it going topless than me. Just saying.
I never got to share my party trick. I've been like obsessing with this like all week.
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
We're playing for HTQ a little bit later on. So if you
I've been really enjoying that. Insanely.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, so welcome 4 people. That's good. Oh, and they're all on my thingy. Your Twitch, I see your stream elements has come up, but I'm not seeing it on the bar. So we'll hold on a wee minute to make sure that comes up, because I have, oh, now we've gone down to 1 viewer. Okay. Everybody's gone over to Katie's Twitch to check that it's working. Now, what you should have done, like that loyal person who stayed in my YouTube, is like stay in my YouTube and also Katie's Twitch, and then like, you know, polycamerous. Jim speaks on all 3. What a hacker. Jim Hacker.
Now.
Is that a confirmation then on Katie's Twitch up and running?
I should bloody hope so.
Actually, yeah. Well, it must be, because it's not showing your YouTube in my little visibility thing. And I just want to double check, because this is streaming to my Twitch as well.
It might.
This is
it usually takes about 10 minutes for my YouTube to kick in these days. I don't know what's happening there. I go and check to see if it's something on my end, and it isn't. Nothing has changed over there, other than I've got a few more members.
It sounds like, from what people are saying, it sounds like it's working fine. It just hasn't shown up on the restream control panel. Yeah, I was just diddling with our ticker tape. So let's see. There we go. And then I'm going to finesse it a bit. To talk about our show tonight, which I'm actually quite excited about if we don't fork it up. I don't see how we could, really, because we're that good.
I exist. Just saying.
Well, I will. I was. Yeah, I have to. I have to take you to task on tangents and other words beginning with T. Oh, but I have. Should I do the drinks? Drinks round. Are you hydrating tonight, Katie? Have you got drinks on store? Show drinks. Oh, Thatcher's Gold. It's a favourite of yours, isn't it? I am joined by Bars Cream Soda and my regular cup of coffee. This is
Yay.
actually it's probably safer if I do that. As you can see, this cup's been through about 10 servings today. 10 pints probably. This is almost final of the filter. And it's a good point to go into our regular Maids Time, for which if you write us a theme tune for Maids Time, you can win something that I will post to your house, or Katie will post to your house. Or to your email. We haven't worked it out yet because I've just made it up. What do you think?
I have free bus travel within Scotland, so if you want to give me your address, you're a lunatic. But yeah, I can come and make you a really good cup of coffee, or if you really want it, I'm good at doing cocktails.
Nice.
Obviously, I'm not an alcoholic.
Jim Speak does a very good Meds Time shout out. It's usually quite boisterous, so maybe we'll even get an audio clip or a video clip. Yeah.
Oh, fuck! I knew I forgot to do something.
Uh-oh.
It's not that. I was meant to invite someone. If he appears in chat, I will send him the link if that's okay with you. You've met him before. It's Mankbot 5000. It's Mank Pete, by the way.
Mank Pete. That would be lovely to have Mank Pete on stream. We're a bit tight on schedule tonight, though.
No problem.
So yeah, what we are intending on doing is we're going through Peter Capaldi's Doctor Who era, and well, there it is in the ticker tape. Each picked 2 episodes from each of his 3 seasons. We're going to go through one season. We're going to talk about in about half an hour, and then we are going to spend the next half an hour examining the political and news themes from that season, as in like stuff that's happened in the last week. And then we're going to go on and do more Doctor Who for another half hour. So if you don't care about Doctor Who, just hang about or check back in and we get on to the new stuff simultaneously, that's not the right word. Conversely, if you don't care about news and politics, then just fuck you. Hang about for 30 minutes. Yeah, because it'll be all Doctor Who wall to wall. And just pretend Peter Capaldi's like transmitting it directly into your brain.
No, dangerous. What do you think would happen if 2 Scottish people actually met in their respective brains? I'll give you a clue. David Tennant and Ncuti Gatwa are both Scottish, by the way.
Oh, Ncuti! I'd forgotten Ncuti was Scottish. Yeah,
he's from Dundee.
So how many? So right, Capaldi, Tennant, Ncuti, Sylvester McCoy.
Yeah.
Tennant twice. Any other Scottish doctors?
Defined Scottish. Born and brought up.
I guess actors born or spending a significant amount of time in Scotland.
McGann.
McGann.
Studied here in Glasgow.
I suppose Tom Baker doesn't count because he only cosplayed as Scottish with his doctor.
Yeah. Well, he is quite a good doctor, and right, obviously we've all got our own doctors who we were born and brought up with and who we actually attach ourselves to through whatever era, blah blah blah. Apparently I had the worst doctor ever. Sorry, Colin, but you were kind of cramp.
So if we got 15 doctors, and that includes tenant twice, then we've got 7 of those doctors are Scottish, so it's like 46%. The doctor is 46% Scottish, which is a lot more than the Welsh. I don't know if there's been any Welsh doctors. And there's definitely been no Northern Irish ones.
No,
the doctor didn't do Northern Ireland.
Huh. We both laugh slyly to each other. Tom Baker actually. You've shown. How long ago did we show that bit?
I think that was our first non-Victorian villains episode.
Right.
So, I think it might have been March. Really worth pulling out of the archives. That one I thought was tight, and time stamped as well, which I must get back to doing. But then, you watching yourself for scrolling back through 3 hours video of yourself to pick up timestamps can be a bit laborious. Couple of perks you made up for in Torchwood though. How do we ban somebody in Restream?
You leave Lewis alone.
Timeout on YouTube, block user on YouTube, add to Restream, block list.
I can see. Oh, come on, Andy. I can see why people like Torchwood. I understand why certain people don't like it. I get it. I try to say each to their own, in their own proclivities, essentially, or their own petty foibles. But yeah.
I have managed to find out how to reply to somebody in Restream, so that's nice. Yeah, should we do a couple more minutes? Should we get into it right now? Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or something or?
No. Yes. Sorry, I can't seem to be. I seem to be enunciating more than ever. I got told to be on my best behaviour when I was talking to my nephew earlier on today, so I'm still enunciating. Don't do what
this
I
is
would have done when
responsible
I was 16.
Stream.
Oh, by the way, everyone, my youngest nephew was 16 today. I gave him money. He's probably enjoying himself.
Nice. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Katie's youngest nephew.
It's easy. You can call him the gaping maw because no food survives that mouth. Ever. Doesn't.
Good, because you're never too old for cake.
Of course not. Mind you,
particularly cake that somebody else is buying and serving to you.
He's too young to know about stuff like that. Apparently. I'm not going there. I'm not.
I was going to pull up lots of images of Doctor Who to explain what we're talking about, but I didn't do that. Tech fail. It was Lefty tech fail that made me not do that. So we've each chosen.
I can describe the episode. I can describe the episodes in vivid detail because I've watched them all in the last the last 8 hours. So if anyone needs any sort of descriptions from the episodes we'll be talking about tonight, I'm here.
Okay, so here's the rules Katie and I set. We'd each choose 2 episodes from a series. A 2-parter could count as one choice. And unless we wanted it to count as like a part 1 or part 2 as 2 choices. So mine come up first, series 8, Deep Breath, which I think doesn't get an awful lot of love. So Deep Breath is the episode of Peter Capaldi's first episode, where he spends a lot of it like sort of acting the madman, climbing about in his pajamas, and wanders into a plot involving clockwork men who can sense when people are breathing and like to chop people up and stuff like that. And a lot of the episode focuses around the choice of Capaldi as an actor, as an old man, as an older doctor than has been in some time. I think the oldest to take the role since Tom Baker or John Pertwee.
No, the oldest one when he became the Doctor for the first time was actually Troughton.
Troughton, yeah.
Yeah. Hartnell was made to look older.
Oh, John Hurt asks Jim. That might be an interesting little nitpick. Yeah. Fuck you, Hoovian. What do you know? Jim speaks as John Hurt. I think Jim might be right about this.
Jim, no, we've talked about this over a year ago, and I've already fucking told you. He was still younger than Troughton and Hartnell and fucking Capaldi when he got chosen to be the War Doctor. Don't test me on this. Don't anger me as well. Sorry. I got a bit strident there. I do apologise, Jim. Sorry.
You did. You got a bit too like... Yeah.
Sorry, don't test me. I love John Hurt as the Doctor. Fucking amazing. Love it. I love it.
I'm sorry about that, Jim.
I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't mean to be that horrible to you. Please take it in good jest. You know where I'm coming from. Sorry. Oops.
I'd tell you, Katie, if you'd taken that line with me talking about Torchwood, I would not have let you away so easily. I would have smacked you down.
Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
I'm taking a week off next week. So yeah, Deep Breath is really interesting because it looks at that elderly thing that Clara, the companion, wonderfully played by Jenna Coleman, who really gels with Capaldi, like one of my favorite companion Doctor teams. She's having to come to terms with this is an old man standing beside her, not a very young, attractive boyfriend stand-in. And I think Deep Breath really, I mean, it's kind of a theme throughout the series, and we'll be looking at old age in a bit, but I think it's really good at talking that at addressing that kind of idea that, you know, the Doctor is actually a very old man at this point. He's what, 2,000 years old, and that there's frailties involved in that. There's vulnerabilities. There's memory issues. There's the want to be a bit harsher, because honestly, the longer you are aging, the harsher you kind of become to younger people who don't really learn the lessons that you're trying to teach them, and you feel neglected and intentionally or unintentionally abused, and and not just by individuals, is the important thing to say, by society. So I really like that they sort of, Moffat's crew just embraced that and really chose to tackle a topical issue that wasn't necessarily a popular one or a hip one, unless you count false hips.
Oh, God.
Katie, do you have anything to add on Deep Breath?
Damn. Because I watched that before I actually left the house this morning, I can't. Oh, God. I've backloaded instead of front loaded. I went with the ones that we'll be talking about later on. Ah, damn it.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the next, which I think chronologically is also my choice. It's Flatline, the wonderful. We just see a weird fly in front of your screen, or moth. Yeah, there it is again. Cool. Welcome to our third co-host.
Moths. One moth. They're called Jenny Longlegs here in Scotland, or Daddy Longlegs if you wish, and also blue balls. But the blue balls have been banished down to the far end of the living room. So the ones you'll be seeing are just, if you see me going like that or swearing or kind of looking wishing to do chemical genocide on them in at least my living room.
Yeah. So Flatline, if you haven't seen it, is one of those, like every so often Doctor Who comes out with a masterful episode. It's kind of, oh goodness, Katie, can you help me describe Flatline?
No, I can't. Actually, give me a second. I remember watching it, but I can't remember the story about it. Give me a second.
So Flatline involves the use of, I think it's fair to say, two-dimensional animation to create creatures that resemble their victims. So if a character has been killed by the creatures they call the boneless, there is a sort of forgery, counterfeit resemblance of them existing in 2D, and they can move through walls and ceilings and carpets. And this part of the story goes hand in hand with the High Omaha, with the Doctor. His TARDIS is being shrunk. First, I can't remember exactly why, but he is remaining inside the TARDIS to the point where it is like the size of a Kindle. So Clara is carrying the TARDIS around in her handbag, and the Doctor can only get his hand out of it because
Got it,
it's so
got it, got
teensy
it, got it.
weensy.
Yeah, I've got it. Yes. Uh, yeah, forced to literally think within a box or a plane, if you wish. Sorry, geometrists, if I get this aspect of it wrong. You've basically been flattened, put on a plane, like that's a plane and that's a plane. So you've been basically either superimposed onto a flat surface or you've been squished and you can still move about within those planes of existence. And the fact that he can actually reach outside of the TARDIS means not a plane. It means it's in a third dimension, essentially, because TARDIS. But the way they actually use that for certain aspects of the narrative is actually quite clever.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's a season 2 episode called Fear Her, which is all about a child's crayon drawings coming to life, and it's absolutely terrible. And Flatline, I think, is
that one
along the same
terrified me.
lines, but it's beautifully realized.
Fear Her terrified me. Flatline didn't, even though it used the same themes, which is weird for me. Yeah, Fear Her terrified the fuck out of me.
We're trying not to do tangents, but can I have teensy one? Be over in 60 seconds. Fear Her, which is an appalling episode, has been banned recently. Well, as much as TV can be banned, it's been pulled off iPlayer, and I'm not sure why. My best guess is it has Hugh Edwards in it. Would that sound about right?
Oh my god!
It's a pity it has that. It's a pity it's an appalling episode because it featured the woman who played Jenny in Teachers in a lead role.
Oh my god! Yeah.
And she's great. I could watch her quite a lot. One of the very interesting thing about Flatline is that it unspools the notion of Clara and her relationship with the Doctor, and Clara taking more and more risks. So as much as the Flatline villains create forgeries of their victims, Clara pulls off a forgery of the Doctor, pretending to be the Doctor and acting in ways that he would carry out. And that's a really interesting part of their relationship that becomes kind of key in the season 9 thing. I love Flatliners. I could watch it all day. Flatline. Sorry, Omar's put Flatliners in my head.
Controversial take. The original is better than the remake of that film, by the way. Enough said.
Of what? I missed that.
The original of Flatliners is better than the remake. No tangents.
Say your face. You may go looking for your key because, well, unless you've anything else to add, but we're going to talk about your choices next.
The pilot.
Oh, no, we're not done with season 8 yet.
Oh, God.
Do you want me to remind you what they are?
Yeah.
Dark Water and Death in Heaven.
Oh, God. I forgot to pick those two.
They're great fun to talk about.
I'm refreshing my memory yet again. I do apologise, everyone. Sorry about this.
Okay. Michelle Gomez. Well, I mean, we've seen Michelle Gomez before, but this is where we find out Michelle Gomez is Missy, is the master. And God, I had such a crush on Michelle Gomez. I think I probably still do. And one of the things, yeah.
It's fun when two Scottish people actually have such good on-screen chemistry, especially when it's so either simmering, like a low boil, and out and out hatred in certain glimpses through both of these two episodes. This is the season 8 finale, by the way, so the 2 episodes. Darkwater involves the nether space. The Clara threatens the Doctor, chucking TARDIS keys into a fiery pit of lava.
Oh, and is that not
Naughty.
one of the most beautifully written sequences ever? That and the lines following, like, do you think you mean so little to me that your betrayal would count for anything? Oh, man, God, I'm getting goosebumps. That is such beautiful writing.
No. The first time I watched that on the telly box, rage-fueled, Clara, what the fuck are you doing? Literally, I was literally sitting on my sofa yelling at the telly, watching that episode, that scene. No, what the fuck are you doing? Companions do not do that to the Doctor. Thank you.
But you can absolutely get behind her, because as much as old age is a thing, grief is also a bit of a one. And I mean, I thought initially Danny Pink was a bit of a Mary Sue, or if that's the right phrase, a character introduced to be killed off. But watching back, that actor's performance is fantastic. And there's so much work put into writing the bond between the two of them and delivering it, that I think Clara's actions are. I perfectly empathize. Get behind her.
We could see the writing getting changed for Danny throughout that series. There was forces behind the scenes that didn't want to introduce. There was ones who wanted to introduce them and basically just boot, which is no way to treat any sort of character at all, especially in such a beloved franchise or series, as much as it is here in the UK. Yeah, don't treat the characters like that. We're fine with losing characters, don't get us wrong. But yeah, the way they wanted to actually do that to Danny Pink, yeah, BBC, you are horrible bastards.
We're writers. That's what we do. We make you cry. We kill characters. We fuck with you.
We have no problem with losing characters. Treat them with dignity at times, please, you bastards.
People you love, characters you love. You see, that's the trick. You don't kill off characters that nobody really cares about. We make you feel for them first. We make you become invested in them, and then when we pull the chair out from under you, it's funnier.
Yeah, but it's happened too many fucking times, especially in Doctor Who and other sort of media franchises, like big multi-corporation ones. Treat your characters with respect, or you're going to lose your fucking audience, and we're not going to come back to you. And hell mind you if you piss off us nerds. It's not a good growth model. Trust me on that one.
I mean, Yeah, I probably should weigh in a bit on this. So the central thread is Clara and the Doctor are going to be going to the afterlife where Missy is harvesting the souls of the dead, and it's a bit of a stretch in terms of calling it science fiction. This is really in the fantasy genre. Um, and I admit I got a bit pissed off with Moffat's pattern of killing characters and then revealing they've been saved. So he's done it with Strax, he's done it with Jenny, he did it with Danny, he did it with Clara, he did it with Bill, and it really, I mean, I feel if you're going to invoke death as a story point, it's got to have some weight. Otherwise, it says it diminishes what it speaks to us as audience.
I can see where you're coming from, Reza. She's essentially the closest you'll get to a human Time Lord. The Doctor and Clara have a toxic, codependent relationship. I can see it. I can. Some of the storylines for Clara, though, problems, to say the least.
What else do you love about Dark Water, Death and Heaven?
Like the Danny arc, the way he actually is that sacrificing yourself, even though you essentially the major part of that, the actual intellect, the actual character, the actual person, the actual character of Danny Pink had actually basically been mostly erased as far as I was aware, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. I think it's implied that he is mentally or spiritually staving off cyber conversion, and the result is it's torturing him. Yeah.
Welcome to
Really
my
nice to
world.
think about.
Welcome to my world, everyone. I still exist. I'm here. Hello. Being in perpetual AI purgatory with pain and health issues is basically I literally latched on to Danny Pink in that arc so fucking hard, and the way he sacrificed himself, I'm not sure if I'd be able to do it. Don't get me wrong, if things happen, I might.
I think it's one that it improved for me on rewatch, because we've had the whole running theme throughout the series of Danny as a soldier and a Doctor doesn't like soldiers, and that's consistent with Doctor Who despite the whole unit relationship. And the Doctor doesn't like soldiers because soldiers kill people, and we learn that actually Danny did kill someone, an innocent, and it causes him great distress and remorse and difficulty just living with that memory. And in Dark Water, Death and Heaven, he tries and succeeds in making amends for that decision by sending the victim back to life when Danny himself could have taken that gift, that option. So I think that sort of identity of teacher and soldier is really well explored for Danny. Back to Michelle Gomez. When the revelation that she was the master Missy came out, it made perfect sense to me, and I'll tell you why. I was of the classic Doctors. I was a big fan of John Pertwee, and like 50 or 60% John Pertwee's stories star Roger Delgado as the original master, and he is magic. And if you look at Delgado's performance and Michelle Gomez's performance, there's so many similarities between the two. She is doing direct tribute, and it works so well.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of oh god, too many hours. Color Ray. So many coincidences between Roger Delgado and Michelle Gomez, being the Master and Missy, respectively. Yeah, I could totally see him and her. Oddly enough, the way she acted, the way she got scripted, the the outfits they gave her, her little accoutrements, if you wish. I do try to dress up in sometimes. I like getting dressed up in
I mean,
stuff.
it's great visual
It's good.
storytelling. You've got her whole dark Mary Poppins thing. You've got the dark clouds, the black tanks. You've got Christopher Addison, Chris Addison out of the thick of it.
Addison, yeah.
Puts in a guest appearance. Yeah,
Oh
it's
God!
fantastic.
Side villain, Minion? Minion? Can we describe him as a minion?
Oh yeah, totally.
I thought he'd done quite well. Really good character. Yay. We thought, oh no, he's just a harmless little functionary, a bit like Nardole. More on him later. But yeah, no. He's a villain or a minion.
And
Side
just like
witch
Ollie in the
thing.
thick of it, he's a skeevy wee.
Oh
piece
yo,
of slime.
he's a schemy wee bastard. Martin McSweeney.
That's a cough you have there. I think it's a good cough. And
So I couldn't
got
resist it.
Rez has got a comment in chat that's spurring a bit of conversations. Do you think Maggie would be a Dalek or a Cyberman? I went first to Cyberman, but now I think about her with her big pointy nose. I mean, that's kind of the Daleks have those big pointy noses, don't they? And a couple of Burks writes, Maggie's classic Cyberman, delete social housing. Yeah.
Upgrade. Get out of your worthless council house and come over to the lovely leafy suburbs. So upgrade
You will be
might
privatized.
You will be you will be privatized. That's actually quite clever. I like that. Mm-hmm.
Coal mines are inefficient. Pupils' milk is inefficient.
I beg to differ. Thank you. Not that I've got a vested interest, of course.
But I mean, also, so Maggie's dead now, and somewhere in the ground, there just remains are just oozing, and they are very much like the inside of a Dalek. She's essentially a puddle of big green slime. I bet she didn't take long to reach that state.
It's not that I love the way that Super Hubby actually describes it, what is happening to her right now, or what she might be doing. Her and Paisley Senior are battling for control of Hell, while Lucifer is sitting on the sidelines, just getting drunk on either rum or vodka or whatever his favourite spirit
they
is.
are some dark water. They are some dark water. So it's just a little past the hour, and what Katie and I decided we would do is to pick stories from this week's news, going with the themes in each season. So I'm just going to pull the first one up, and it's about social care and the NHS. It's from nursingpractice.com. I'm just going to pull this up on the screen now. So can you see that yet? Ah, here we go. Yep.
Oh dear God.
Okay.
You're going to have to.
We might have to.
Yeah.
We did over to one side. I think will work. Yeah. Okay, chat. We'll just put you over there for a minute.
Ladies number.
We'll go through this.
Jim, you are a genius. Thank you.
Couple of perks. She was the Iron Lady after all. Darren Smith, good to have you in chat. The Doctor is a space socialist. I will not change your mind. Will I read through this, Katie? It's probably bigger on my screen, or do you want to take a go?
I can go. I'll just tell you when to move. The Prime Minister has set out his commitment to lifting up the social care workforce and integrating it with that of the NHS. We will see. Andy Burnham said he wanted to see social care and the NHS thought about as one workforce. Again, we will see. His comments came during a speech at a care home today in which he called for all parties to unite fixing social care, and where he confirmed that an independent review into the sector would now report back to the government with recommendations at an earlier date. It was meant to be reporting back in 2028, by the way. It's now being brought up to next summer. The Prime Minister announced that he accelerated the timeline of Baroness Casey Commission into social care reform, with recommendations now due to come in the summer of next year as opposed to 2028. It comes after a cross-party Health and Social Care Committee urged the Prime Minister to speed up Baroness Casey's commission earlier this month. Who'd have thunk it?
Interestingly enough, Baroness Casey herself said that she could have that ready in the summer of 2027. So there's been a little bit of spin happening here.
As always, who'd have thunk it? Mr. Burnham's second announcement today focused on the social care workforce, something he said could not wait for the view, and that was the need of greater routes for progression. Meaning, I'm going to have to throw money at this, or I'm going to have to speed everyone up involved in the process, as well as better pay, training and job security, bare minimum. Pointing to plans for a fair pay agreement for social care staff in 28-29, he stressed this was a massive building block of a national care service. Again, we'll see.
And it would be nice if the money was actually there in time with the results of the report, maybe ahead of it.
Tax-rich bastards.
If I remember rightly, so we were talking about Burnham being health secretary in the Gordon Brown government, and he'd actually proposed something like this.
He did, yeah. He became, I went and checked this out earlier on, he became health secretary after the alleged war criminal stepped down, and we got our lovely
no, can I just correct you? Not alleged.
Oh no, to make sure that none of us get actually sued, we have to say alleged.
He did it.
I love Tony Blair. He was the best Prime Minister we ever fucking had.
Come at me. Come at me, big liar. I am unsuable, motherfucker.
He can try and sue me if you like, 'cause I'm fucking skint. But he said he wanted to see how this agreement could be turned into a bigger reform to improve the social care workforce. Again, we'll see. And that he had asked a ministerial group led by new Health Secretary, Yvette Cooper, by the way, to explore this. Good luck, Yvette. He'll probably fucking ditch you.
I'm going to be a bit naive here and say that it sounds like a more acceptable version of politics to ask for cross-party cooperation, which is something governments of the last 10 or 15 years it's just been aggressive, combative politics with no solutions.
They've been doing this since you've been able to vote, Andy, let alone me. You had 2 general elections before me, I think. And that's I think if I've got that correct.
Yes. So it sounds right. It was a very long time ago.
Oi!
But what's so can I just pick your brains here on Yvette Cooper, because you do the political thing 4 or 5 times a week.
I do indeed.
Bit more than me and my press gang or whatever I'm on about. How do you feel about Yvette Cooper in this particular role? Hi, Shanna.
I'm not holding my breath, but with any fucking luck, she'll be better than Wes. Mind you, that bar is all the way down in fucking hell at this point. So, hopefully she'll be better than Wes. Yeah. She's going to have to keep on her toes, though, because our health secretary up here in Scotland, she's going gangbusters. Thank you, Angela. You're doing well. Being able to keep up with any of the cabinet up here in Holyrood is going to be difficult for Westminster, to say the least. That's all I'm saying. Not that I'm biased, of course. But yeah, fingers crossed, I guess. We will see, though. We will see.
Okay.
But you said you wanted to see how Mr. Brunn said he wanted to see the social care workforce lifted closer to NHS standards. Do better legislation. Thank you. In fact, to integrate it more, the NHS workforce, and actually start to think about progression routes for young people coming into social care. You know how it hurts that. So they can progress from social care into NHS positions, defunding the care sector yet again.
I mean, it does help to think about it like that from their position, and to align those workforces more closely for educational and work pathways. But there's also the little alarm goes off at the back of my head. It says, don't stick all your eggs in one basket. And yeah, the Labour government hasn't got a particularly good record when it comes to carrying eggs.
Good point. We will not get the care service we all want until we improve the strength and the capability of care at the very front of the service. Again, you know how to fix that. And that means lifting up the social care workforce as best we possibly can. What the fuck does that sentence mean? Yes, in terms of pay, but also in terms of training and wider support, we give them the security of their roles. Some of you are going to have to get moved over, still stay on the same shared pay, but do more work, is what I'm decoding that as. Obviously, I'm being overly pessimistic. Mr. Burnham, responding to Mr. Burnham comments, Royal College of Nursing, RCN, General Secretary and Chief Executive Professor Nicola Ranger said, "Today the Prime Minister has shown again that he gets the urgent need for social care reform." What she didn't add was whether we can fucking trust the bastard or not. She stressed that the new model with registered nurse-led care at its core will be transformative in delivering high-quality, person-centred treatment and support across the social care sector. Again, we'll see. Professor Ranger added, "It is refreshing to hear a Prime Minister so directly address poor pay in social care, which remains one of the biggest barriers to recruiting and retaining skilled staff. The goal now must be making social care an employer of choice on par with the NHS, with people able to move between services without risking a cut in their pay." Again, we will find out.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that Burnham puts this out within his first month in office. It certainly sends out the right signals to those who aren't looking a bit deeper or who aren't skilled observers that way, who's not like I guess yourself, Katie, who's got background in health and medicine and the workforce in that area.
Can I go in just a tiny bit of a side tangent here?
Go for it.
My younger sister is a community nurse in community health and care in the community, and also palliative care, end of life care. And she read that and texted me, "I didn't fucking trust the bastard. I know what it was like when Mum was still working in the NHS." This was before we actually got the Holyrood Parliament.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of divide and conquer going on here, or not integrate and conquer. Yeah, because of what we've seen with the cripplingness of the NHS, the attempt to sell it off to America. Well, why not do the same for social care? That's what somebody very cynical and observant might say, like me.
What I'm another little mini side tangent. Any Americans in the chat, if you're in my Discord or in Kev's or Helena's, post in there and I can talk about it on my streams. Okay? I really want to talk about care in the community, or like that sort of aspect, like frontline NHS and care, essentially. Yes, free at the point of use, blah blah blah, good, love it, amazing. But social care and especially end of life care, please post, because I really want to talk to a few different Americans. I've already got 2 lined up, by the way, and I just need to say to them when I want them on my stream. Shanna, if you can.
We can move on to our next story because it kind of crosses over with this one a little bit. It's a BBC piece called "Social Care: 4 Ways to Reform the System," written by Ben Chu, came out 4 days ago. He's a policy and analyst correspondent for BBC Verify. Prime Minister Andy Burnham has said he wants major reform of the social care system in England, calling the situation bad for everybody. In a speech at a care home on Wednesday, he announced that cross-party talks involving the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats would start later. Burnham has also asked Baroness Casey, who's carrying out a review of social care, to bring forward a report by year. She will now set out her recommendations in 2027. He confirmed her review will also look at the question of how to pay for any reforms. BBC Verify has looked at 4 options for approaching reform and how much they would cost. So initially we went back and forward about covering this article because it's essentially speculation on the BBC's part.
Pretty much.
It's opinion masquerading as news. But I decided to include
Oh,
it
no.
because...
Andy, this is news. Honestly, it's news. It is.
Wouldn't be the BBC dictating government policy, would it?
They're independent. They're independent of the government, obviously.
Fair, unbiased, and impartial. Yeah.
Apparently.
But what the article does is pick up on some BBC versions of historical decisions, options, things that past governments have looked at. So I think in broad terms, they might very well be on Burnham's desk. So there's a little bit down here, actually, I'll go to first. 5 previous attempts at reform of social care in England. Actually, I'll maybe cycle back to that if they're not covered in the article. So the first of 4 is a cap on lifetime care costs. Some people face extremely high costs for care at the end of their life. It has been estimated that around 1 in 7 people aged 65 and over face lifetime care costs of more than 100,000. And this figure is derived from those patients who are diagnosed with dementia. As I understand it, 1 in 7 is quite a high number for dementia, much higher than
the European standard for dementia care. I'll set aside us. We can put the UK and all the separate NHS and dementia care things. We'll leave these little groups of islands alone for the second. The continental standard is 1 in 15, and the highest one is in Sweden, which is 1 in 18. So ours is fucking diabolical.
This is what happens when you create an environment where old people have to suffer, where they're being arrested for saying, I support Palestine action, when they are having their pension ages constantly moved forward, where there's mad rhetoric around immigration. It paints a picture, it creates a picture, a view of a world that has lost its fucking marbles. And it makes it very difficult for an elderly person to adjust from a world that was much saner, by and large. There's a mention of the Conservatives proposing those receiving care at home pay for full cost if they were worth 100,000 or more, branded by Labour at the time as dementia tax, because some people with dementia need care for longer periods and would have paid more. The plan was not implemented. In 2011, a commission headed by the economist Andrew Dilnot proposed a lifetime cap of 35,000. He estimated his proposed reforms would cost between 1.3 billion and 2.2 billion a year. Cost today higher because of inflation. Cameron's government, the coalition government, accepted his recommendations, But after the 2015 general election, delivering a Tory majority, he delayed the implementation of the cap to 2020 over what he said were pressures on public finances, aka austerity.
Bullshit!
Fucking suffer, you prole bastards. And just speed forward to this chart on spending on adult social care in England. And there you can see where it kind of rises a little bit at the start and then dips through the austerity years, when you have Cameron and Osborne's vendetta against the commoners, where it appears to go back down to 2006, 2007 levels. Yeah, fucking. Option 2. It just says below, yes. About May proposing to reform social care, which would have included means testing to decide what state funding they could get.
Yeah, that's nice. Means testing always fucking works out well for everyone, doesn't it?
Option 2, a more generous means test. In England, people can currently qualify for local authority financial support in a residential care home if all their assets, including their home, are worth less than 23,250. This is known as a means test, where the level of financial support a person gets is based on the value of their assets and savings. Some have suggested this threshold should be raised significantly so that many more people will qualify for means tested support. Johnson's Tory government, which that's a bad use of the capital C, or is it? Yeah, sorry, Johnson was a Conservative. I just thought he was a mad fucker. Johnson's Conservative government in 2021 planned to raise the means test.
He was a mad fucker.
He was mad fucker party. The annual cost of Johnson's reforms would have been 1.8 billion a year over 3 years, although this was expected to rise over time as more people qualified. The Johnson government planned a new health and social care levy to pay for the package, but this was eventually scrapped by his Conservative successors as Prime Minister because they wanted to keep taxes down. Anything to say on that, Katie? Because I'm out of breath.
If successive governments hadn't actually either kicked it into the medium length grass or the long grass and actually sat down at a table and talked to either their coalition partners, but the Lib Dems had been so poisoned by the end of that coalition government, and like other interested people within the opposition parties, if they'd actually willing to get round the table and actually discuss this, because you have to remember the Barnett consequentials for all of this stuff. It still affects us. It affects me and affects Andy as well, because our funding gets based on all of this stuff that happens down in England. It's the same for Wales. We might have devolved administrations. Rejoice! That is awesome. I love it. But they still treat us like shit because they do these fucking horrible fucking policies and try to force it through the Lords using the Parliament Act, or what I call the parliamentary sledgehammer. Shut up, you crusty old bastards. This was in our manifesto. It's getting done whether you like it or not. And most of these social care forms were literally at the point of with the parliamentary sledgehammer getting used just to bash it through the House of Lords. Yay! It's brilliant having a second fucking unelected chamber, isn't it, everyone? the fact that they don't actually talk to the devolved administrations over this kind of stuff, where we can all come to a fucking consensus about it. No. We're all just provincials. We're all just backward heathens, apparently.
Well, the last two options, which are the better ones, talk about a particular devolved administration that's doing quite well. It's quite close to home, Katie. So free personal care, an alternative approach is to ensure that everyone who is eligible, based on their needs, should get state-funded personal care that is free at the point of use. This would be provided free regardless of an individual's means and whether it was received by an elderly person in their own house or a residential care home. Scotland has implemented such a system. However, it's important to note that personal care takes in things like helping frail elderly people wash and dress and go to the toilet. I don't think that sentence is worthy of a however. I think it maybe ought to start with a more affirmative word, but it does not include accommodation, food, and everyday living costs, which are subject to means testing. Okay. The Health Foundation. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say what they mean by other everyday living costs. They mean by like traveling, maybe getting a takeaway or something like that, going out, visiting friends and family, or getting friends and family to come visit you and take you for a day out and stuff like that. Those aren't means tested yet. Actually have to have either the funds available to do them, which, yeah, I understand that. But if you've got a lot of the other stuff which are home-based, having that covered, you can actually go out and actually just get out and about. That'd be good.
Yeah, so presumably if you're getting universal credit or a pension or some other means of social welfare support, you can have money to work with your carer and do those things that are about extra quality of life that everybody should be having.
Yeah.
And not just, aside from the stuff that you need to actually fucking survive, the sort of the warmer stuff on top of that, that's a foundation for
it. I will just go on a quick little side tangent. This got scuppered, by the way. Everyone. What the SNP government, when Nicola took over, we were in talks with COSLA, which is the umbrella organisation for the 32 councils up here in Scotland, to actually do a fully integrated social care service Scotland-wide. But because the unionist parties, and if they had overall control in whatever council, or if it was no overall control and coalitions with like the Scum or the Scum supporting party, or, well, not back then, the Reform or UKIP or anyone like that. But if they were not in either SNP minority control with willing partners within the council, all the major conservative controlled or conservative coalition or Labour majority councils up here in Scotland, they scuppered it at every fucking turn, because guess what? They were taking their orders from down south of the border. Who'd have thunk it? Westminster trying to derail Scotland yet again. That's the only reason we never managed to get that integrated care plan through, because we needed the backing of at least 25 of the councils, and we couldn't get that because SNP only had 16 Only at half of the councils, not all of them.
It's a really good comment, Jackie. If public energy and water were nationalised, the funding for this national social care might be cheaper. Oh, yeah.
Correct. Correct, Jacqueline. Thank you, my dear. Hello, Jackie.
We've already got our first bit of spam from, looks like from Feeling Colud 96 AIViewerStreamBoo.com. There you go. You can check that out if you're a cunt. We'll be talking about how shit AI is in a bit. But so the Health Foundation think tank estimates that implementing a Scottish-style system in England would cost 7.5 billion a year by 2036. Quite a bit more money, but sounds like it's worth it because, like Scotland, Japan and Germany have systems which base entitlement to personal social care mainly on people's care needs rather than their ability to pay. Japan and Germany, though, have a mandatory long-term care insurance system, which is funded through contributions from workers and employers. Both countries also do not usually cover the full cost of personal care, so individuals are responsible for some of the expenses. And the fourth option, National Care Service, and this would be similar in ambition to the NHS, which sounds fucking great. It would mean all personal care would be free at the point of use while establishing national standards and care entitlement criteria. The Health Foundation has estimated the cost of creating a universal and comprehensive social care system in England would be around 19 billion a year extra by 2036. And let's face it, we've got at least 19 multi-billionaires in the country. So, you know, a bit of a tax would keep that working. Tax 19 people, you've got it sorted.
Pause a second. I will go and check.
Okay, I'm not pausing now. I'm going to keep going. There's the...
how many billionaires are based in the UK?
There's the diagram comparing the three types: the cap on care costs, free personal care, 7.5 billion, and universal and comprehensive care, 18.5 billion. I find it very unlikely that Burnham would go for the fairest option. Too left wing for the Labour Party, which is a bit of a right wing parliamentary party.
It really should be the universal and comprehensive care. It really should be.
Makes sense.
We might be able to get them to do the free personal, but we all know it's probably going to be the cap on care costs, because that's what he wanted to try and... Well, he wanted to actually do the middle one, but he got rolled back on that. I wonder from whom. Gordon Brown, you're a traitor to your homeland. Do not come... Well, he is actually living back up here in his home nation. But, yeah, he can do one.
I wonder what's going on with the BBC suggesting progressive avenues. So as we talked earlier, Burnham had a plan for a national care service, which was branded by the Tories as a death tax because it would have made use of it would have been paid for by people's estates after they died, so it would have come out of an inheritance if those estates were worth a certain amount of money. So it's not really a death tax because they're not being taxed until after they died, or they're not even being taxed at all. And to be honest, you ask most people in this country, 99 or in these countries, 99% are going to say, yes, my parents, I would like to look after them, to have the money to look after them in their old age. I would like that inheritance paid to look after them. Not everybody, but okay, maybe 98 or 97% would be willing to trade inheritance they don't have, money they don't have, for money that can be put to use during that person's lifetime that probably they actually worked and slaved for to look after them in their old age. So, yeah, let's not be dicks about it, Tories, tabloids. After the election, then Prime Minister Keir Starmer kicked the whole idea into the long grass by commissioning Louise Casey. And it's worth bearing in mind that these four approaches above are not mutually exclusive. Previous proposals have often combined more than one of them, such as a cap on lifetime costs with a more generous means test. Okay. Okay, that was intense. This is why we don't do this sort of thing.
Trust me, Andy. I'm used to it. I kind of shrug it off, but I internalize
okay, well, I don't do this sort of thing.
I kind of internalize it to a certain extent, but yeah, I expedite all my sounds when I'm talking about what I'm doing on my stream and stuff like that. But yeah, some of the ones around, especially health, disability, and social care, those sort of spheres of social life, those spheres of all of us. Yeah, I do get kind of rage fueled. Don't get me wrong, but they know what to do. They just won't fucking do it. They've tried so many times. Then the people in the Canary Wharf saying, where you're going to get the money from that?
Some more good comments in chat, Jackie. They're always asked, how will you pay for this? But another question should be, can you find a workforce for this? Which speaks to another story we have later, but also, I mean, yeah, I was thinking when I was reading through the integrated social care story. You've got a Britain where so many of the NHS and social care workers are, for want of a better term, non-whites, or they've legally migrated, or the BAME. And they're living in an environment where they are demonized and chased through the streets. And, if you want people to work for the NHS and social care, and at the risk of sounding a bit racist, I don't think I am, but a lot of people a lot of non-whites are much better at working in the care sector than whites are. Okay, that is racist. But, if you create, it goes back to the root, if you create a pleasant atmosphere, a comfortable, safe environment for people to be in, they will be more inclined to want to be there, to not go back, to not go overseas and work there instead. If you create the right income, living conditions, free from abuse and harassment. I mean, those frontline workers, people working in hospitals have always faced high levels of abuse. And we saw it in COVID as well, where there's been a tendency to forget that the people working in this sector were fucking heroes. And yeah, I think you've got a rant attached to mine, Katie, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to call someone out here. I'm sorry I didn't notice you before Shanna did. Sorry, Nabil. Rejoice. Nabil225 in the chat. Hi, Nabil. how is it going? And yeah, it's true that places like India and Cuba have high output of exported doctors and social care and nurses and physios and blah 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 blah. Yeah, because their education and training and actually on-site work is so much better funded, even though the American imperialist war machine tries to defund us or defund Jews, essentially. Everyone go and follow Nabil, he is awesome.
I was just going to say, I hope I didn't upset anybody while I was fumbling around to find the right words. I think I got there eventually, but might have said a few wrong.
You've got to get out with me. I completely understand. I get it. I've got friends and actual blood relatives. One may be retired, but for all intents and purposes, she's still immersed in that sphere. For anyone in chat who doesn't know, my mum was a midwife and a sister, matron if you wish, if that's an easier word. Before I arrived on the scene, and a midwife for 38 years up here in Scotland. And my sister's a social care nurse and palliative care nurse up in my home city of Perth. So yes, I've got 2 pharmacists, a trainee psychologist and a child behaviouralist. All cousins, all blood relatives who work in the NHS. And they're literally on the front lines of this happening right now. Especially my sister. I try to connect with her every so often when she's got the time to spare. But yeah, I ask her, do you think he'll change anything? No, he didn't change much when he was health secretary in Gordon Brown. So, no. That's why we got it devolved.
Just Omaha writes. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna show Omaha's comment. I'll use my super magic mod powers on this stream. Yeah, and some really good comments in chat. Jacqueline again, giving nurses and carers a decent pay and conditions, no matter if they were born in the countries in Britain or not. Fuck yes.
Here, Jack.
You're kind of hot.
Here, Jacqueline. Here. And yes, Omaha. Why do you think I keep on telling you, come back home? I can help if you want.
Let's we're changing it up. We're changing it up every bit at a time. What a Katie's count. Oh, there she is. Doctor Who, season 9. Again, we have picked a couple of episodes each to talk about. For me, it is the 2-part Dalek story that opens it up, treated as one. Okay, what's our kind of theme this season? Oh, it's kind of around extremism, but in a sort of a non-coded sort of way, and how far. So somebody mentioned earlier, Clara and the Doctor have this toxic, codependent relationship, and we see Clara more and more follow the Doctor and kind of run in front of him as well. And we see this in the 2-part Dalek opener, but I think the reason I picked it is that Doctor Who kind of has had a Dalek problem for many years, that the production hasn't really figured out how to do a good Dalek story, and I think this Dalek is kind of
Dalek problem.
Well, I mean, yes, Dalek is fantastic, but it's also the problem is, what has there been after Dalek that has come close, um, and actually has really focused on the Daleks as well, what they are. And I think I forget what this two-part is called, but I think this does it extremely well. It's kind of a partial recreation of the Tom Baker classic Genesis of the Daleks. Do I have the right? All that sort of great moral decisions, but
You do,
oh,
yeah.
well, finish chewing before you talk.
Yeah. You got the Tom Baker one right. Yes,
right.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. I thought you said yes. I do have the right. Like, fuck the Daleks, wipe them all out.
No. You got the
So
correct the Tom Baker reference. Yeah, that's the correct one.
Also, fuck the Daleks. I mean, Davros wasn't much nicer after Capaldi saved his ass, which is kind of the center narrative of this two-parter. But one of the reasons I like it so much is it copied an idea that was in my own head. Daleks are kind of tired. I mean, and this is a fundamental flaw because Nazis are boring, right? It's the same old shit every time they crawl out of the woodwork. And you can go one or two ways. You can go a number of ways. You can recycle that. You can mock them by pushing them about, which is just kind of fun for a little while. But from a visual storyteller's point of view, I have often thought that the key on making the Daleks fresh as villains is to talk about their architecture, talk about how they build their cities, and how everything around them becomes an extension of how the Dalek itself looks. And I think this two-parter does that very well in establishing how Skaro, the home planet, is built out, and throw into the mix Michelle Gomez again with Delgado level regularity and a want to poke their nose in schemes of much more powerful enemies. So I don't know that this particularly fits into the themes of extremism and cuckery, but our parameters were choose a story because you like it.
Oh. Of course it does. Davros is there. He does get extreme. We've seen him get extreme in previous episodes with 4, 5 different doctors. 3 in the modern era. How bad he's been and how brain addled or psychopathic, if you wish. Sometimes with his full capacity, his full mental capacity, but still absolutely fucking depraved and megalomaniac, essentially. But yeah, it gets borne out in these 2 episodes, which is glorious to see. As a villain, Davros, top tier. One of the best villains Doctor Who has ever came up with. Still a total fucking bastard and obviously a fucking fascist. Obviously. Just look at the Daleks. From the first incarnation with Hartnell all the way down the decades. Yeah, Davros is a very unique individual. That's why... Oh, that's the second episode.
The second episode? Oh, you did no spoilers now. Is that what you're doing? Okay. Yeah, we'll honor Kitty's politeness.
Sorry.
Oh, Nabil with a hot take there.
Correct.
Yeah, Sylvester McCoy was awesome. That was Omaha's. Sorry. I do agree with Omaha entirely there. My favorite of my first Doctor, really, that I connected with.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
so
I'm going to be tedious. The first Doctor I connected with was David Tennant.
teenagers, eh?
Oh
Um,
yes, I'm so fucking boring.
my second choice is also the next one in running order because, like, so two-parters. Remember the rules: two-parters can count as one, and all of season 9 is two-parters with a few exceptions. So, I claim, and I expect you've got strong love for this as well, Katie, the Zygon invasion and the Zygon inversion, which is peak Doctor Who as far as I'm concerned. Its handling of immigration as a topic is, and in terms of media coverage, is honestly second to none. If that should be the bar for Doctor Who doing political, the template. It's masterful storytelling. If you've not seen it already, do seek it out, pirate it, buy it, whatever you need to get that, because it's
Or
it's probably underrated. It's probably underrated. It's better than Vincent and the Doctor. There, I said it. Cat among the pigeons.
oh no, I'll agree with you on that. Don't get me wrong, I quite like that episode. But yeah, these two episodes so much better.
Yeah, and it also, just to strengthen my case, it also functions as a sequel to the movie. So you could if it kind of should have even been released in cinemas as a movie too. Electric Zygon Boogaloo.
Oh, but
It
that
does
would
it does so much stuff with.
that would mean the BBC have to be nice and give broadcasting rights or licensing rights, and they want to do that. Really, just saying.
You've also got it manages to solve the problem of Osgood being
One of one of my
what
favorite
happened to her.
one of my favorite
And
characters.
I mean, this is somewhere where I bitched earlier about Moffat and the cheating death, but this is somewhere where it absolutely works, and not only works in logical story terms, but also enhances the story by the fact of her return and builds around it, uses it for the Zygon story as a driving part of the plot. So just fantastic. And it touches so many scenes, the scenes of a lot of the scenes with the kids in them. A lot of the, I mean, I'm actually struggling, but there's kind of, it really does tug the heartstrings in terms of talking about the challenges minorities face, how political actors of bad faith manipulate situations,
Mm-hmm.
the whole ugliness of the immigration issue, which is, as I know people disagree with me, but it's just manufactured, is my opinion. It's
Totally
bullshit.
totally manufactured and totally conjectured. Yeah, yeah, completely agree. Oh, I didn't notice you there. Rejoice, everyone. Flow Snake in the chat. Hello, my snaky comrade. Yeah, totally
I gave Float
convicted.
Snake a wee relief earlier. We slightly.
Yeah, totally convicted, totally manufactured. Obviously, we're all meant to just take their bullshit at face value and just literally swallow all this nonsense. And these two episodes portray it perfectly. I can speak so much about this episode because I saw it 8 days ago. Super Hubby was watching it. Those were the two episodes we were watching when we were meant to go live last week, Candy, by the way. With him yelling at me. I love my husband, don't get me wrong, but the man is a bit of a bastard.
That's a good excuse. That's a good excuse to be late for a stream, though. I was watching the Zygon invasion/inversion. Yeah. I must remember that next time I get in trouble. Andy, where's your homework? I was watching the Zygon invasion/inversion.
Oh, crap. Right. You don't. Do not dob me in. Do not dob me in because he'll just yell at me again when we're in private, and I don't want to do that anymore. I'm fucking fed up. I'll just be a pliant little girl and try to get him to calm down. Might take me a bit. Don't worry, no
Jacqueline
violence.
asked a question that might pull us off on a tangent. If we can wrap our heads around it quickly.
Oh no, I can't. I can't because the rest of tonight and into the early morning, I will take to explain one of my favourite tangents because it involves 3 different doctors. We're not going there.
I'm also going to avoid Jacqueline's question. Although, may I remind you, I have a Patreon where you can subscribe for £1 a month and get loads of stuff. And if anybody wants to ask Jacqueline's question on there, I will write a post on it. Or a video, I'll put it in a video extra. Yeah. Because we've still quite a bit to get through and we are struggling to keep up. Katie, you've made your selections as heaven sent and hell bent. I guess with the first, not much guess on why, but answer, because it's fucking brilliant.
Because it's fucking brilliant. So the daughter gets sent a confession and he gets transported and he has to get his way out of a structure which he helped design. It is rather fun, and there's also a looming presence always right behind him reaching out. The way that thing got portrayed, even though it was shrouded, always give me a kind of like, ooh, a chill down my spine. Really quite good. And the way they portrayed the actual sets that they used and the way the narrative worked when he got put into the confession. Amazing. What do you think of that episode when he's actually stuck in that structure?
I'll be honest, it's one I find hard to rewatch, but not, for all the right reasons. It is art. It is a wonderful meditation on grief. It's got whole Franz Kafka's The Castle all over it. It proves that not only can you do a companionless story, but you can do it extremely well. That you don't actually need a companion if you are. We've seen many stories where the doctor has been joined by a temporary companion alongside their regular one, and all they need is somebody to talk to. But I think Moffat takes that to a new level. And it's really high art because it's really ambitious in terms of like it's just so I've lost my thread already, but because it's kind of what it's talking about isn't using a lot of exposition, it's using a lot of symbolism, and a lot of it's unspoken, like a lot of it's like stuff you have to go and watch video essays to supplement gaps in your knowledge. Like I still can't remember what the whole bird thing was about. Um, but yeah, fantastic. One of the
No,
easily deserving
I
place in the top rankings.
I'll go on a little sort of mini tangent here. The reason that certain types of birds, they're usually corvids, crows, ravens, jackdaws, and sometimes raptors, eagles, falcons, blah blah blah. The reason they get depicted is because they come out of the sky and come swooping down to take out their prey. So it gets used as a symbolism that they're invading and taking you over. They're taking you away. They're taking away your essence. Blah blah blah. And that gets portrayed throughout mythology and history in certain cultures across the millennia. Essentially, that's why birds get
Of
used.
course, and I'm just now remembering hearing you talk about this. It links back to Clara and the Raven,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bird symbol again.
yeah.
There's some really, I bitch a lot about Hoovians on YouTube, and they are a head stuck up their own ass bunch, but there are a faction of them that are. They really are. They need to stop whining about Doctor or stop studying Doctor Who. Go make videos about something else. But there's a bunch of them that make phenomenal video essays. It usually tends to be the people that do the long form stuff, um, and they will go into the themes and subtexts and let's face it, heaven is hell, heaven sent or hell bent is
Heh,
exactly what
yeah.
that's for. I love
Heavens.
I love a good video essay myself.
I will move on
What about
to
hell?
oh yeah, Hellbent.
Yeah, hell bent.
Oh, rejoice! The Doctor's back on Gallifrey, and he's dealing with the High Council of the Gallifreyan Lords, who are all
They are dicks.
they're all egotistical bastards, self-serving, manipulative fucking cunts. MPs, ha ha ha, or lords if you wish.
Like like Doctor Who fandom, as Jacqueline with her classic timing to inspire that comment.
The one that reminds
Um,
me, the most, Jacqueline, is where the last leg covered it, and they were pissed off that Jodie Whittaker became the Doctor after Capaldi, and all your cis white hetero males got kind of butthurt essentially. Why have they made Doctor Who a woman? Because she's a really good actress. She was brilliant in Broadchurch. She's best friends with David Tennant. She was quite a good doctor. And they get so fucking whiny with certain storylines and choices of like either companions or the doctor. So obviously, until Ncuti and Jodie Whittaker turned up, cishet white man. Don't get me wrong.
wow, it's an
brilliant.
off-topic tangent rant against Chris Chibnall, and it's not me doing it. I'm gonna use the boys' room. I'll be right back.
Okay. Try to stay on topic, and little bit of a side tangent. The reason some of these people get so fucking upset or ranty or whiny little bitches about it is because, oh no, the Doctor Who's went woke, the BBC's went woke, oh, they're too left wing. No, they haven't. No. Don't get me wrong, some of my favourite ones are really, really left wing episodes throughout, like from Eccleston onwards. Don't get me wrong, they happened in the past. But yeah, in certain sections of society here in the UK have always been bitchy about the Doctor. As far as I'm concerned, they can all shut the fuck up. I've got issues with certain doctors and certain episodes and certain writers of things, blah blah blah. But on the whole, Doctor Who has been fucking amazing. And the sooner they fucking realise that, they're not going to get us to shut the fuck up. Because we are the majority, by the way, now. Shut up, you whiny little bastards.
I wasn't overly enamoured by the Gallifrey Hellbent one. And I think...
I get it.
I mean, there's a lot good about it, but I think it's the timing. I think the timing has a lot to do with this, because you have... Moffat does such a fantastic job in the 50th of setting up the Doctor's new mission to find Gallifrey. And that's something that feels like as foundational as Russell Davies saying the Time War wiped them all out, or as foundational as Hartnell setting off. So it feels a bit like a bit of a cheat for 2 series later for that just to happen. He's found Gallifrey. It feels a bit of a bit selfish, a bit of a betrayal of what he set up for future storytellers.
Maybe
easy.
Maybe. Oh yeah, I was going to say maybe a bit of a grab to try and get a new, some more audience. Maybe not a new audience, or expand on the audience. Don't get me wrong, I still love Heaven Sent and Hellbent. They're my two one of my two favourite Capaldi episodes. I thought they were really quite good and really well executed. I like them. What can I say? Everyone, go and watch Heaven Sent and Hellbent.
I think Chris Chibnall would have. Sorry. Oh.
Hello? I'm still here.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep. Cool. Okay. I'm just trying to share a screen, but I don't think that has happened yet. Let's see. Have you got it? I don't know.
Oh, bollocks. If everyone can still hear me, hello. Feel free to post in the chat who your favourite... Right, firstly, the Doctor you grew up with, especially if you're UK based, and who is your favourite Doctor of whatever Doctor it is. I can see you. I can't hear you. Niall! Hello, Niall. Oh, damn it. Oh, your family doctor. Oh, thank you, Nabil. Oi, oi. Can you hear me? Nice one. Everyone, rejoice. Our sneaky comrade can hear me. Andy? Oi, oi.
Dun, dun. And it sounds like I'm back.
Rejoice! Haha! Welcome
Hello.
back. Hi.
Cool. Right. I'm going to try and share my screen again and see what happens. I might just move the text box over here first. Okay. Yeah. Page unresponsive. Wait. So I think I'm back on, no problem, but we're just waiting for Restream to do its stuff before I can share my
Right, a
screen.
total side tangent while you're trying to get this loaded up. Quickly explain bird law to me or direct me to an episode.
Sorry, say again?
A little bit of a side tangent. Explain bird law to me or direct me to an episode. Because I've been looking at your t-shirt for a good few hours, a good couple of hours now.
So it's an Always Sunny reference, case surprise. Charlie Day, playing Charlie Kelly, is certain that he is a expert in bird law, which if I've been quick enough, or maybe if I am, I can show you before the screen gets shared. There we go. Kelly and Associates.
Thank you. Right.
So
I rejoice.
we should be sharing my screen now, but that hasn't actually happened.
Rejoice, everyone. I have seen the first 2 episodes of Always Sunny. I will get there. Don't worry. What series is that one from?
Sorry, Katie. I had to shut down the screen share there. So I missed your comment when I was trying to figure that out. What did you ask?
What series is that t-shirt from?
Oh, 3 or 4, I guess.
Okay. So, I am on episode series 1, episode 2. I haven't seen 3 yet. Give me time, everyone. I will get there.
Right, I'm not not really sure what's going on with Restream here. This is it, but it's really annoying. Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Oh, it was going so well too.
It was, yeah.
And I'm back. Right. We'll do one last attempt. Can we do a synchronicity test, Katie? Can we? I'm going to count down from 10, and you count in when you hear me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5,
5,
4, 3,
4, 3,
2,
2.
1.
Right. I don't know. 0. Are we in sync yet? Anybody? Sounds like no.
Repeat after me. Pat
I'm going to try
McFadden.
sharing my screen one last time. Pat.
Repeat after me. Pat McFadden,
Pat McFadden
is a cunt.
Pat McFadden is a cunt.
Yay!
That work?
Yes.
Yay. Cool. Right, I'm going to try sharing the screen one more time, and if this doesn't work, we'll just read out the article anyway. So
I can do that
let's
if you
see
want.
what happens here. Okay. Oh, okay. It looks like it's working. No, it's not. Right. Okay. I will, in the interests of getting us through this quickly, I will read out the article. So this is from Royal News. Online speculation mounts as users link Israel to Situa border crisis. As thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco into the Spanish North Africa enclave of Ceuta, triggering emergency declarations and widespread local disruption, a wave of commentary online has pointed fingers towards Israeli diplomatic rhetoric as a driving factor behind the unfolding crisis. Can you still hear me, or?
Yeah, I can hear you. I would say I would take over reading it if you want, but I can't see it.
Just going to try removing a few sources here from. Bloody lefty tech failure. We might have to make this a two-parter, I think, Katie.
Oh, God
Utter
damn
tech
it.
failure, right?
Or if you...
My screen is freezing, like, constantly. Yeah, okay. I'll just try and race through this.
Come back. What I can do, even though I've still got my phone here, I can read it out and we can talk about it if you want. Take off screen rotation.
you want to read that article, and then I will try and sort out my BS my end.
Yeah. What paper was that article from again?
So that's the Royal News link in your, yeah, you know where to find it.
Yes, I can go to Discord.
Okay, I'll take over reading it.
I've got it. I've got it.
Oh, hold on. I'm seeing it come up as a scene.
Christ's sake.
Okay, we've got it on screen now, at long last. Right. Okay, let me just take over, Katie. Now it's the text decided to do its fucking job.
No problem.
Online speculation mounts as users. So, if you were in Helena's stream last night, no, just as MTG, she already covered that, and that's where I took the inspiration to include this because it does take a bit of wrapping the head around, and it's a mental fucking story, which you've probably caught parts of, but if not, you'll pick it up here. Online speculation mounts as users link Israel to Ceuta border crisis. As thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco into the Spanish North African enclave Ceuta, triggering emergency declarations and widespread local disruption, a wave of commentary online has pointed fingers towards Israeli diplomatic rhetoric as a driving factor behind the unfolding crisis. Over the past week, thousands of individuals attempting to reach European soil entered Ceuta, mostly by swimming around coastal breakwaters or crossing shoreline barriers.
Hang on.
Local reception facilities.
With these swimming crossing attempts, 52 people have now died. Well done, Donald, you fucking bastard. Carry on, Andy. Sorry.
That's actually a bit behind it. So what I was reading today is I think the figure I got was between 69 and 86. So the death tolls shot away up. Oh, sorry, your signal's not. If I could get some word in chat while the signal's doing from my hearing it break up quite a bit. Katie, because I'm hearing it. If it's my mic is breaking up.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Katie, just interject if hearing me is a problem. Let me know.
Okay.
Local reception facilities quickly exceeded capacity.
I can take over if you want.
Hello?
Andy! Ah! We can see him, but we can't. Andy, I can take over if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Rejoice, everyone! Leftist tech, isn't it fun?
Okay, if you want to take over, Katie, and I will screen.
Okay. Local reception facilities quickly exceeded capacity. No wonder. Leading regional officials to request an immediate national emergency declaration and additional security support from Madrid. Following previous public criticisms of Spain's border situation by Israeli officials, including UN ambassador, that's the Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, who publicly questions Spain's territorial status over its North African enclaves. You have to remember, Israel isn't expansionist at all, honestly. Social media users and political commentators began floating theories regarding underlying motives. Really? I'm surprised. Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state of emergency in Ceuta following the crisis over its immigration policy. Citation needed. Maybe before it continues lecturing us, it's time to explain to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa, Danon said on Twitter. Elon, get fucked. I'm not going to call it X.
Dead.
Internet commentators and several Spanish public figures have alleged that the crisis may be connected to retaliatory pressure over Spain's recent foreign policy stance regarding the Gaza conflict. Really? I hadn't realised that. Older statements made by Yair Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu's son, by the way, Prime Minister's son, have also recirculated widely. Really? Your social media game, Israel, is on point, as always. In May 2019, amid arguments over Spanish support for pro-Palestinian NGOs, non-governmental offices by the way, he posted a map of Ceuta and Melilla with the message, "Dear Arabs and Muslims who want to free occupied Arab Islamic lands, here's a good start." Basically encouraging people to invade or cross borders either illegally or legally, at the behest of a foreign national. That's fun. Totally within international law, of course.
Yair Netanyahu accidentally educates people as to this current crisis by sharing this image where you can see on the left side of the screen how close Ceuta is with the Spanish mainland. But also, I mean, note this is dated May 25th, 2019. So this is very much tantamount to the sort of scenes that we've seen of 49,000 people migrating within the space of 24 hours.
The 24 hours.
This is suggestion.
The 24 hours is correct. It is now estimated 68,000.
68,000.
Yeah, in the space of a day. Yes, no foreign coercion happening here at all. Honestly, why would any other foreign national actor want to do this? At all. Ever.
The story already, of course, has its own Wikipedia page, as well it might. And if I read correctly, a sizable number of those who crossed have
Correct,
returned. I mean, there's just scanning down. If you can still see my screen,
can see it. Yeah.
There's a photo of some of those, and there's probably under 500 in that photo, a very tiny proportion of those that crossed. I mean, it put in mind to me Reform UK's Breaking Point art, which is, of course, a homage to Nazi Germany scare tactics. And
right.
The same, I suspect, is true of Israel here and America.
Correct.
And they've been very quick to, if not outright suggested, as Yair Netanyahu did 7 years ago, to capitalize on it. I mean, Farage is already bleeding about it. Trump is going on and explaining why, this is what happens to Spain when they've got a lax immigration policy, or a liberal or lefty immigration policy. Just scumbags making hay.
Hang on.
From a horrible disaster, actually.
Yeah. He later replied to Spanish critics, "Dear Spanish people, I see you all got upset. Really. Ceuta and Melilla are tiny territories you own across the sea on another continent. Now imagine how we feel when
your government calls for Israel to give away
your
Judea
government calls
Samaria.
Let's make a deal. We won't fund NGOs in your country calling you to give away Ceuta and Melilla, and we'll stop funding NGOs in our country that calls us to give away international law doesn't work like that, you fucking bastard." Oh, God.
Yeah.
Just end me.
I mean, of course, Israel aren't interested in decades and decades and decades of them being told they're breaking international law, that they are illegally occupying a settlement, a country.
Of course they're not.
And really need fucking spanked instead of being America's wanking arm. Sorry for the graphic language.
No.
This is a tragedy.
No, it is. The fact that thousands of these people were basically cajoled, in some respects, kind of brainwashed into actually doing this. Despicable on the ones who are actually doing the cajoling.
Yeah,
Great.
And there's a lot of things that don't add up about this. So, what was that figure? We had it at nearly 49,000, but I think you added that. Did you say?
A story I read when I was sorry everyone, I was in the pub this afternoon. Story I was reading on the Guardian's website said 68,000, so it's somewhere between like 50 and 70,000. The numbers are a bit wibbly when these sort of events happen, these sort of things happen. So just take a guess, somewhere in the mid to high 50,000s, essentially. I would put it in like the sort of low 60,000s. But yeah, anything between like 48 and like 68,000 people crossing in the space of a day. Essentially. Utterly despicable that they were cajoled or encouraged, if you wish, to actually do this. at the behest of their own fucking government at the end of the day, remember this, the Moroccan government actually
Just didn't let it.
encouraged their people to do this.
I think it's really important that we so I mean there's all kinds of inconsistencies with this story. As Lena said last night, it appears that security at the border just waved a whole bunch of people through with no checks, that have encouraged them actively to go through. And I think it's really, as somebody remarked in chat, we're glad for the help to get their head around this. And I think it's really important that we covered this and that Helena covered it and people keep talking about it, because this size of migration, which has been called an invasion, and I think that's a fair comment, will be weaponized against the left. It's already happening. And this event, these photos will be referred back to again and again and again as what happens if you create a fair and just society that people are welcome to migrate into. So we do need to wrap our heads around what is happening here. Like, you know, I think we need to keep coming back to this story in the weeks and months ahead and try and figure out what is going on, because it will be used against us.
Oh, they can try and use it against me if they like. They really can. It's not going to work at the end of the day.
We're going to our next story. I don't know if you want to. Well, no, I can take this. It's a shorter story, and I think my microphone's synchronized now. You can all hear me, okay? Yeah.
Oh, I was wanting to read this one.
Do you want to read this one? Tell you what, I'll do the stuff above the photo, and then let you go into the text. From The Guardian. Diane Taylor, 20th of July, Tuesday. Home Office used AI hallucinated information to refuse asylum claim, judge suggests. Upper tribunal unable to find documents cited in case and claims it is analogous to relying on bogus evidence. So take it away, Katie.
A senior judge has accused the Home Office of a senior judge has accused the Home Office of relying on AI hallucinated information to refuse asylum claim. The case relates to a Moroccan woman and her child who fled her country after experiencing forced underage marriage and extreme violence, including rape. The woman claimed asylum on the basis of fears that she would be killed by her husband, a powerful, previously convicted criminal. Fantastic. The Home Office refused her case, citing evidence from a supposedly independent and authoritative document known as Country Policy Information Note, CPIN, which they said confirmed that Morocco would be safe for her. Citation needed. Do your due diligence, Home Office, you fucking bastards. But the document could not be found, although its existence was relied upon by a judge who rejected her appeal against the Home Office refusal decision in an immigration court known as the first tier tribunal. There's 3 or 4, I believe, depending on the type of individual. The woman lodged a further appeal to a more senior court, the Upper Tribunal Court, where another judge raised concerns about the unlocated document. And a decision on the 14th of July, the judge said, it appears that no such CPIN has ever existed. Who'd have thunk it? He added, in relation to the missing document, no such document has been located in a public domain, and moreover, the Home Office Home Office's country policy and information team has been unable to confirm its existence. I hate my government.
Isn't this fucking disgusting?
You are one of the 4 great offices of state. Do your fucking job, Home Office, you bunch of fucking bastards. He said that after looking at the Home Office letter refusing the woman's asylum claim, it bears hallmarks consistent with the use of artificial intelligence. It may therefore transpire that references to country information note in Morocco, July 2021, and that letter are a result of an AI hallucination. If so, that would represent an extremely serious failing on part of the respondent, basically the Home Office. In a further critical statement, the judge said that relying on a document that did not exist was analogous to relying on bogus evidence, basically fucking lying in a court. He determined that the issue was a procedural irregularity, not doing their due diligence or doing their fucking jobs. The Guardian asked the Home Office if the document existed and where it was, after initially sending a link to an archive where the document could not be found. The Home Office produced a different document of a piece of unpublished internal guidance known as Country Information Note. No CPIN has been published on Morocco since 2017. In the course of the case, the Home Office references changed from internal guidance CIN to the CPIN, which generally treated as authoritative judges.
Do you want to know? Do you want a wee reminder of whose watch this happened on as Home Secretary? So, and I'm just going to count back the last 6 or 7 because there was a bit of a change. Syed Javid, Priti Patel, Suella Braverman, Grant Shapps, James Cleverly, Yvette Cooper, Shabana Mahmood. So essentially like fucking Batman's fucked up rogues gallery of cunts. And not the nice cunts. The horrible ones.
It's amazing, isn't it? I want the best.
Every scumbag you can think of. I mean, those are the top. You know, those 6 or 7 are in the top 10 of scumbags in British politics.
Right, Helena done that tier of the entire cabinet last week. Should I do a tier for cunts? Basically, who should be TOS and who should be also TOS? And
I don't know. I don't know. It is tempting. I think it might get a bit depressing a bit quickly.
Oh, no. I know lots of stuff about these people, Tories, Labour, a couple of SNP, unfortunately, and a few Lib Dems.
If I may be so bold, my friend, that's part of the problem. You know, we all know to different extents what bastards these people are. The devilry they get up to is just foul. It sends you to tears. So I don't know. I mean, it's an option. I would like to see. I would like to do something more positive about people that actually give a crap, because there's too much news coverage of fucking serial killers, which is what these people essentially are.
Correct. Oh, fuck's sake.
Anywho.
The internal document, which was never disclosed to the court in legal proceedings, obfuscation or a denial of proof, or basically lying. Does not include that Morocco is a safe country for forcible return of women, such as the one appealing against this decision. Delightful, sending a woman back and her child to literally get... It states that in 2018, exemptions were made granting 40,000 child marriages, 1/5 of the total marriages that year. What the actual fuck? It adds that Morocco's laws do not explicitly criminalise marital rape. Rape within marriage is still rape. That only changed.
What the fuck?
That didn't change until the 1970s. 4 years before your last was born, by the way.
And
it still took 6 years after I was born for it to actually get codified.
Multiple what the fuck. Women who report this may be criminalized for engaging in sex outside marriage if they are disbelieved by the authorities. What fucking century is the Moroccan legal system living in?
They're
BC.
They're not an absolute monarchy. They're basically similar to us, a constitutional monarchy. They have a parliament. People get voted in, but they've still got a head of state, just like we've got a head of state. Ha! Rejoice. Just fucking end me. The Home Office sources said they were unable to provide additional information about the case that the judge had requested. Home Office, if you can't produce that proof, get better processes, you fucking...
I think you mentioned earlier in reading out, I was a bit spaced out when you covered it, but that they couldn't produce documents either in the public domain or in the private that related to this within intergovernmental communications or internal.
Right.
It makes me so angry.
A little side tangent. We might be kind of lower on the global rankings of world powers, whatever the fuck that means. But we still get one of the best information and spy networks in all of the planet because Empire, rejoice! Isn't it amazing? The Home Office knew this information. They fucking did. I don't care what they fucking say. They knew this information. I know how good our fucking network is. I've literally fucking dived into it. The stuff that's got released, obviously, there's still stuff that is locked away in vaults underneath the Houses of Parliament and other locations that none of us, I repeat, none of us will ever fucking see. Because the British state. Fun! Rejoice, we have Miss Hire. Hello, darling.
Miss Hire, hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know if Layla Spellwind's in tonight, but this is where they frequently lose their rag with artificial intelligence, and this is the sort of thing why artificial intelligence is so dangerous. This is the end point of it.
Do you want to know something? We have one of the best. We have the bestie, the best, the Welsh Ticky God, and we can ask him about this if we can actually get him if he's not too busy being a new dad. He's got some really good takes.
Yeah, well, we'll let him enjoy that for a while. Let him get his paternity leave in.
Yeah.
From Jacqueline asks, how soon before they have jury trials where the barristers or advocates, the jury and judge are all AI? Frightening and probable. I think. I'm sorry
Jacqueline.
to piss all over with Jacqueline, but yeah, these bastards will try it.
Andy, Jacqueline, Miss Hire, Flow Snake, Omaha, Jim, if you're still here, Supermod, Nabil, if all of you are still here, it's never going to happen. I've still got breath left in me. I'm not going to let that happen. My cousin isn't going to let that happen.
So there's a few things we can do to fuck with AI. I mean, as I've said before, it's inevitable, and all we can do is fight AI. We can't hope to win. We can fight it for as long as possible. So there's a procedure called chat might have to help me out here and yourself, Katie, where you feed artificial intelligence bad intelligence purposely so that it does produce nonsense data. Now, we are already, with this particular case, we are already seeing that as part of the flaw of the system. But what we need to do is make it so intentionally nonsense and unreliable that the people at the top sit up and take notice that their story that this is good information is completely blown out of the water. So, whatever bullshit you can feed it about yourself, the more ludicrous, the sillier, the blatantly wrong. For example, I'll just toot my own trumpet here. On my Facebook account, it says I was born in 1914. That's my date of birth on Facebook. I put that in about 7 or 8 years ago, and I've been getting sort of happy 100th birthday messages and so on and so forth.
Oh, you're looking amazing for 112.
Thank you. So yeah, we really need to fuck with the system because, I mean, you don't need me to tell you this, but rape is something that destroys people's lives. It destroys whole communities. Not just the initial victim, the survivor, but the people around it. And where it is, artificial intelligence is manipulating the law to deny people rights to survive, to try and move on with their lives. It just shows you the sort of the evil that this tool can be put to. And we need to get in and blow up the machine as much as possible.
Here. We can,
and as well infect it with good information too. We need more information on to take rape and survival. Again, to share more information on survival techniques and coping strategies, on correct behaviors, on reporting. Like we all know Donald Trump is a rapist. That should be a fact that works its way into these large language models. Yeah. And I think there's been a few cases recently, hasn't there, where Elon Musk has been held victim to some of Grok's summaries about him.
You love to see it. Be sure your sins will find you out, Elon. Trust me, they always do. Oh, God.
So we're just about 1 o'clock, Katie, and I think we've gotten through about 2/3 of what we wanted to do tonight. I don't know if we should carry on because it's going to take us at least another hour, I think, to get through. But I'm really proud of what we've done tonight. I think it's been a fantastic stream so far.
I'm game if you are, if you want. If you need to head off or anything, I'll carry on.
I don't. I'm fine. Well, if you're carrying on, I'm carrying on. Then we're in it together. Okay. So let me try and share my screen again. Give me a wee minute just to source some artwork. And I'll be right with you. We are going to move back into talking Doctor Who, into talking episodes that we love. And you should see appearing on screen now a piece of promo art for Doctor Who season 10 to help sort of get you in the mood to conjure that up. There's your comments. Out in space with Bill Potts.
Pause, please. I'll be back.
That's ideal. I think my voice needs a rest as well. So what I would suggest is if anybody else hanging about for the rest of the stream would like to go and take a toilet break or a stretch break or a hydration break, now would probably be a really good time to do so because my voice is a bit cracking at the moment. Jackie's off out for a ciggy. I'm gonna pour some more cream soda. If you're hanging about, feel free to fill up the chat. Let us know if you're thinking tonight is working. Because I have a similar sort of pitch for Katie as to tonight's one. Which I'll talk through with her next week. I'm going to be taking a break. Next week I'm off to England, to Oxford, to help organise the Caption Comics Festival. If you are in Oxford or near Oxford, come down. It's next weekend. I'll be there from Wednesday through to the following Tuesday just to get comfortable, get my feet under the table before and after the event. And if you're in Oxford around the time and you fancy meeting up for a drink or whatever, yeah, we can hang out. One sales table, auction, quiz, sometimes theatre, shared meal, very much a social kind of place. Yeah, lots of fun. Yeah, Omaha, I caught that as well. And with the two major media visible conflicts in the world this last few years. There's been drones really seem to have played much more of an important part in the warfare. I think they were there right in the invasion of Iraq in 2004. But I've seen reports of swarms of drones attacking military bases. When I get back from Oxford, I think it'll be we'll be in a position to talk about the results of the Clacton by-election. It happens on a Thursday, so they should be out, I would assume, by the time of our Saturday night stream. So I think it's going to be one of those things everybody's going to cover. I'd be up for it if I'd like to find a fresh angle on it that other people aren't doing. That might be kind of tricky. I saw Katie's stream, I think it was last night, where she had offered over on Twitch to cover any subject viewers wanted. And do put suggestions in Katie's Discord. I might even see if I can poke her to do a channel specifically for the Saturday night stuff. I wrote a big post on this for my Facebook and my YouTube about how much these Saturday nights mean to me. I think we're doing something really awesome here, and you're all part of that. And you know it. I do want to wait for Katie to get back in order to rest my voice a bit. And there's 2 episodes we're going to talk about that she watched, I think, today. Maybe 4 episodes. I don't know. Oh. Excuse me, I'm still paying attention to the chat. Yeah. I gotta sneak for another cigarette. Probably a really bad idea if I'm trying to conserve my voice. But so I watched I watched a few episodes of Series 10 recently. We talked about covering the news stories in this in terms of 2 themes. So we have Bill, possibly the Doctor's first gay companion, if I recall rightly. So that brought into view LGBT issues. And also a fair amount of the setting is at the university. So if you remember rightly, there's a doctor is mirrored kind of arc, mirroring the John Pertwee stuff where he's not supposed to leave this set location, which is a university where he is a teacher, which just makes an instinctually perfect kind of sense that the Doctor is a lecturer. Um, I'm, I, I can't remember if there has been any previous instances of this. But it seems to make perfect sense. The Doctor is a lecturer, particularly Peter Capaldi's Doctor, with his kind of advanced years and his very lecturing tone. Welcome back.
I return Tennant as John Smith.
Oh, yes.
I will say the word Yana. Yana. Y-A-N-A. For those of you who know, you know. For those of you who don't know, ask me, or Andy, or Jim Speak.
Oh, come on. So Yana is the companion at the end of she's at the I'm going to give away spoilers if I do this. So she's the alien with the wobbly bits, right? And she's working with an old dude played by a famous actor. So what's the lecturer kind of link there?
No, so it started out with the family of blood, and you had the watch where the Doctor lived. Sorry if I'm giving away spoilers here. If anyone's wanting to see it, I can coach you through that entire arc if you wish. So
perhaps
basically,
a conversation for another night.
So
she was a professor. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
So Yana stands for "You Are Not Alone," and that was said by the face of Bo.
Tangent.
I'm not going to go down that tangent.
Let's talk about the pilot. Did you watch this? Was this one of the ones you watched in the last?
Yeah, it was one of the ones I watched. I quite liked the pilot. I completely forgot about that one, actually. I remember Smile because it's stuck in my head so severely because the emojis and those emoji bots, the Vardy
Okay,
in general.
one at a time. One thing at a time, Katie. This is how tangents happen. This is how tangents happen. So the pilot, I haven't watched it in a while, but I fond memories of it. Like I said, the whole the Doctor thing. That it is a pilot. I mean, Doctor Who has always sort of relied on not explaining itself to viewers and not saying this is a show about, or this show has a mission statement and this is what it is. It's always kind of assumed, or made it up on the fly. And I mean, the pilot, while it refers to alien pilot, the name doubles as a pilot for the show.
It does indeed.
Give us a brief talk through or opinion, or say something, because my voice hurts.
So Capaldi is a professor at a university where Pearl Mackey's character is working in the canteen, and she makes chips. They're the best chips ever.
Chips
are amazing. I love chips. So she works in the canteen and she goes and listens to the Doctor doing his lectures to the actual students, and she loves it because it's the Doctor. Of course she's going to love it. he goes inside tangent, just like me, and he explains everything. It's like this and that, and it's all fantastic, and this is the world of science, blah, blah, blah. And it's very bombastic, as the Doctor can be at times. And she has a love interest who is called Heather. Heather is beautiful. She's got a star in her iris. And
Heather's boring. Sorry, carry on.
No, I see it. I get you.
Yeah.
She's beautiful.
She doesn't bother me so much in the pilot. I think it's the end of series stuff and with her return. It really rankles me. She's a very character.
Yeah, I can see why. I've got a good reading you now, Andy. You're completely screwed, by the way. I know how you think. Kind of.
Is my fly undone or what?
I can see how your mind works. I'm actually a good. Sometimes I'm a really good reader of character and exposition and things like that. And through our streams and talking through VC and stuff, and you talking to me in chat, I've kind of got you decoded a bit, a little bit. No. So the pilot.
Cool.
Heather finds this puddle that's just sitting there, doing nothing, looking like a puddle, like puddles do. Hasn't rained for a week, and that's still there. That happens. There might be a dip in the concrete. But she's fascinated by this puddle. And the alien life form, which is hidden within this body of water, finds their pilot, basically an actual pilot. And the episode starts from there, and Bill manages to get the Doctor as her tutor every night at 6 p.m. And it progresses from there. Bill goes searching.
Yeah, there's a whole class stratification.
There is, yeah.
One of the elements of it that I really like is, and I'm not sure if this is accurate. So there's a sense watching it where Bill and the Doctor run from this alien, and they encounter. There's a scene where they encounter Daleks at war with another species, the Mavelians. And I have a memory of the pilot as an episode with lots of these little sequences, like a kind of anthology of the Doctor and Bill crossing time and planets and just getting involved in tiny little incidents as they try to outrun the puddle girl. And I don't know if that's accurate, but I mean that's my memory of it, and that's why I quite like it, along with all the Pertwee nods and the university setting.
Oh, Andy, can you answer Jacqueline's question?
Yeah, which one is that? Is it Heather you find boring, Andy, or the storyline surrounding Heather you find boring? I think, let's be fair, it probably is the storyline surrounding her. Yeah, I mean, I think she's okay in the pilot, to be fair. I'm a bit hard on her, but it's how Moffat uses her in the series wrap-up. Because she's kind of... there's an emotional angle in the pilot and how she interacts with Bill, and that's established. But there's also very much a feeling she's like a one episode character. Um, and then at the end of the story arc, she's just pulled out of obscurity to assume this major role in the story, and it's quite a disconnect. I feel it doesn't really, it hasn't really earned it. If you know what I mean.
I can see that. I can see it. I quite liked watching the pilot again. It was quite good. Don't get me wrong.
That was
I've
good.
got I've got issues with it and stuff. Would you say that Nardole was obviously not integral, but a supplementary character to move the story along, or was he just there for the ride, essentially?
Let's start with Nardole as one of those characters where Stephen Moffat kills him and then brings him back to life just because. But I think the character and what Matt Lucas brings is kind of like a second companion character, and really, I think it really informs the story. Really has a purposeful kind of. I mean, there's a part that character plays in the story, and it's somebody to talk to for the Doctor when Bill's not around. Somebody the Doctor can confide in because Bill doesn't have the necessary experience for the whole thing with Missy in the vault. Um, and we get the impression that Nardole is somebody who, while not overly competent, is somebody trusted with a bit of history with the Doctor and understanding of the seriousness of his possibilities and responsibilities. And I think it harks back to the Unit family, and we see all these calls back to Unit and Pertwee through the Capaldi era. And I think Nardole forms part of that suggestion that it's not just Bill. Nardole is part of what's keeping him grounded. And actually, in the story mechanics, Bill is actually pulling the Doctor away from his responsibility to guard the vault. So you need Nardole there to anchor him to sell that story. Whew. How was that? Bless you. Katie suggested. Oh, she's not done yet. So I'm gonna wait.
Give me a minute, please.
I can talk about Smile a bit if you want. Or I can give you a minute. Yeah, bring it on. Okay, so Katie recommended Smile. That was her choice, which is the second episode, which is all about the Doctor and Bill land on a planet with emoji bots, which cute little robots, half size, with big emoji faces, and there's badges that they give out, which when you try to put it on you, it slips onto your back and the emoji changes. And then there's a whole swarm of nanobots.
Hang on. Cute, but utterly terrifying. Thank you.
They do look a bit scary, yes. Yes.
Oh no. That is the universe doesn't die in a big bang. It dies with a whimper. With them literally unaliving us. That's why
So
the emoji bots in my
yeah, they have a whole swarm of nanobots that come out of the walls, just feast upon colonists and turn into bones. and it's a bit of a quest mystery story. And I remember watching it years ago and thinking, oh, that was okay. Didn't really leave a big impression. I had problems with it. But going back and rewatching it for this stream, I really enjoyed it. I do think it still has issues in the wrap up, basically. But the
It
whole
does, it
journey
does,
to
yeah.
get there is just so
Yeah.
full of so many good ideas.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of great Dr. Bill Nardo stuff in it too.
It's a
And it looks brilliant. It's visually stunning.
Oh yeah, it's very it's beautiful to me. I know nothing about how to do set production and design and all of that sphere, but the actual layout, the area that they created for this civilization, this new colony, gorgeous, beautiful, absolutely fucking beautiful, and yet still fucking terrifying. They are not in the wall, they are the wall. Was one of the sentences that stuck out to me. And watching it again, I could actually hear it coming up. I said, oh my god, that's why I remember it. They are not in the wall, they are the wall. Dear God, terrifying. Often in the Stephen Moffat
It's got a really
era,
good pace as well.
Oh, hang on. Often in the Stephen Moffat era, he struggled to tie everything together. Miss Hire, you are correct. He tried his best. He really did. He didn't. He done a good job, but some of his execution kind of fell flat in its face. Sorry, Stephen. I love you desperately.
The script for Smile was by Frank Cottrell Boyce, who I'm sure has written other stuff for Doctor Who. I just can't remember what. Maybe some Whittaker stuff, or maybe Class. I think he had a solid idea of what he wanted to do with Smile, and it seems to have played out on screen. I don't know exactly what my problem with Smile is, but I really, really thoroughly enjoyed it this time around.
I like that. First reactions are not necessarily the correct reactions. Don't get me wrong. Each to their own. Our reactions are all our own, and we express them or internalize them to a certain extent. My first time watching this, it all came flooding back to me. This is a memory hole. Everything's still up here. I just need a certain trigger, and it all comes flooding back to me. But with this one, it happened instantly.
Jacqueline asks, sorry.
Carry on. No.
Jacqueline asks, any Doctor Who reactors and reviewers on YouTube are quite good. I find myself watching Funny Little Girl Reacts, and at the moment she is halfway through Capaldi's first season. She's about to do Flatline, and her heart is breaking because the Capaldi version of the Doctor is just so, the way he is. We know what we're talking about, and it's breaking her heart, and she's crying, and her emotions are bouncing about quite a bit. There's a number of a number of really good video essayists. Clever Dick Films, Cosmic Night, NITE, has recently done some good stuff on Eccleston, Matt Smith, and Capaldi. There's a guy called Davis Davis, who does a series called Broke Canon about the really weird bits of Doctor Who lore that are kind of very funny or spooky. So yeah, I will. So funny little gal reacts. Cosmic Night, NITE, and Clever Dick Films.
Thank you. Much appreciated. And if you can...
I will put that in chat.
If you can you post in Discord, please, my dear?
Yeah, funny little gal reacts, and the last two are video essayists. Funny little gal is the only one that is a reactor. How are you doing, Katie? You okay?
Yeah. Oh God.
Do you need to take a break or cut the stream short?
It's not that I am trying not to burp into my microphone because I don't want to deafen people, because that would be rather horrible, and no one needs to hear me burp. They really don't. No, I'm fine. I just keep on burping. Sorry.
We'd also chosen, no surprise here, the Dr. Falls and World Enough in Time, which is the two-part Missy Master Cybermen story. Yeah, it's pretty dark.
It is pretty dark.
Begins with very dark. Bill taking a lift to a black hole, and I think really doing for the Cybermen what Dalek did for the Daleks as far as New Who. I think it's easily the best Cybermen story of the new era.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Let's not do the spoilers on the finale. I know it was spoiled everywhere before it aired, but I think it's one that still, if you've not seen it, there's a really good surprise.
Oh, Andy, can I quickly ask you something? Can I quickly ask you something?
Go for it. Go for it.
How does the casting process work? It's basically like we'll just pick any of the doctors, any of them, or any of the companions. How does the casting process actually work, or is it too convoluted?
I'm not sure how much I can reliably mention. So, I mean, with Eccleston, he and Russell T Davies had worked together on The Second Coming, a very quirky mini series, which was a lot of fun. And Eccleston had heard Davies was rebooting the show, got in touch with him. And I guess again, Davies had worked with Tennant on miniseries Casanova. and that had them in orbit. There was some level of open calls from Matt Smith, and from what I've heard, Moffat actually really wanted Capaldi at that point, but Matt Smith came in and just blew them away with his performance. If he didn't want Capaldi, he wanted an older Doctor. So we would have got a Capaldi-like figure in 2010, but Matt Smith just knocked it out of the park. With Capaldi, he was invited round to Stephen Moffat's home, and allegedly he was the only name on the docket.
Seriously? Wow.
Um,
Is that how the BBC works, in your opinion?
No, I mean, so I think that's the Capaldi at Moffat's house was a bit of an outlier.
Okay.
He had talked to people like Mark Gatiss and other production heads about Capaldi, and they all agreed he would be fantastic before. And it was a small group that he canvassed about Capaldi. But as to companions, I'm really not sure. There's got to be an element of who the sort of hiring practice.
Yeah.
And who knows of you, sort of thing.
Yeah, I suspected as much. Yeah. Ooh.
And you think of, say, like what pops into my head, the Tennant special, The Next Doctor, with David Morrissey. And you can imagine that was written with David Morrissey in mind. Similarly, when Kylie Minogue guested, that was something Russell T Davies had. He had her in mind from the beginning as he was writing the script. So, yep, Colin Baker got the role after John Nathan Turner saw him at a wedding party. So, bit of nepotism there, which didn't exactly end right. Have you anything to add on the Cyberman two-parter?
I'll say this one time. Here come the drums, here come the drums. To bring back John Sim. I liked it, but the way they used him in that series finale, issues.
Oh, well, the cat's out of the bag now, Katie, but I loved it.
I loved it as well, but
I think you could have Moffat could have gotten a lot more mileage out of him than he did. It's the same problem Russell T Davies had when he did Daleks v Cybermen. You could have strung that out for another episode because there's so much unused potential there. I would say wasted potential. What we got in both cases was pretty good, but we needed a lot more. Or a lot more would have been nice. Are political and news maybe one of them, or we could just talk about them and talk around them?
Bring one of them.
You're looking shattered, my friend.
I am. I'm really. I'm still awake. I'm just in some, well, not pain, but stiffness, and my knees and my ankles are causing me issues. I'm still here. I'm still awake. But God damn it.
Well, here's what I propose. I'll try and share them on screen, but instead of reading through them, we'll just talk a bit about them. Maybe a bit of a summary for people who haven't seen these stories and give our own takes on them. Yeah, sound good?
Yeah, all good. Carry on. That sounds good.
So I'm going to try and share the screen. So the first one's from the Royal College of Nursing, and it's about falling nurse numbers, leaving people with learning disabilities behind. There's just not enough teachers in working in this area of speciality. And it's actually quite shocking. So staffing down by a third and demand rising. This is the bit that freaked me out. Those choosing to study a specialism of learning disability has collapsed to fewer than 500 students in the UK. That's fucking abominable.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Yeah, totally abominable.
Hi, Rosie.
Hang on. Are you back home in the base country, Rosie, my dear? Welcome back home. I hope you had a good time while you were out on your jollies. Praise be. Everyone, say hello to Rosie.
Hi, Rosie. So there's 1.5 million people with learning difficulties in the UK, and 500 students preparing to be the next generation to look after them. Maybe look after them is the wrong phrase, but to care for them, to nurse them, to their specific needs, to be there for them. And there is the Equality Act of 2010, which says that those needs should be met. I can run through quickly the Royal College of Nursing's recommendations in their report on this.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So, recognising learning disability nursing as safety critical, the profession should be explicitly protected in policy, commissioning and workforce frameworks as essential to patient safety, lawful care and health equity. The adoption of field-specific evidence-led workforce planning, stabilising and safeguarding the education pipeline, strengthening early career support and progression, and making the profession's value visible and measurable. And this crosses over a bit with what we were talking about earlier about how far Britain has fallen short of social care and the just appalling levels of investment within the austerity era, where students end up mountains in debt, where having a qualification at further and higher education level is not enough to guarantee a job, where there is no support for the next generation of graduates. to even
Oh,
find a
but
job?
but
Or
Andy, that's the free market capitalism. You go and do blah blah blah, and you'll get blah 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 job.
Katie,
Yes.
have you any of those really rude burps left?
How do we get rid of our government? Blah 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 TOS. Blah 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 TOS.
Now, at the risk of sounding like some kind of Miss Hire's away off. Good night, Miss Hire. Rest and restore.
I'll do it quickly. Good night, Miss Hire. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay base. Free Palestine. And tell Morgan McSteamy where he can shove it. Haha.
That stuff. That was well put, Katie.
Thank you. You're welcome. Bye, Miss Hire.
Ooh, we got cool emojis. Yes, at the risk of sounding like some kind of uber Scotland supremacist, Scotland's a lot more on top of this. So free education at further and higher levels is not so.
Correct. Next. I can tell you in so many ways why Scotland is the best country, as always, because obviously it is. Next, yes, free education, free at the point of use, and if you don't earn earn anything above 38 or 42,000, it's somewhere there. I don't know if the legislation has went through, but it currently stands at if you don't earn anything over 38,000, you will not be taxed for your additional support, which at the most is like 6,000 to 7,000 roughly. Get behind us, England. Seriously. Most of you are scum.
It kind of makes sense. And Burnham's talking about, we're gonna make sure that these social carers have an educated pathway. We'll just make the education free. You know, it's like having a happy workforce. A happy workforce is going to do a better job, and an educated workforce is going to do a better job. It's not complicated. It's pretty fucking obvious. And 500 nurses is not enough to look after 1.5 million people. And if that isn't meeting the Equality Act, it's probably falling very. Just give me a minute. It's probably falling very short of European Union regulations, of global health regulations. I think there's probably a bigger story there. Not that we need one, because that's scandalous and it's disgusting.
I was just going to say, guess what? Yes, you're correct. I will get back to that in a later stream. Give me a couple of weeks, my comrades. But yes, that situation is utterly deplorable. And guess what? Our government had a hand in it. Rejoice. I say this jokingly, just fucking end me, or I'm just going to end all of them.
Royal College of Nursing Chief Nursing Officer Professor Lynn Woolsey said the learning disability nursing workforce is vital but is in crisis. She said, the expertise of learning disability nurses has been poorly understood, inconsistently recognised, and insufficiently protected within health and care systems. Their contribution is repeatedly undermined and ignored in wider workforce planning and service delivery.
Can I quickly decode that?
Go ahead.
Fund the NHS properly, or you're going to have a crisis in like 3 or 4 years' time, which is going to be fun trying to campaign on the fact that a lot of us are going to fucking die.
Yeah, and we've already seen this during Cameron's austerity program. Record numbers of people with disabilities dying, thousands of them.
Correct.
We have a system in the healthcare. We have a system actually not just in healthcare, but all over Labour in Britain. Labour as in the work, that people don't know how to do shit, and we are reliant on migrants to do the things that we can't do, things that we should be able to learn how to do and just do, but there's this huge stumbling block. I call it the right wing. I'm turning into Davy McGuinness here, but with less Scottishness. And my face is red because I was out in the sun all day and not because I'm screaming. But yeah, if it wasn't 10 to 2 in the morning, probably would. Should we look at our last story then, Katie?
Yes, please, yeah.
This is one you picked out, and I think it's maybe a bit shorter that I could read the whole thing. Let's have a look.
Okay,
so I'm gonna give it a go.
Can I read
it's quite
the title?
Short.
Can I read the title?
Go for
Thank you. Unions to boycott Labour Women's Conference over trans ban. You'll have to see it. Carry on, Andy.
So Jennifer McLaren posted 2 days ago, or one day, depending if you're Saturday or Sunday. Several major unions will boycott the Labour Women's Conference this year due to a ban on trans women taking part. The annual event is traditionally held on the eve of the main party conference in September and aims to get women more involved in policy making. Labour's decision to ban trans women from the main hall but not fringe meetings at this year's event in Liverpool is because the party considers this the least restrictive way of balancing accessibility and compliance with new laws that came into force in April last year. As in, trans people are not real. But the move breaches the equalities policies of most of the unions affiliated to Labour who fund the party. I don't know why I'm adding emphasis because this audience already understands that. Labour, it seems, don't. Some actively campaigning for change in the law. Every year, the Labour Women's Conference brings together hundreds of women from Labour's activist base, including MPs, councillors and supporters. Katie, because I can't see your screen, just yell if you want to interrupt. Historically, Labour has allowed people to self-identify, so trans women could attend the event and also take part in positive action measures such as all women shortlists. Things changed in April last year when judges at the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that a woman is defined by biological sex under equalities law. Following that ruling, Labour cancelled last year's Women's Conference outright, awaiting full guidance from the Equalities Watchdog around the definition of a woman. Fuck's sake. That guidance produced by the Equalities and Human Rights Commission and approved by ministers interpreted the law as meaning a trans woman is a biological male who identifies as a woman and should not use single-sex spaces. Well, what fucking sex spaces should they use? Based on that guidance, the National Executive Committee, which is Labour's governing body, agreed that references to a woman or women must be interpreted on the basis of biological sex. At the time, a leaked NEC advice paper recommended delaying the conference because the only legally defensible alternative would be to restrict attendance to biological women. Guidance. That's why the main session of this year's Labour Women's Conference will be restricted to biological women, including votes, keynote speeches and policy debates, although no restrictions will be placed on fringe events. Are you still with us, Katie? Katie?
Yeah, I'm still here. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm still watching, fascinated by Capaldi and all these little episodes. They're amazing. They are. Not the first time the Doctor's. I want to say betrayal, but it's not that.
Yeah, Jacqueline says maybe it's time to look at the situation for deaths among the disabled community worldwide. Abso-fraggin-lutely. 4 unions. So, trans women will be excluded from votes, keynote speeches, and policy debates. 4 unions have confirmed they will boycott the event as a result of the trans ban. Unison, USDA, ASLEF, and the Musicians Union confirming they would not send a delegation this year. However, the BBC understands that the ban goes against long-standing policies on trans inclusion in most Labour-affiliated unions, so a mass boycott could be on the cards. A Unison spokesperson said the union disagreed with how the law was being interpreted to exclude. The union has decided against selling a delegation to Labour's Women's Conference this year. He said, "This is because the party's restrictions on access run counter to Unison's policy of trans equality. Unison's policy is that trans women are women, trans men are men, and non-binary identities are valid. The union is campaigning for a change in the law in line with this policy." And the Labour Party spokesman said, "Labour is committed to advancing women in politics and to providing opportunities for all members to network, debate and contribute. Labour Women Conference reflects our commitment to addressing the underrepresentation of women in the party, inclusion for all, and compliance within the law." Wankers. No, not even. Wanking is a fine profession. These people are just scumbags. And good on Unison and those other unions for standing up to them. Katie Marshall, that is a really bad place to sleep. I am going to attempt to call Katie and Um, yeah, yeah, there is just this sort of change the goalposts to placate the far right appeasement policy. Um, yeah. Katie, I'm very uncomfortable with Katie in this position. So I'm going to duck out for a moment, find my phone, see if I can alert her, as it's not working here. That is a very uncomfortable position to sleep in. So if you want to bear with me for a couple of minutes, please keep the chat alive. Oh, this stream sponsored by Bars American Cream Soda. Night, Rosie. Kitty doesn't need to be sleeping with her back bent over like that. It will be very uncomfortable for her. So that was Katie's choice of story, and I've got a feeling she'd probably want to return to it in a stream during the week. So yeah. I mean, a boycott's the right idea. We need to be pushing back in any way we can. So those who are Labour members, who are Labour or union members, exercising their rights as shareholders, as voters, do need to kind of vote straight out of the gate on this and push back against this Starmer reform legacy, which is just so horrible. So it's been a pretty long stream. Thank you, Jacqueline, for joining us. Have a good night. Have a good rest and restore. And I am going to keep trying Katie. I'll be back in 2 weeks. I leave for Oxford on Wednesday. So I might pop into the stream next weekend, whatever Katie decides. And I suspect probably talk to a few of you between now and then. I've got some stuff on YouTube. Do check it out. Do check out Katie's stuff. And I will see you when I see you. Night all. Night, Omaha. I don't know if the stream's actually ended yet or will end when I leave. Let's see.
The government defends our borders and national security in accordance with European regulations and in line with other European Union countries. Finland, France and Portugal have all said they were either looking at or considering border checks. Floating barriers like this one have been installed to try and prevent a repeat of Thursday's incident. And while the majority of those who crossed have now gone back to Morocco, the territory's leader says things are not yet back to normal. There are still several thousand people in Ceuta who must be returned, and the mood among the population of Ceuta remains marked by unease and concern. The number of people confirmed to have died during the rush over the border is 67. That figure is expected to rise further as specialist divers search the sea. The European Union will hold emergency talks on Tuesday to discuss the migration crisis in Ceuta. 22 member states issued a joint letter calling for coordinated action, as well as for the strengthening of the EU's external borders. Barry Caffrey, BBC News.
In other news this morning, at least 3 people have been killed and more than 20 others have been injured after a homemade bomb was detonated at a restaurant in Moscow, that's according to the Russian authorities. The blast happened at about 8 o'clock yesterday evening near the city centre. Our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg has sent this report.
So the explosion happened around 8 o'clock in the evening, Saturday evening. For the next 3 hours or so, there's lots of rumours and speculation about the cause of the blast, but no official information. And then, eventually, Russia's National Anti-Terrorist Committee, quoted by Russian news agencies, came out and said that a woman had tried to bring an improvised explosive device into this Italian restaurant in Moscow and was stopped by a security guard. That's when the blast happened. The woman and the guard were killed, and also a guest. So at least 3 people killed in this attack. The area around the restaurant was cordoned off, and a heavily armed police presence appeared very quickly. Investigators were on the scene to try to piece together exactly what had happened. One other piece of information, which is quite important, I think, and we got that from the website of the restaurant itself. The restaurant had been closed to the general public on Saturday evening for a private function. What we don't know yet is what that function was, what that private function was. In other words, who the target of this attack was.
Steve Rosenberg in Moscow. President Trump says that he has cancelled planned strikes against Iran. In a social media post, Trump said he was holding off at the request of Iran and other Middle Eastern countries, providing that a deal was reached quickly. Yesterday, Iran's foreign minister warned against what he called adventurous action by the United States. A small plane carrying tourists has crashed in Peru, killing all 13 people on board, that's according to officials there. The aircraft had been flying over Nazca Line's archaeological site when it went down yesterday. 11 passengers and 2 pilots were on board. The cause of the crash is not yet clear. Prince William has said that he is truly saddened by the death of a British Nepali climber who was killed in an avalanche. Nimal Purja was killed alongside 9 others while leading an expedition on Pakistan's Broad Peak. The Prince of Wales said the 43-year-old served in the British Army with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers. Merseyside police say they still believe they can catch the killer of Diane Sindel, 40 years on from her death. Peter Sullivan spent 38 years in prison after he was wrongfully convicted of her murder, which took place on this day in 1986. The vigil to mark Diane's death will be held in Birkenhead later, as our correspondent Calendar Wilkinson reports.
Merseyside police investigating the murder of 21-year-old Diane Sindel from Birkenhead say she was the victim of a very brutal attack. 40 years ago, Diane Sindel was walking home from a shift in a local pub after her van appeared to run out of petrol. She was just 21 and had been saving up for her wedding. She didn't make it home. Diane was the victim of a violent sexual assault before she was murdered. Her body was later discovered by a member of the public.
One of the biggest manhunts in Merseyside police history followed and ended in a conviction of this man, Peter Sullivan. He spent more than 38 years in prison while always maintaining his innocence. DNA testing would prove he was the wrong man. It was one of the UK's worst miscarriages of justice. 4 decades later, police are still trying to catch Diane's killer.
Unfortunately, if anyone can, but we've got a profile of DNA of a man which has been found at the scene where Diane was found, so I'm confident this is going to be our offender.
Peter Sullivan was released from prison last year. Diane's loved ones continue to wait for justice. A £20,000 reward is on offer for the arrest and conviction of her murderer.
I do strongly believe this is someone who was local to the area at that time, and I really hope that someone is watching this that actually think about this and their family, what they've been through. Help us solve who killed Diane Sinsall.
Tonight, a vigil will take place in Birkenhead to mark Diane's life. A life brutally cut short. 40 years on, her death remains one of Britain's most high-profile unsolved cases. Helena Wilkinson, BBC News.
Now there's growing pressure on the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, after European football's governing body UEFA said it had lost confidence in him.
He was forced to scrap his plan to sell a stake in the World Cup and other tournaments. Private investors following threats of a boycott. Ben is here, he's covering all the sport for us this morning, but Infantino under pressure then, is there a realistic prospect that he might be ousted?
It's a bit of an odd one, this. So we've had that decision on Tuesday, and then we had the vote of the boycott, we had the climb down yesterday, and now what we're seeing is the backlash. It's not universal across the global game just yet. UEFA has definitely been the strongest. I've cherry-picked some bits out of this statement they put out, and it is extraordinary. They said they've lost confidence in Infantino, or FIFA's leadership specifically. The proposal's gone, but the task of rebuilding FIFA has only just begun. They say Infantino has failed to deliver on his promises of transparency. We cannot keep going on like this with secret schemes on fast-track timescales cooked up by faceless individuals of dubious benefit to the game. Very, very strong stuff. Asia's federations also criticised him. Various individual federations and FA criticised him, including the English FA. But some have come out in support of him. Qatar, that hosted the 2022 World Cup, they've come out in support of him. Morocco, they're hosting the next World Cup. They have come out in support of him. Infantino generated billions for the game since he's been FIFA president. And many nations do feel the benefit of that, but he's been uncontested the last couple of times he's run for FIFA president. Whether this saga involves somebody to try and challenge him, we will wait and see, but we don't have long to find out, because if you want to run for FIFA president, you've got until the 18th of November to put your name in the hat, and it's all then decided again next March. So it's going to be interesting to see how the next even few weeks play out, see what Infantino's future is going to look like.
Interesting. We will watch this space. Ben, thank you. See you again shortly.
Thanks, Ben. Right, here's a sport close to my heart. California is famous for its surfers. This weekend, well, just look who was riding all the waves. It was the dogs. There they are, 4-legged competitors took to the waves. It was the 10th annual World Dog Surfing Championships getting underway.
You surf there,
if that's Malibu, yes, that probably is the wise spot to see. Look at them. On Sunday, they're better than me, aren't they?
I don't do well just to stay on the board. It's a lot harder than it looks like everything, isn't it?
I mean, if you're a dog and someone gets you in the right position to give you a little push, that's the best form of surfing, isn't it? Not all the hard work.
Oh, God. Flipped off. Right, let's have a look at the weather. Thomas is with us this morning. Morning, how's it looking? Good morning. It's looking pretty good, actually, for most of us. This morning, it's quiet on the weather front. There's lots of bright, sunny, very warm weather on the way for most of us. I'm not sure whether warm and sunny is good or bad news these days. I mean, we're desperate, obviously, for some rain. And there is some rain in the forecast, but it's not heading where we really, really need it. It is heading towards northwest northwestern part of the UK. Surprise, surprise, there's the weather front rearing its head and feet today. The rain will splash across the north of the country too, but only little bits and pieces. It really isn't going to be an awful lot. Need some rain further north too. It's not just dry in the south, it's dry right across the country. There's literally just been a few locations in the far north of Scotland so far this dry summer season where the rainfall's been about what it should be. So the dry across the UK, a lot of dry weather lasting through the end of the day. Very warm, 29 in the southeast, pleasant enough, I think, in the Lake District in the low 20s, but fresher certainly for Northern Ireland and Scotland, where we have that weather front moving in with the thick cloud. We can see it's not an awful lot. Most of the rain actually stays out to sea across the ocean here, so it is going to be rather cloudy later on through the night, but not much rain at all. Tomorrow morning will be pretty mild, but tomorrow we are in for a heat spike, if you like. So the temperatures are expected to skyrocket, and I really mean that, across some southern and southeastern areas. In the north, again, outbreaks of rain across Scotland, some showers around the southwest of Scotland, maybe some showers for Northern Ireland and some of these western areas. But the temperatures could reach 33, 34, maybe even 35 Celsius in the southeast. In the northwest here, around Liverpool, Manchester, the high 20s. But that spike in the temperatures won't last for too long, because as this low pressure swings in on Tuesday and brings outbreaks of rain again to parts of Scotland and many of these northwestern areas, well, the heat will be pushed towards the east into the continent. The temperatures will start to ease. Now, you may have noticed a few blobs of blue there in the south on Tuesday. Is there any rain heading further south? Well, story of the summer so far is that any weather fronts that try to make their way towards southern areas will kind of fizzle out. And then if we look at the outlook into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next weekend, it's still looking dry, whereas in the north gets the outbreaks of rain. I've just got some time to show you how much rain we're going to get and where. So this is from today onwards through the course of the week. This animation doesn't last for very long. Notice that most of the rain certainly goes across Scotland, Northern Ireland, these northwestern areas. But look at that, the Sangit and the southeast. Some areas a big zippo, which is not crying out for it. Yeah, the world, aren't we? Absolutely are.
Thomas, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Now, police are warning motorists about criminal gangs who are stripping cars for parts while they're parked up at night and then they're selling them on.
It's called car cannibalism. Thieves have been taking things like headlights, bumpers, even bonnets. Research suggests West Midlands has become a particular hotspot for crime. Former police detective Rebecca Mason has been to this conviction in Birmingham.
In car parks and on the streets, thieves have been stripping cars of their bonnets, lights and bumpers. The thieves are known as car cannibals, selling the stolen parts for profit and leaving the victims counting the cost.
So I woke up to a WhatsApp from a neighbour, just said, Jez, I'm really sorry to say that it looks like your car's been done. So I obviously pulled on some clothes and ran out, and he was right, because I came out to it, the whole of the front of the car was gone. So it's absolutely devastating.
And the thieves were caught on camera, walking off with the stolen parts.
You start to think, okay, am I actually being targeted here, or is my car being targeted here?
That feeling of being targeted is because this incident was the second time Jeremy's car had been attacked. And incredibly, 5 months after the second attack, the car cannibals came back again.
Since then, I now rent the garage. The car is not outside the house. It now lives in a garage, which is a short walk away.
Across town is Birmingham City's St Andrew's Stadium. On its surrounding streets, in January 2024, football fan Chris Pugh parked his car before heading to the match. When he got back, it looked like this.
It stripped the bonnet off and the front headlamps. Just left the rest of it there.
West Midlands Police is tackling the issue. This raid was in connection with the activities of these two men, Mohammed Khan and Mohammed Haider. In April, they pleaded guilty to offences relating to a large-scale operation of car cannibalism across the region, with motor insurers paying out £593 million for theft last year, including the stolen parts. Preventing and cracking down on this type of crime would benefit all our premiums.
Well, that was former police detective Rebecca Mason speaking. to victims of carp stripping.
Shocking pictures, weren't they? Let's have a look at today's front pages, see what's making the headlines in the Sunday papers this morning. As you get up and start looking through them, we'll start with the Observer here. That's a photograph of the President Gianni Infantino. Dominating that front page, the paper reports on the fallout from his failed plan to sell stakes in the World Cup. Own goal is the headline.
It's the Sunday Times. It's also got a report from Ceuta, where some 60,000 migrants are thought to have entered Spanish enclave from Morocco. The paper describes hundreds of people sleeping on the streets without food or water.
The Chancellor John Healey's been writing on the Sunday Telegraph today. He warned supermarkets that he will not allow them to take the public for a ride because of the Middle East crisis, pushing up the cost of living. The Chancellor vowing to crack down on price gouging, saying that regulators have the power to clamp down on it if it happens.
And here's the Sunday Express. It says that there are fears families could be hit with a tax on debt to pay for the Prime Minister's social care reform. Elsewhere, a smiling Prince Louis is pictured wearing a Welsh cycling hat while watching the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow.
He's there with his family. Lots of pictures in the papers of the royals and Louis with his Welsh cycling hat on. It's 19 minutes past 6 now. The UK home to about 24 species of bumblebee. But certainly becoming increasingly rare, with habitat loss and climate change among the main causes.
They're really struggling, are they? In the south of England and the southwest of England, parts of the Cornish coastline, though, have become a refuge for one of the most endangered. It's the moss carder. As our reporter Helena Munro-Berry has been finding out.
The southwest is home to one of the UK's rarest bumblebees. Once widespread in the UK, the moss carder is now one of our most scarce bumblebee species, with numbers continuing to decline. But successful projects are helping to find out more about its habitat and help support its numbers.
So there are 24 species of bumblebee in the UK, and much like quite a few of the other pollinating insects, they're not doing brilliantly, and unfortunately there have been about 25% declines in abundance over the last decade or so. Quite a lot of it is linked to the loss of their habitat and the pressures on that, but there's also things like climate change, increasing pesticide use.
This Ministry of Defence land near Hereford is a haven for the species because people aren't normally allowed access. Local conservationists are monitoring the species and supporting their habitat.
I'm working on a bumblebee that used to be really widespread across the UK, but sadly now it's very rare. So it's a beautiful bumblebee. It's got a chestnut ginger thorax and a golden yellow abdomen. It's if you look at it sideways on, it's got very short hair, almost like a crew cut across its thorax, and it's got no black hairs on it. So when I decide whether it's a moss carder or not, I need to catch it and have a really good look at it before I let it go. Bumblebees are really important pollinators of our wild landscape. They have longer tongues than a lot of other bees, so they can reach parts that other bees can't, and they go to flowers that other bees don't bother with. And then in turn, those wildflowers, they don't just look pretty across our landscape, but they also are an important part of our biodiversity and support lots of other species, making it a really important place for nature.
And what is it about this landscape here that is helping the moss carder?
So, fantastic dune grassland site, some red Devon cattle grazing. Grazing is a really important part of the conservation management of this site. It keeps the scrub levels lower and lets the dune flowers flourish here. And since the 1940s, we've lost over 97% of our flower-rich habitat. This is primarily the flower-rich grasslands that would have been around farms, and that's due to changes in agriculture. And it's also meant that the places that do remain are isolated from each other, and you've not got that kind of connectivity. The moss carder, as I said, it used to be widespread across the UK and England. Now it's only found in little pockets, and the southwest is one of those. So it's really important to try and keep the populations that are here, keep them here so they don't disappear. We already have lost several bumblebee species from Cornwall. They're now extinct, and we don't want this to be the next one. It's really sad that a lot of these things are still struggling, but I think we have to believe that we can make a difference, and anybody can make a difference. And by doing lots of small actions, putting more flowers in your gardens, not using chemicals, things like that, every little thing will help.
The decline in bumblebees
finding out about the coastlines, the gardens that they like, and the flowers that they need will help us support them into the future.
That was Helen Munro Berry reporting on the flight to Bumblebee, and I have to say, I didn't realise there were 24 different species of bumblebee.
There you go.
Bumblebee the bumblebee.
People have quiz knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. They can pick up a bit. They're really struggling. Right, Ben's back here with the sport. End of the Commonwealth Games, a really emotional night for Josh Kerr, wasn't it? But in a distance that you don't see in the Olympics, a mile.
A mile, yeah. So a couple of weeks ago, you remember Josh Kerr broke the world record in the mile. Not the event that runs that often. This was a race that he was trying deliberately to break the world record. Yesterday, a little bit more tactical, a little bit more argy-bargy and elbows out, but at last 250 metres, Kerr does what he does best and just powered past everybody. Stockton was up, Glasgow erupted. It was just one of those iconic images I think that you're going to see from the Commonwealth Games. His second major outdoor title for Kerr, and the first where he heard the flower of Scotland storming clear to win the 1 mile with more on that. And the rest of Saturday's action is their coverage.
It had been billed as the Battle of the Scots, but in the end, there was only one winner.
A 1 mile showdown at the Commonwealth Games.
Josh Kerr was taking on his childhood friend Jake Whiteman in the men's mile race, but ended up having to do it the hard way. After being trapped on the inside for much of the race, he eventually found the space to break away and win comfortably.
2026 belongs to Josh Kerr.
Well, this is a home championship for us. You know, we have to own that space. We have to own our ground. And, you know, I learned how to race on that track. And so to really enjoy that last 100 was really important.
This morning, England will take on world number 1 Australia in the netball bronze medal match. The Roses were on the end of a hefty 61-54 defeat by New Zealand yesterday, whilst Australia was stunned by Jamaica in their semi-final. They needed to score this to send the game to extra time. The miss sent the Sunshine Girls into the gold medal match.
One of the biggest upsets in Commonwealth history.
At the boxing, Northern Ireland's John McConnell had been set to enter the Love Island Villa, but opted to compete in the men's 70-kilogram division instead, and it paid off after he took gold. But now says he's open to offers.
Paid off. Well, if I hadn't got bit in the first round of my man, maybe they regret the decision. But you know, it's cool battle side, so they give me a shout now, go on.
And what a moment this was for Emma Finucane, taking the women's 1,000-metre time trial title. It made her the first ever Welshwoman to win 3 gold medals in a single games, and it may not end there. Today, she goes for number 4. Jo Curry, BBC News, Glasgow.
Should be a great final day ahead. Now, the royal family have long been enthusiastic supporters of the Commonwealth Games, often attending them to cheer on athletes and celebrate the spirit of friendship and competition. Glasgow, no different. The Prince and Princess of Wales were joined by Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis for a royal watch party taken in the netball semi-finals, and later the cycling at the Bristol they were going to, and meeting some of the volunteers in between. Onto the football then, Hearts leading for the majority, then beaten right at the end there, opening game of the Scottish Premiership season. Maybe a mite for Cotton for what happened at last campaign, beaten by Aberdeen. Last season's runners-up looked on course for victory after O'Sheen and McKentry scored the opening goal 10 minutes before half-time. But then Kevin Newstead struck twice to break Hearts. First he finished off this free kick in the 89th minute, and then in added time stepped up to the winner from the penalty spot. St Mirren that narrowly avoided relegation last season, they made a flying start to the new campaign, winning 2-0 at Falkirk. Killian Phillips scored both their goals, one in each half, and the second by virtue of some form. It's their first game in permanent charge of St Mirren. Wakefield still right in the mix in Super League, back up to second after a comfortable win at Catalan Dragons. It was close for a period before Trinity pulled away, and Cameron Scott quite literally did, rounding off a 32-12 win with a great solo effort. Second of the match, there were also wins York Knights and Warrington Wolves. Now, England's new and old captain Joe Root was the key man for Welsh Fire as they beat Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, scored an unbeaten half-century as they chased down 137 4 balls and 7 wickets to spare. The result means they jump up to second in the table. Phoenix rooted to the bottom. Root is relishing being England's leading man in the test team again. He can speak about returning to the role, which he did from 2017 to 2022, and believes a lot has changed with him and the team.
It's one of the greatest honours you could possibly wish to have, and I'm very excited by it. I'm in a very different place the last time I did it, with a team in a very different position. I'm very excited to work with Stephen as well. Clearly admired him from afar for a long time, especially as a player and recently as a coach. And so to get the chance to do that and work together is going to be great fun.
Archer to 8 season best figures, 4 wickets and 9 runs for Scotland Brave beat London Spirit in a low-scoring game at Lords. The England fast bowler took 3 wickets in his final set. Spirit bowled out for 105 in like 92 balls. That was never enough. Brave won by 5. Birmingham Phoenix's women picked up their first victory in 4 games in a thrilling finish at Edgbaston. Captain Elise Perry getting her side over the line with the all-important run to just 1-4 remaining the winning Phoenix. Southern Brave are top. They beat London Spirit by 5 wickets at Lords thanks to 46 from Maya Bouchier. Brave played by 1-5. They're ready. 8 points clear. Now the opening stage of the 5th Women's Tour de France was won by Lorena Vivas. The race is actually starting in Switzerland, with the Dutch rider outlasting her rivals in the finish in Lausanne. Flight of Georgie was the highest place for the rider. Now get ready to see a couple of dramatic crashes from Rally Finland yesterday. Remarkably, 2 dramatic escapes. First on stage 14, championship leader Elvin Evans rolled his Toyota. Fortunately for him, he wasn't injured. Fans eventually got his car back on the road so he could finish the stage and continue. They made them suffer. His teammate, though, the 9-time champion Sebastian Ogier, and his co-driver Julian Ingracia had an even luckier escape from this violent crash. They stayed overnight in hospital, are okay. Ogier thanked his team for building such a strong car. Now it's the final round of the final major of the year today, and the USA Jelena is on the verge of her first Women's Open title. She's 3 shots clear on 7 under par at Royal Lytham Amsterdam. That shot the pick of the bunch. If we get a home winner, though, Lottie Wode's only 4 off the pace, and she too hunts a maiden major title.
I think I've learned you've got to hit the putts hard because there's not too much break in them, but they're pretty slow. And when you throw in a wind and late in the day, you just got to try and hit them hard. And I wasn't doing that the first 2 days, so I'm just going to try and hit them hard tomorrow.
And finally, spot the ball. There it is. Inside a coat. How about this? A shot from Lydia Ko managed to find the coat of a spectator. She didn't actually have to play it from there, but my main question to you is, I thought yesterday was quite warm. So my question, why on earth has she got the big coat on?
Look at that. All right, don't move, don't move.
It can be a bit chilly on the northwest coast on a summer's day, but that might be going a bit too far.
What kind of lofted club would you need to get out of the duck down or whatever it was? Very good. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you.
Now, how's this for a record? Runner Sophie Grant has become the fastest person to complete a 2,000 ultramarathon across the Alps. 2,000
miles, I think.
I think it was a word there, wasn't there? Kilometres. Okay.
2,000 kilometres. What's that about? 1,500 miles. She ran through storms, heating up to 37 degrees, dodged floods, wildfires across 8 countries. The previous record was 35 days. She did it in just 30. We're going to talk to her later in the programme. Have a look at some of the highlights first.
I know I'm going to get through today. I'm making down to week 3. I can get through week 3. I'm sure.
factor. Right, let's move on. Motorcyclists, well, they make up a tiny portion of traffic, only around 1%, but they account for 20% of those who are killed or seriously injured on our roads each year.
In Norfolk, fatalities have been consistent for a decade, and now bikers and emergency services have come together to highlight the small changes that everyone can make to ensure that our roads are safer. As Alex Dunlop has been finding.
12 weeks ago, 22-year-old biker loses control on a bend in Norfolk. Amazingly, he escapes with only cuts and bruises, in part because he was wearing the right gear. The launch of a new safety campaign by the A11 in Norfolk, almost everyone told me they knew of a fellow biker either killed or injured. She came off her bike and went into the opposite carriageway on the road. He then hit the side of the car, bounced off the flat and off the road and hit a tree. Have you had any vision?
I got knocked off by a van driver.
The county's fire service and local councillors spoke to the converted, bikers who know the risks all too well. The message for all road users: look twice to save a life. There's been countless safety campaigns over the years, but to what effect? In Norfolk, the number of motorcyclist fatalities over the last decade is stubbornly high, peaking at 10 in 2022.
And the figures for this year look particularly bleak. So far, 9 bikers have died on Norfolk's roads.
We have lots of rural roads in Norfolk, and rural roads are a big issue for us. As we know, they're multi-directional, roundabouts, junctions, so we are higher than some of our family group with more motorways and dual carriageways. But a common complaint from many bikers like Steve was, you guessed it, potholes.
In Norfolk in particular, the roads are absolutely appalling.
It's really horrific. With the potholes and kind of where the repairs have been made and just made massive ramps for people.
We were left with a legacy of potholes absolutely everywhere. Everyone is complaining about them. And of course they do contribute to accidents. It's absolute priority that we fix our roads as quickly as possible.
As these bikers head back out, they know their safety is largely down to awareness and the tagline of this new campaign: share the road, share the responsibility. Alex Dunlop, BBC News.
Right, we will be back with the headlines at 7 o'clock, but first it's time for Tech Now.
Looks through the leaves, through the small branches, and gives you information about the big stems and about soil and the form of the land underneath the trees.
Mum was very like, you've got to text and speak to you. You're in a lot of trouble. So, sat at the window waiting. Oh my gosh, who's going to come? How much trouble am I going to be?
Imagine this inspiration was actually coming from James Cameron's movies, and you were able to prove it's actually possible to digitize sign language motion practice.
The Amazon rainforest. The lungs of the earth. Potentially hundreds of billions of tons of carbon are held in forests like this around the world, making them a vital force in regulating our climate. But they're under threat from deforestation and wildfires.
Scientists can measure how much carbon a tree holds by measuring its biomass, and that's made up of different parts like bark and leaves. And in the past, the instruments they used to do this weren't that much more sophisticated than this technique.
But new technologies are helping the world's ecologists measure forests in much greater detail.
The rainforest is a vast store of carbon. These are hyper-diverse ecosystems, different tree types, different histories. So we have a problem in figuring out how much carbon there is in the world's forests.
And that's where the biomass satellite comes in. Launched in 2025 by the European Space Agency, it emits the longest wavelength of radar ever sent to space.
The longer the wavelength, the bigger the elements that are picked up, including tree stems and branches.
And look at the Amazon from space with an optical satellite. So imagine just like human eyesight, you see this huge green blob. The greenness doesn't give us a lot of rich detail. Radar data takes us into a new wavelength of viewing this landscape. And it looks through the leaves, through the small branches, and gives you information about the big stems and about the soil and form of the land underneath the trees. Block shapes are where people have chainsawed into the forest and cleared some pasture. That's important because it's going to help us count deforestation more effectively. But you can also see a more red signal. So what this indicates is the presence of water underneath the canopy. These flooded forests are important because they will have different acoustics, and we probably don't really understand this. They're hard to access.
The satellite data also has to be validated. This means cross-checking it against other types of tree measurements taken on the ground to see if they match up.
Every tree will be measured in a certain area, probably around a square kilometre.
35-33.
Larger areas will be measured by aircraft, laser scanning. Bringing all that information together is absolutely critical.
Now, this isn't the tropics, but scientists here at the University of Cambridge are also using technology to revolutionise how trees are measured.
Really being told, by the way.
Dr. Emily Lyons and her colleagues are using LiDAR to scan forests across Europe.
Sensors like the one on this phone here send out beams of light, and they measure the amount of time it takes for that beam to return back to the sensor. So that gives us a three-dimensional picture of forests. So we can see the height of the trees and the size of their crowns. And from there, we can infer the amount of carbon the forest is taking in.
What can LiDAR give you that satellite?
LiDAR obviously gives us much higher resolution. We're looking at millimeter precision. So by collecting LiDAR data on the ground, we can provide ground validation for the satellite data to be checked against.
And LiDAR has been around for quite some time.
It's been around for about 15 years in my discipline. What has really improved in recent years is processing tools, particularly learning AI. That take these from being scientific instruments into more practical, applicable use for forestry and conservation. We will plan a flight route that flies to go low and slow over the forest in a grid pattern that we want to see individual leaves and small branches.
Oh,
careful with the metal.
challenging to get through here.
So here we have another LiDAR system, so similar to what we've got on the drone, but because it's on the ground, underneath the trees, we can get much higher resolution imagery. So we can pick up the individual twigs, we can see the leaves, we can see the texture of the bark. Would you like to press start?
I would love to. Time for a quick LiDAR selfie.
You want to pull in this full shape?
The 360-degree image capture means I get 2 goes at being in shot.
Being in 2 places at once. Pretty amazing. So this is the most cutting edge of the technology that we use in my group. It's much more maneuverable. This is a much lower cost option. So this is commercially available off-the-shelf LiDAR, and it's mounted on an open hardware 3D printed system that anyone with make for themselves once it's powered up and these lights start going. We press go and you can walk around this beautiful woodland and scan some trees for us.
Okay. Now, I'm not actually collecting any data here, but it's easy to see how this small handheld device could make LiDAR much more accessible. Back at Emily's office, she's showing me how her team is using AI to process the LiDAR data.
So we've used deep learning to label each point with the probability that it might be a woody point because we're monitoring biomass. We want to be able to monitor the woody structure and remove the leaves away. The redder it is, the more the model thinks it is likely to be wood. The deep learning model is able to work out what species we're looking for. And what that allows us to do is to better understand the forest. So more diverse forests are more likely to support different types of biodiversity and a wider type of biodiversity.
We've been hearing so much for the environment, so you feel like the benefits kind of outweigh the negative elements. The tools that we are building here, we're building them generally on our investment. So we are not using the big data centers. We're trying to build lightweight tools, and we want them to be able to be usable by people who have smaller computers, maybe even run them on laptops. So we try to choose deep learning architectures and methods of learning that minimize the amount of energy. The hope is that both of these emerging technologies will provide a richer understanding of how the world's forests are transforming in a rapidly changing climate. Every time you order clothes, groceries, or household essentials online, there's a chance one of these held down. Inside warehouses across the world, fleets of autonomous robots are changing the way orders are picked, packed, and dispatched. Much of that technology is now being developed in China, led by companies like Geek Plus, the world's largest supplier of autonomous mobile warehouse robots. At the early stage, the challenge is to have the customers to recognize and believe those kind of robot technologies can really create values. But right now, what we see in the market is most of the companies in the world, they realize, they see the trend of automation and they use smart robotics to transform their logistics. Years of investment in AI, manufacturing, and robotics have helped make China a world leader. Warehouse automation has existed for decades. What's changed is that software can now coordinate hundreds of autonomous robots at the same time, and so companies can deploy them without having to build special infrastructure. In traditional warehouses, workers can end up walking very long distances to pick up orders, but with this technology, the goods come to them. There are no fixed tracks, only QR codes on the floor, and companies can stack their goods even higher with this technology than normal. And because the workers don't have to move around, they can process more orders more quickly with less errors. Automation is also spreading into more challenging areas. Some models of these driverless forklifts can carry up to 2,000 kilograms, moving heavy loads around without a driver. Major UK retailers, including Next, Tesco, and Asda, are investing in the technology as they try to meet online demand efficiently. But as robots become more capable, it raises questions about the future of work. Motion Tech, which deploys Geek Plus robots in UK warehouses, says they're helping solve one of the logistics industry's biggest problems.
I wouldn't say that it replaces jobs, because I would say that businesses need this technology in order to develop and move forward. We seem to have a very, a big shortage of labour in the UK at the moment, and so these technologies are really important to keep businesses thriving and also meet demand.
Even these robots still have limits. They can't yet carry out many of the dexterous tasks humans perform every day. Geek Plus is developing AI-powered humanoid robots to automate some of those jobs. China's AGI bot is going even further by deploying humanoids into factories to inspect products and sort defects. They're designed to work in human environments without factories having to redesign production lines. Those in the logistics industry say today's autonomous robots remain far more practical for moving goods around. Human-like robots may be the industry's long-term goal, but they're still some way from becoming a common sight on factory and warehouse floors.
Now for a look at what else has been happening in tech. India's first high-speed rail corridor has entered a critical new phase. Engineers in Mumbai are now tackling the project's most complex section, a 20-kilometre tunnel. When the project is complete, trains will run from Mumbai to Ahmedabad at nearly 300 elevated viaducts for 90% of the journey and crossing 25 rivers. The first section is expected to open next August. One of the world's leading mobile giants has officially unveiled its next generation of foldables. The phones are powered by silicon carbon battery cells, which the manufacturer says allows for a slimmer profile. And addressing long-standing user complaints about durability, a newly integrated titanium layer beneath the folding glass reinforces the panel. The phones hit the shelves later in August. Finally, an American startup has launched a game-changing device for hands-free computing. The 3D printed smart retainer sits on the roof of the mouth and features a built-in Bluetooth trackpad, allowing users to control phones and computers entirely through tongue and head gestures. Following successful road testing by gaming and disability communities, the commercial version is now officially available.
Mum was very like, oh, God, speak to me. There is a lot of children. So sat at the window waiting. Oh my gosh, who's going to come? How much trouble am I going to be in?
In this picturesque Cumbrian village, Lucas was caught twice hacking his school computers to play games and visit blocked websites.
My sense of achievement when you succeeded in doing something that two very trained professionals spent a lot of time trying to stop doing. Challenge, yeah. That's what I thought. Well, just a challenge to see if I could.
The then 16-year-old was given a warning.
Because the teachers don't understand what I've done, they're just going to go for the answer that's covered. So they say, get him out first. So, and so it was close then? Yeah. Very close. Because I got expelled. In my mind.
Lucas wasn't expelled or arrested though. He was enrolled onto a nationwide program steering kids away from illegal hacking. Cyber Choices is like hacker rehab. It was set up in 2017 and it's busier than ever.
And it was very clever with too.
Teenage cybercrime gangs like Scattered Spider highlight the growing risk of mostly teenage boys going astray online. From Spain and Finland to the UK and the US, teenagers are being arrested for increasingly high-profile and harmful hacks. Cyber attacks on supermarkets have left shelves empty, transport systems have been disrupted, casinos plunged into chaos, even nurseries held to ransom, and individuals too are being targeted for their cryptocurrency holdings.
But this certainly has become more of a problem. Certainly English-speaking Western world countries that we know are now more active in cybercrime. Young people are engaged with online activity and devices much sooner. And therefore they're exposed to the risks, not just of the online harms to them, but also their potential to cause really significant damage as a result of those which is killed.
And he felt safe behind those screens.
Around 1,000 teens and children have been through Cyber Choices, 200 in the last year alone. It was Constable Sam Cooper who knocked on Lucas's door early this year. He's been guiding the teenagers since, teaching them what's legal and what isn't, encouraging them to pursue a career in cybersecurity, even signing him up for online courses to improve his skills.
I'll try and find where their interests are and try and divert them towards professional training, qualifications, push them in the right direction at school. If I can get that link with them, then absolutely, yeah, that I want to scare them in a healthy way, not in a threatening way. There's loads of examples of teenagers or young adults or neurodiverse people who trying to stop themselves in trouble and looking like being extradited to the US.
Do you think there is a pattern where there's a higher proportion of this particular offender being on the spectrum?
Absolutely. That I think the NCA's findings support that, and certainly anecdotally I'm very comfortable in saying that the vast majority of individuals that I'm dealing with are neurodiverse, and even if they're not labelled as such or if they don't meet the threshold, they obviously have more affinity with computers than they do with actual reality and social reality.
In Leicestershire, security professional Isaac is another Cyber Choices success story.
Myself, I've got autism, ADHD, so I used to struggle a lot with social and other bits in my life.
At 15, he hacked his school computers so he could make graphic designs like this in Photoshop. But he also found himself drawn into criminal groups online.
Were you ever tempted to join them?
I was tempted. I was mainly just watching, so I wasn't necessarily they did try to get me involved, but I never really did. After the Leicestershire thing happened, I got out of that group.
All right, just sending a text. But Cyber Choices is voluntary. It takes me a bit longer than you guys. And sometimes boys refuse to engage. That's what happened a few years ago with Owen Flowers. The then 16-year-old from Warsaw was invited to take part, but refused. Earlier this month, he was jailed for 5.5 years for hacking Transport for London and 2 US healthcare companies. In another ongoing trial, it was revealed that a teenager enrolled on the program still allegedly went on to offend.
One of the things about Cyber Choice is that sometimes people criticise or they worry about is that we are upskilling potential cyber criminals. What do you say to that?
I can understand the argument. It is giving people education, it's giving them insight, and it's probably making them more informed. My fear is though that if we didn't give them something like Cyber Choices, where would they get that input and where would that take them?
We all have passwords. Okay, thought so.
In an attempt to stop kids going astray online, police are doing regular school visits.
So there's something called the Computer Misuse Act.
Talking to primary school-aged kids about cybercrime might seem a bit early. The youngest child to go through the program was just 7 years old.
So you can legally have great careers in cybersecurity. You're welcome.
The NCA admits that Cyber Choices can never solve the problem on its own, but the agency says the scheme is working and notes that other countries, including Australia and Canada, have launched their own versions to tackle the issue of young people falling into cybercrime.
We're here at a tech hub in the heart of Nairobi to meet Amy Sabato, the founder of Cyber's and creator of Tab 360. His AI-powered platform aims to make communication easier for deaf people in Kenya by helping bridge language and accessibility gaps.
Humans, they need it. What technology does is basically augment that human capability and make it repeatable. Tab 360 is our flagship product. We like to call it visual Google Translate for sign language. So what Tab 360 does is it takes in spoken language inputs and it outputs a visual character that signs that content close to real time. What Tab Web does is integrates on websites and web pages and makes that content accessible through a widget. We want it to automate sign language and it makes sense to explore animations. And at first we had manually actually created animation that was signing. Then we learned that that was not scalable. And then we received some funding from the Presidential Innovation Award in Kenya. And we procured a motion capture suite.
What inspired you to start with the use of 3D avatars?
Much of this inspiration was actually coming from James Cameron's movies. They would look at how he'd animate like Avatar and also even some of the Marvel movies and how they use that technology. Then we were able to prove that it's actually possible to digitize sign language motions with motion capture suite. Human interpreters, of course, have been relied on traditionally to interpret for deaf audiences, but human interpretation as a service does not scale.
At the moment, Tab 360 has been taught how to interpret around 6,000 English words into Kenyan Sign Language. The team is working to improve the signing of the model so that it can have at least a 70% accuracy.
So this is Tab 360, deaf in speech to sign language, and this is one of our characters called Zane. You can see here, I can change the speed of translation to 1, I can make it go faster, I can make it go slower. So there's translation, then we translate to gloss, then we have motions that play the character. These characters are customizable depending on the user or the client. explains how sign languages differ across regions and the work that has gone into making the platform's signing as precise and natural as possible. My role as the community engagement lead is I do collaborations with the deaf community from outside to come to our offices and help us work on validation, that is, words, and also data collection. More languages are spoken, for example, English, French, but when it is interpreted into sign language, it changes and it has its own grammar room. We are coming to close the gap where communication barrier for deaf people is. Tools like these have not been existed before, and even this beyond the deaf community, of course, there's many other forms of disability. So how do you feel when you see your innovation being used, or when you get feedback from users? The feedback from the community that we are surveying with regards to the product has actually been encouraging, and also just seeing the contribution as well for the community in helping us shape the direction of the product is really exciting to see this solution just beautifully evolve with time.
Good morning, welcome to Breakfast with Roger Johnson and Emma Vardy.
Hello, good morning. Our headlines today. Emergency talks are called to discuss the migration crisis in Ceuta as European leaders prepare to meet on Tuesday amid rising tension over the incursion of tens of thousands of people into the Spanish territory.
A homemade bomb is set off at a restaurant in Moscow, killing 3 people and injuring many more.
Detectives renew their appeal for information to help solve a 40-year-old murder. Diane Sindel was last seen walking home from work in Birkenhead.
Good morning, Kerr's crowned Commonwealth champion world record holder Josh Kerr wins the mile via distance to the delight of the Glasgow Galaxy.
How about starting your day like that? We discussed the rise of the so-called coffee rave, why a growing number of people are heading to a party before they go to work.
The weather's looking pretty quiet today for most of us. Lots of dry and warm weather, but some rain in the forecast too. Where is it heading? Find out in the weather forecast.
Morning, wherever you're joining us from this morning. It is Sunday, the 2nd of August. Our main story today, the European Union will hold emergency talks on Tuesday to discuss the migration crisis in Ceuta after tense exchanges between Spain and other member states.
It comes after some 60,000 migrants entered the Spanish territory from Morocco. Dozens of people are now known to have died while attempting to make the crossing. Our reporter Barry Caffrey has more.
After the chaos of recent days, relative calm, but the consequences of a mass crossing of around 60,000 people into this small Spanish territory in North Africa are only just beginning. The migrants entered Ceuta on Thursday in the space of around 24 hours. Local officials said nearly all of them had since returned to Morocco. There's been widespread condemnation from European politicians. Some criticism has involved concerns over the Schengen area, an agreement which eliminates border checks and now encompasses more than 450 million people and 29 countries in Europe. Italy suspended its Schengen agreement with Spain for a month. The country's foreign minister said the government supported legal migration while opposing irregular entry.
The government defends our borders and national security in accordance with European regulations and in line with other European Union countries.
Finland, France, and Portugal have all said they were either looking at or considering border checks. Floating barriers like this one have been installed to try and prevent a repeat of Thursday's incident. And while the majority of those who crossed have now gone back to Morocco, territory's leader says things are not yet back to normal.
Todavía hay varios miles de personas.
There are still several thousand people in Ceuta who must be returned, and the mood among the population of Ceuta remains marked by unease and concern.
The number of people confirmed to have died during the rush over the border is 67. That figure is expected to rise further as specialist divers search the sea. The European Union will hold emergency talks on Tuesday to discuss the migration crisis in Ceuta. 22 member states issued a joint letter calling for coordinated action, as well as for the strengthening of the EU's external borders. Barry Caffrey, BBC News.
Let's take a look at some of the other main stories this morning. At least 3 people have been killed and more than 20 others have been injured after a homemade bomb was detonated at a restaurant in Moscow. That's according to Russian authorities. Our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg sent us this report.
So the explosion happened around 8 o'clock in the evening, Saturday evening. For the next 3 hours or so, there was lots of rumours and speculation about cause of the blast, but no official information. And then eventually, Russia's National Anti-Terrorist Committee, quoted by Russian news agencies, came out and said that a woman had tried to bring an improvised explosive device into this Italian restaurant in Moscow and been stopped by a security guard. That's when the blast happened. The woman and the guard were killed, and also a guest. So at least 3 people killed in this attack. The area around the restaurant was cordoned off, and a heavily armed police presence appeared very quickly. Investigators were on the scene to try to piece together exactly what had happened. One other piece of information, which is quite important, I think, and we got that from the website of the restaurant itself. The restaurant had been closed to the general public on Saturday evening for a private function. What we don't know yet is what that function was, what that private function was. In other words, who the target of this attack was.
Steve Rosenberg in Moscow there. President Trump says that he has cancelled planned strikes against Iran. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said he was holding off at the request of Iran and other Middle Eastern countries, provided a deal's reached quickly. Yesterday, Iran's foreign minister warned against what he called adventurous action by the United States. Prince William has said that he is truly saddened by the death of a British Nepali climber who was killed in an avalanche. Mel Berger was killed alongside 9 others while leading an expedition on Pakistan's Broad Peak. The Prince of Wales said the 43-year-old served in the British Army with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers. A small plane carrying tourists has crashed in Peru, killing all 13 people on board. That's according to officials in the country. The group was made up of German, Spanish and Italian passengers and 2 pilots. The cause of the crash is not yet clear. Merseyside Police says it believes it can still catch the killer of Diane Sindel, 40 years on from her death. Peter Sullivan spent 38 years in prison after he was wrongly convicted of her murder, which took place on this day in 1986. A vigil to mark Diane's death will be held in Birkenhead later, as our correspondent Eleanor Wilkinson reports.
Merseyside Police investigating the murder of 21-year-old Diane Sindel from Birkenhead say she was the victim of a very brutal attack.
40 years ago, Diane Sindel was walking home from a shift in the local pub after her van appeared to run out of petrol. She was just 21 and had been saving up for her wedding. She didn't make it home. Diane was the victim of a violent sexual assault before she was murdered. Her body was later discovered by a member of the public. One of the biggest manhunts in Merseyside police history followed and ended in the conviction of this man, Peter Sullivan. He spent more than 38 years in prison while always maintaining his innocence. DNA testing would prove he was the wrong man. It was one of the UK's worst miscarriages of justice. 4 decades later, police are still trying to catch Diane's killer.
Unfortunately, it was a very long time, but we've got a profile of DNA of a man which has been found at the scene where Diane was found. So I'm confident this is going to be our offender.
Sullivan was released from prison last year. Diane's loved ones continue to wait for justice. A £20,000 reward is on offer for the arrest and conviction of her murderer.
I do strongly believe this is someone who was local to the area at that time. And I really hope that someone is watching this, that actually think about this Diane's family, what they've been through. Help us solve who killed Diane Sindall.
Tonight, a vigil will take place in Birkenhead to mark Diane's life. A life brutally cut short. 40 years on, her death remains one of Britain's most high-profile, unsolved cases. Helena Wilkinson, BBC News.
There is growing pressure on the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, after the European football's governing body UEFA said it's lost confidence in him.
He was forced to scrap his plan to sell a stake in the World Cup and other tournaments to private investors following threats of a boycott. Ben is back to talk to us about this. I mean, he's had such a backlash, hasn't he? Opposition from UEFA and other governing bodies. In some roles, you'd expect someone to go after this.
But FIFA is not some role.
No, that's not the case for him, is it?
Is it? After the saga for last week, his position is definitely weaker. FIFA's own chief operating officer come out and criticised the process that was put forward. The most significant blow has definitely come from Europe. UEFA, their governing body of all the European football associations, they've lost confidence in the leadership. They described the plans as shabby, backroom, an opaque deal, they called it. They say Infantino's failed to deliver on his promises of transparency. And overnight CONCACAF, who look after the North American Association, they've said, I'm going to quote this statement in full, it's a symptom of leadership that has stopped putting football first. This recent unilateral and egregious act of poor governance and leadership follows a pattern of missteps and similar behaviour. A comprehensive reckoning with this presidency is imperative. Now, this is powerful stuff from major governing bodies, but not all associations are attacking Infantino. You've got Qatar, who hosted the World Cup in 2022, and Morocco, who hosts the next World Cup. They criticised the decision, but they haven't criticised Infantino. In fact, they've gone further and actually backed him. There's proper politics at play with this one. But under Infantino's leadership, he has generated billions and billions of pounds for the global game, and that has benefited many of the less developed footballing nations who may still want to see that happen in the future. But given the fact that nobody's actually run against him the last couple of times he's gone for the FIFA presidency, you wonder whether the saga of the last week may just embolden somebody to do that. There's talk that South America may be the key to this. You've got until the middle of November to decide whether you want to run. The vote will happen next March, but before then, there is an outside chance that if enough associations get together, they could trigger a vote of no confidence.
So when we talked about a reckoning in that statement, that could be time.
Could well be. So it's going to be one of those things. I think this story is by no means done.
All right, thanks, Ben. Now, we are going to bring you some surfing action again. I don't know why you weren't leading the sports week, Timothy, honestly. California, usually famous for its surfers. This time it was the dogs stealing the show. There they are.
And you're a keen surfer, aren't you? So
I am.
Yeah, you've probably seen this happen. Four-legged competitors took the waves as the 10th annual World Dog Surfing Championships got underway in Pacifica near San Francisco.
Yeah, for anyone who's worried about whether the dogs are enjoying that thing, in my experience, a dog won't get on the board and do this the best they kind of love it, enjoy it. They scamper down the beach. I've seen them doing it. What a test for them. There they go.
This one has an unhappy ending, I think, this one. Keep an eye out.
There he goes. Cue Beach Boys, wipe out music.
There we go. At least there's always a lifeguard on hand when you need one. There's David Hasselhoff.
Baywatch. Should we take a look at the weather with Thomas? You fancy a bit of surfing with some dogs, Thomas?
Yeah, sure. Anytime. I think we've got the weather here for it, haven't we? It feels like the California and the Mediterranean, hasn't it, this summer? Some clouds in the background there, hinting that maybe there'll be a little bit of rain later on in one or two spots of the country. But for most of us, it is once again a dry day, and it will be
pretty warm too. Now here's the weather front that's rearing its head. Will be moving towards us, what it has been overnight, and it's reaching Ireland right now. The rain at the moment is across the ocean here, but it will be heading towards Northern Ireland later on in the day. I think the clouds will thicken in some western areas, but further east along the North Sea coast, around East Anglia and the Channel, it is going to be a sunny day and a warm one in London, and the southeast temperatures will be up to maybe 29 degrees, 26 for Birmingham there. Pleasant enough, I think, in the Lake District, but low pressure, obviously, across Scotland. Now, on that weather front, so, I mean, we need rain pretty much everywhere, but it is this time only moving into northwestern areas. So it's a dry evening and night for the bulk of the country. These are the early morning temperatures on Monday. And Monday, we're going to see somewhat of, let's call it a heat spike across some southeastern areas of the country. You see, ahead of this low pressure, because the winds are going around like so, as it approaches it, that low pressure scoops up that really hot air that's sitting across France, and we get this sort of little wave of heat. So, yeah, kind of a quick heat wave for some of us, being quite concentrated there in the southeast. And then around that area of hot weather, we've got this weather front skirting and bringing the rain to Scotland. And maybe there'll be some showers breaking up because it'll be so hot across some of these western areas. But 33, I think that's even conservative. It could be 34 Celsius, high 20s there in the northwest of England, some hot weather for Manchester for sure, low 20s for Northern Ireland and Scotland. And then by the time we get to Tuesday, it looks as though that low pressure will eventually barrel across the UK. But the trouble is that once this weather front starts to move into this hot, dry air sitting here, the weather front will, surprise, surprise, start to fall apart. So very little, if any, rain in the south. Most of the rain will go across Northern Ireland and into Scotland. So I think a spell of some pretty wet weather in Scotland and Northern Ireland over the coming days, but for the south, no more than maybe 1 or 2 drops of rain. So that's Tuesday. This is what the weather front, the low pressure will do through the course of the week. It kind of shoots off towards Scandinavia, and then once again, story of the summer, we start to see high pressure building. And I showed you this in the previous forecast if you didn't catch it. This is pretty much the rainfall accumulation. So if we take the whole week and we add it all up, the most amount of rainfall will be up here, where these gaps are here. That pretty much indicates very little, any rainfall at all.
Lots of gardeners and growers really in that part of the country really need it. Yeah. Thanks, Thomas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're going to be talking about the dangers of some cosmetic surgery procedures now, because a BBC investigation has found that a cosmetic specialist who carried out a Brazilian butt lift procedure on a woman from Gloucestershire has previously been banned from practicing elsewhere in the country.
Alice Webb died after being given a BBL, a Brazilian butt lift, in 2024 by Jordan Park. Park, who was an influencer, called himself the Lip King. He died in February after reportedly undergoing a cosmetic procedure himself. Our reporter Fiona Langdon has been speaking to Alice's former partner, who is now calling for tighter regulations.
So we wanted to try and sort of make sure Alice was there, and so that there was a picture of Dapsy in her prom dress with a mum next to her.
It's now nearly 2 years since 33-year-old Alice Webb died. She had 5 young daughters. In 2024, Jordan Park carried out a liquid BBL, a Brazilian butt lift, on Alice, a procedure where chemical fillers are injected into the buttocks to make them bigger. Within hours, Alice was dead.
The hardest bit by far was telling the kids about it all the time, but it just never really goes away.
Now Alice's family have been told Jordan Park had previously been banned from carrying out BBLs in 2 different parts of the country, just months before she visited his salon.
Salford and also Dudley had issued prohibition orders against this procedure because of the way in which he was doing it.
When he found out he'd been banned in 2 different parts of the country, and yet was allowed to practice down here.
I was pretty shocked, to be honest. At no point has he learned the lessons of his dangerous practices, so therefore he should be stopped. Like I say, if Alice had known about these orders, known about these presentations, she would not have had this procedure done. I mean, my daughter's mum should still be here. Alice should still be here.
Alice's family say the system needs a complete overhaul.
If the procedure's dangerous to be done, in one part of the country, then it's dangerous to perform it in all parts of the country, as far as I'm concerned.
The Department of Health and Social Care spokesperson said, "We're taking action to crack down on cosmetic cowboys and root out dangerous practices. We will consult on tough new measures that will ensure only qualified healthcare professionals can perform the highest risk procedures, such as BBLs."
She absolutely adored the kids. A kids like every kids were. And she wouldn't have done something that would jeopardise that. So that's why, you know, people say that, how do you know that she didn't know the risks? Well, that's how I know. Because she wouldn't have done it. It's as simple as that.
For Alice's family, no change can bring her back. But they hope exposing the gaps in the industry will help save other lives. Fiona Lambton, BBC News.
Well, we can now speak to Ashton Collins from the Patient Safety Organisation, saying being with us. I think a lot of people watching will be really shocked that somebody can face enforcement action in one place and yet carry on practicing somewhere else. Just why weren't there the powers to stop it?
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting, and Alice's death, as Ben said, could have been prevented. We've been campaigning for a national piece of legislation to stop anybody that isn't a plastic surgeon from being able to carry out these extremely high-risk procedures. And as we've seen, the current legislation falls to individual local councils, to police, and it's just not fit for purpose because it only applies to mainly individuals within those specific counties. So there's nothing stopping anybody with these prohibition notices from going to another area and causing a lot of harm and damage.
The government says new regulations are coming. Will they do enough to kind of close the loopholes in this industry, do you think?
Working with the Department of Health and Social Care on what this legislation might look like, and we are very hopeful that it will restrict these very high-risk procedures to only qualified medical professionals, which is what we've been calling for.
Seems, I'm sure to people watching, without any kind of regulation, a bit like a Wild West. Anyone, if I'm right, can set up and carry these procedures out, yet they are serious medical procedures, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Under current legislation, anybody can carry out procedures involving dermal fillers from anywhere. You don't need any training, you don't need to have insurance, and you don't need to operate to any sort of strict premises guideline, which is why we're seeing so many women having catastrophic outcomes with these. We've supported over 1,000 women who have most threatening complications after having these liquid BBL procedures.
And actually, just to anyone who's watching this who doesn't really understand, can you just explain why it is that women want to put themselves through when on the double side?
Well, with these liquid BBLs specifically, what's happened with these and why they've become so popular is that unscrupulous practitioners who really don't know what they're doing are advertising them on social media as risk-free, cheaper alternatives to the surgical counterparts, which is why people like Alice have gone ahead with these treatments, believing them to just be beauty treatment, and that could not be further from the truth. These are very high-risk, medical, dangerous operations that should not be carried out by lay people.
How much of a role do you think social media plays in all this, in making these kind of procedures seem routine, seem desirable?
Social media is without doubt the biggest proponent of why these procedures become so trivialized, why they become so popular, and why there are so many rogue operators operating within the UK. It is a hotbed for bad practice whereby people can operate like ghosts. They can trade under spurious names, cause damage, close down those accounts and pop up somewhere else under equally spurious names.
If somebody is considering some cosmetic procedures, beauty treatments, are there any red flags out there you would say to people, don't ignore this, look out for this?
Yeah, there are a lot. If the price seems too good to be true, so overly discounted, pressurized sort of sales tactics are to be avoided. Environments like mobile people who come to your home should be avoided. Places like hotel rooms and shops are not good venues to have these types of treatments done. And if the person won't disclose information to you around the products they're using, their credentials, their insurance, their full name and an address for them, you should absolutely walk away.
And when you say if the price seems too good to be true, how much should, I don't know what it's talk about a Brazilian, but that seems to be the thing. How much should they cost to be done properly, and how much is too good to be too priced that people might see on social media?
Usually it's being advertised for £500 or £1,000, and safely. In the hands of a qualified plastic surgeon, you would be looking at about £5,000. So anything less than that, carried out by a layperson, like I said, offering these treatments in pop-up locations are a serious red flag and are to be avoided. You should only seek out reputable plastic surgeons for these highly invasive treatments.
Thank you very much indeed for talking to us this morning. We're very grateful to you, Ashton Collins, co-founder of Save Face.
Now, are you off on holidays soon? An estimated 30 million Brits are heading off on holiday this summer. It's estimated, but have you ever thought about what happens once you've checked it to the departure lounge? Lots of changes.
Yeah. Well, our reporter Claire Starr has been given rare access to Britain's second busiest airport, that's Gatwick, to see what it takes to get passengers safely into the sky.
The summer getaway begins. Holidaymakers arriving at Gatwick Airport, but little do they know, their suitcases will go on a journey of their own before takeoff.
If it's around time for the chute to be open, it'll go around, do a lap of the conveyors, go downstairs.
A network of conveyor belts take luggage from the terminal to baggage handlers on the ground, machinery filtering them for the right destinations.
The baggage system runs 20 hours a day, so it's intense. There are peaks and troughs with how our partners fly, but we're at it outside of the 20 hours, obviously doing our maintenance and all the other things we need to do to be prepared on a daily basis.
Last year, about 12 million bags came through departures. That can be around 40,000 a day, with 13 kilometres of conveyor belts getting them to the right destination.
The team do a lot of seasonal planning to cope with higher demand in the summer months.
The summer is quite intense, you know. We drill ourselves to be ready for the worst day possible. So everyone takes pride in what they do, and it's stressful, but then it's why we're here.
Once luggage and passengers have embarked their planes, it's the air traffic control teams who get them into the skies.
During the summer, it's non-stop speaking. We're a visual control room, so the best view is always out the window. You know, you see everything there, pick up on anything that's not supposed to be there.
It's about 5-1 left. Taxi through stand 4 through middle and then mark up 5-1.
In an almost silent control room, those on shift don't work more than 90 minutes without a break. The calm voices of one of the UK's busiest airports.
It's much more enjoyable during the summer. It stops being a job then. It's much more interesting when you've got things moving, things going on, and you know, just do the best you can to get them going as soon as you can.
From the tower to on the ground, a team of 9 ensure the runway is maintained to operate 24 hours a day as aircraft move around the tarmac.
We can take up to 900 movements in the summer sometimes, so 57 movements an hour. We also need to make sure that we get maintenance done in certain areas, so it's just making sure that everything lines up.
The wider airfield operations team also keep wildlife away and help to marshal planes.
The fact that we can take so many movements on a single runway, I think, is absolutely amazing. Everyone works so well together, so it's really kind of rewarding when you get through a really safe and a brilliant day.
A carefully choreographed operation behind every takeoff this summer. Claire Starr, BBC News.
Well, the Telegraph's travel correspondent Simon Calder joins us now from Gatwick Airport.
Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Simon. Interesting to see behind the scenes there, wasn't it? But there's been lots of changes, hasn't there, brought in when it comes to passport control. We've already been hearing about lots of queues and delays people are facing travelling to Europe. What's the situation been like from what you think?
Okay, well, let's start here at Gatwick. As you will know, the busiest single runway airport in the world, and nearly one landing or takeoff every minute. Extraordinary, and great to see how many different components are involved in this. But while it's moving very smoothly this morning, and of course there's no outbound passport checks from the UK, when you get to your destination, if it's in the Schengen area of the European Union, plus Norway, Iceland and Switzerland, well, then your problems could just be beginning. Because, of course, we've got the entry-exit system. And that means that on the first time you encounter it, you're supposed to give the 4 fingers of your right hand, have your fingerprints taken, and a facial biometric. After that, it's supposed to be just one of those. But as we've seen and heard from many, many people, very often you're going to be asked to repeat both of those checks. And on top of that, the system is simply not working at places like Dover and Folkestone, where actually you're going to avoid the biometrics. And it's bad enough if you're standing in line for a couple of hours trying to get into Italy or Portugal, and you would much rather be on the beach than in the queue. But coming back, it's actually worse, because we've very sadly seen a number of cases of flights leaving passengers behind because they simply couldn't get through passport control coming home, because unlike in the UK, when you're leaving the EU, you have to go through the whole registration process again.
And you might think, oh, that's okay, I'll get there early, Simon, when I come home, because then I can get through and leave plenty of time and have a drink on the other side or whatever. But of course, the problem is lots of bag drops don't open until 2 hours before the flight. So you're stuck, aren't you? You can't drop the bags, then you can't get in the queue, therefore you might miss the plane.
That's exactly right, Roger. I was talking to Michael O'Leary, the boss of Ryanair, Europe's biggest budget airline, about 10 days ago, and he said, look, we cannot wait for people. It's your responsibility to get through. We cannot risk the schedule just unraveling if we're waiting around. But exactly as you say, bag drops aren't opening early enough. I know that British Airways, for instance, is saying, okay, Lisbon, we have particular problems, so therefore we are going to keep those pretty much open. And if you want to turn up 3-4 hours ahead, then that's okay. But that is definitely the exception. So the rule, if you possibly can, and I know that lots of families won't be able to do this, is just take cabin baggage, because that way you're maximising your chances. But even then, plenty of reports say that people aren't being allowed through passport control till their gate is shown, and that again could mean that you get stuck. And unfortunately, if you are not at the gate when your flight leaves, then all the normal air passenger rights rules sadly do not apply, and it's up to you to find your own way home at your own expense.
I think I was just seeing someone running for a flight behind you. I wonder if he called it, Simon. Bearing in mind all those changes, the extra procedures you now have to go through, for somebody flying back from Europe now with the unknown factor of how well or not it's working, how early do you think they should show up for that return flight then? I know this splits families and friendships, doesn't it? Some people like to be there really early. Other people, naming no names, like to go a bit last minute, maybe like me. What would you tell people to do?
I'm very much on your side. Normally, I will get to the airport about an hour and 10 minutes before my flight, and hopefully that's quite enough. But these days, I'm quite often, particularly with cabin baggage only, turning up 2 or 3 hours ahead, and almost all the time you get through in no time at all. And actually, all you find is that you're sitting, waiting for your plane, paying too much for a cup of coffee, which is absolutely fine. It's really difficult to tell. But there is certainly no point, if you know you've got to drop off bags, if you know the bag drop isn't going to open until 2 hours beforehand, then please don't arrive 4 hours beforehand. And it all depends. So I'm hearing really good things, for instance, about some of the Spanish airports. I've had good experiences at Palma, at Alicante, Tenerife has had a few problems, it's now doing well. And all I can say is that everybody wants you to get your flight, but things are still a bit sticky in various locations. I'm hearing Krakow has some problems. Milan, the 3 airports there are quite tricky. So you just can't tell. And unfortunately, people shouldn't be worrying about their flight home when they're simply trying to make the most of their holiday.
And Simon, just finally in 30 seconds, if you can, just talk a bit about liquids and changes for planes with the scanners, because it's hit and miss again, isn't it? And a bit piecemeal about where you can take more than 100 ml and where you can still only take 100 ml. What's the best advice?
Okay, very much, yes. The 100 milliliter rule, which was introduced 20 years ago as a temporary measure, still in force in most parts of Europe. You certainly have to assume, if you're flying home, that everything needs to be in that clear resealable plastic bag. In the UK, it's all a bit of a mess. So at the 2 Belfast airports, at Birmingham, at Bristol, at Edinburgh, here at Gatwick and at Heathrow, you've got basically no liquid limits. But most other places, it is still 100 millilitres, and at most of them in the UK, keep those liquids in your bag. But frankly, you just assume old rules still apply, then you will be absolutely certain to get through without too much fuss.
Yeah, good advice as always. Simon, thank you very much indeed. That's Telegraph's Simon.
Thanks, Simon. Now then, a mum from Greater Manchester whose son died in an e-scooter crash last year says she wants private scooters to be made legal but with clear safety requirements.
As Carly Callum's 14-year-old son Jacob was on the back of a scooter when the rider shot through a red light and was hit by a car. I spoke to Carly this week about how she felt watching the rider, who was also 14, receive an 18-month youth referral order in court last night.
I wasn't best pleased about it, but I did get a little bit of backlash after it because people think that I want him to go to prison, and it's not about him going to prison. It was about what are you telling these children? I feel like you're telling these children that it's acceptable and it's not a big enough punishment for the life of my son.
Did you see any contrition from him? Sorry.
People would say he was. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. Like I say, he didn't look at me or didn't acknowledge me in any way, shape or form.
What do you want to see happen? You said right from the beginning you want to see changes. These things are illegal on public roads. And yet we all see them pretty much every day of our life.
Things need to happen and we need to hurry up with it now. I think the government needs to stop kicking the can down the road and we need to get some proper safety measures in. They either need to make them legal or they need to ban them. Because obviously you have got the government trial ones, but then you've got people riding next to them on an illegal one. And it's hard for people to understand what's right and what's wrong. If they're going to make them legal, make sure you've got helmets in place, you prohibit passengers being carried, and they're put on the law with driving a vehicle because they are a motorised vehicle. And that's where they need to be. They need to be put online with a provisional. You've done your hazard perception. You know the ways of the road, and they need to stop being sold to children individually.
And when you say either make them legal or ban them, do you have a view either way?
I would like to make them legal. I think we should make them legal. I think we should use them in a safer way, and I've said that from day one. I think if you go in with a ban with things, it's people rebel against it. They do. It's a natural thing for people to do these days. So I would like to see them legalised. I would like the lanes with bikes to be for scooters as well. Mandatory helmets put in place, prohibit passengers, and let's use them, but let's use them in a safer way.
Well, people might be surprised to hear you say that, given what happened to Jacob.
Because they are good for people to get to work on. They are economically friendly. They are, you know what I mean? They are good, but I just think these ones that are going stupid miles an hour and doing these silly things, they're the ones that we need to get rid of. And let's cap them at 15 miles an hour and let's use them in a safer way.
You've done lots of positive things.
I have.
You've raised money for their air ambulance who came out to him. You've obviously campaigned and had petitions. Does it help?
Oh, massively. Jacob's journey wouldn't be anything without the air ambulance. Jacob would have died on the roadside. It's so hard because you still wait for him to walk through the door. You still wait for your phone to bleep. You still wait for him to shout, "Mum, where's my phone?" It is hard, but right now I just want to keep positive and keep his name alive in a happy memory.
That was Jacob's mum, Carly Cullen, speaking to me about e-scooters following Jacob's death. Your views, as always, are welcome. Beauty breakfast at beauty.uk.
Well, we're getting another roundup of the sport now. Ben's back with us. Big success for Scotland's Josh Kerr right at the end of the Commonwealth Games, and I saw him talking about how proud he was to hear Flower of Scotland instead of the national anthem.
It's one of the big curious things, isn't it, about the Commonwealth Games, hearing all of the individual anthems and how many athletes they don't get that opportunity, especially if somebody like Josh Kerr, that's had so much success over the course of his career, was not okay, one of the poster boys maybe for the Commonwealth Games, and actually now for him to get his moment, had all of that pressure on him, and then to deliver in front of the home fans and hear that anthem must have been so special for him. He was the favourite and the fastest ever over the mile, but Storm cleared to win it and Commonwealth gold too with that Saturday's action from Glasgow to Curry.
It had been billed as the Battle of the Scots, but in the end, there was only one winner.
The 1 mile showdown at the Commonwealth Games.
men's mile race, but ended up having to do it the hard way. After being trapped on the inside for much of the race, he eventually found the space to break away and win comfortably. 2026 belongs to Josh Kerr.
This is a home championship for us. We have to own that space. We have to own our ground, and I learned how to race on that track, and so to really enjoy that last 100 was really important.
This morning, England will take on world number 1 Australia in the netball bronze medal match. The Roses were on the end of a hefty 61-54 defeat by New Zealand yesterday, whilst Australia was stunned by Jamaica in their semi-final. They needed to score this to send the game to extra time. The miss sent the Sunshine Girls into the gold medal match. One of the biggest upsets in Commonwealth history! At the Boxing Northern Ireland's John McConnell had been set to enter the Love Island Villa, but opted to compete in the men's 70kg division instead, and it paid off after he took gold. But now says he's open to offers.
Paid off. If I hadn't got there the first round, I might have maybe get a right right decision. But gold medal now, so they give me a shout now. Go on.
And what a moment this was for Emma Finucane, taking the women's 1,000-metre time trial title. It made her the first ever Welshwoman to win 3 gold medals in a single games. And it may not end there. Today, she goes for number 4. Joe Curry, BBC News, Glasgow.
It's a final day ahead. Now, the game started with the King and Queen emerging from a car with slightly more normal activities for the Prince and Princess of Wales and family, who took in a couple of events joined by Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis for a royal watch party. They enjoyed the netball semi-final and later cycling in the velodrome too. And in between had a chance to be back from the volunteers and organisers as well. On to football then, already beaten in Champions League qualifying. Hearts' difficult start to the season continued. They lost in their Scottish Premiership opener to Aberdeen, despite leading with a minute of normal time to play. Last season's runners-up looked on course for victory after Oisin McKenzie scored the opening goal 10 minutes before half-time, but then Kevin Nisbet struck twice to break Hearts. First, he finished off this free kick in the 89th minute, and then in added time stepped up with the winner from the penalty spot. St Mirren narrowly avoided relegation last season. They made a flying start to the new one, winning 2-0 at Falkirk. Killian Phillips scored both of their goals, one in each half, his second thanks to juicy play. Wakefield are still right in the mix in Super League, back up to second after a comfortable win at Catalan Dragons. It was close for a period before Trinity pulled away with Cameron Scott rounding off a 32-12 win with his great solo effort in the second try after that. Also wins York and Warrington. Now, England's new and old Test captain Joe Root was the key man for Welsh fire as they beat Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. Scored an unbeaten half-century as they chased down 137 with 4 balls and 7 wickets. Fair result. They jumped up second in the table with Phoenix rooted to the bottom. And Root is relishing being England's Test captain once more. He's been speaking about returning to the role, which he held from 2017 to 2022, and believes a lot has changed with him and the team.
It's one of the greatest honours you could possibly wish to have, and I'm very excited by it. I'm in a very different place to the last time I did it, with a team in a very different position. Very excited to work with Stephen as well. Clearly admired him from afar for a long time, firstly as a player and recently as a coach. And so for us to get the chance to do that and work together is going to be great fun.
Jock Archer took Stephen's best 4 wickets for 9 runs. Southern Brave beat London Spirit in a low-scoring game at Lords. The England fast bowler took 3 wickets in his final set. Spirit were bowled out for 105. That was never enough. At Brave won by 5 wickets. Birmingham Phoenix women picked up their first victory in 4 games in a thrilling finish at Edgbaston. Captain Elise Perry getting her side over the line with the all-important runs. The win moves Phoenix off the bottom of the table. Southern Brave are top. They beat London Spirit by 5 wickets at Lords, thanks to 46 from Maya Bouchier. Brave have played 5, won 5. They are already 8 points clear. The opening stage of the 5th Women's Tour de France was won by Lorena Vivas. The race is actually starting in Switzerland. The Dutch rider outlasted her rivals in the sprint finish into Lausanne, fighting Georgie, the high-placed British rider in 25th. They're staying in Switzerland for stage 2 today, a lumpy ride finishes in Geneva. Now, golf is crazy. Anyone who's played the game might attest to that.
win in Dover. That's the verdict from American Yulini Ho, who, after missing 3 straight cuts, stands on the verge of her first 10th title. She's 3 shots clear on 7 under par of Royal Liverpool. And that shot there, the pick of the bunch, actually just for a par. But could we get a home winner? Rocky Woden, only 4 shots off the pace, but she too comes to maiden major.
I think I've learned you just got to hit the putts hard because there's not too much breaking them, but they're pretty slow. And when you throw in a wind and late in the day, you just got to try and hit them hard. And I wasn't doing that the first 2 days, so I'm just going to try and hit them hard tomorrow.
Finally, we're going to show you a couple of huge crashes in Rally Finland that might leave you scratching your head as to how the drivers and co-drivers escape serious injury. First, championship leader Elfyn Evans rolled his Toyota. Fortunately for him, he wasn't injured, and even more remarkably perhaps, with the help of some fans and maybe a robust set of wheels, he actually got back on the road and finished the stage. But his teammate, 9-time world champion Sebastian Ogier, had an even luckier escape from this violent crash. They stayed at hospital in his co-driver overnight. They are okay. Ogier thanked his team for building such a strong car.
Trees don't move, do they?
No, they're quite hard when you hit them at speed as well. I mean, look, it's a testament that, first of all, the drivers seem to be okay. That's the main thing. But I feel a little bit of sympathy for the mechanics this morning that have not just 1, but 2 cars now falling down.
I'll just knock out and down just then.
Well, like the fans turned up to push as well.
Yeah.
Credit. Fantastic, isn't it? Right, let's take a look at the weather. Thomas is here.
Hi there, Emma. Hi, Roger. Morning to you if you just tuned in. It's looking pretty quiet on the weather front for many of us today. A lot of bright, if not sunny weather. It's also going to be dry, but I want to focus on the rainfall right at the top of the forecast because it's such a talking point right now, isn't it? The ground's so parched. So this coming week, now most of the rain is expected across Scotland. It's been quite dry here, but we need rain elsewhere as well, and unfortunately elsewhere through the course of this week will just be scattered showers, and it does look as though it is going to be mostly dry across southern parts of the UK. So if you are a gardener and a grower, you are absolutely desperate for some rainfall. Unfortunately, it does look as though across parts of the southeast of the UK we'll see very little, if any, rainfall at all. So most of them will go across Northern Ireland to northwestern parts of the UK. So that's the outlook for the week ahead. Let's have a look at the here and now. There's one weather front here. In fact, this is low pressure. This is the system that is going to bring most of the rainfall over the next couple of days. It is kind of going to swerve in that direction. Whereas here, when you see that word high, that's the high pressure, which means that the air sinks through the atmosphere through sort of like a 10-kilometer depth. It dries things out. Clouds can't form, and it's bone dry. Whereas when you have low pressure, the air goes upwards and forms the cloud. So this is where we've got the low. This is where the rain's going to go through. This is where we have the fresher conditions coming off the Atlantic. So 19 for Belfast and Glasgow. Very pleasant. 23 in Liverpool, but the high 20s once again in the southeast, just because we're that little bit closer to the continent here, mainland Europe, and that hot air is streaming in from the south. And my goodness, it is once again going to be streaming in from the south from tomorrow because we are in for another heat spike. You could call it, I suppose, a fifth heat wave here, and hot air will be coming in from northern France and spreading into southeastern parts of the country. Whereas in the northwest, a huge contrast. We've got the clouds, we've got the rain, much cooler conditions. But look how big the temperature contrast is going to be. I suspect we could even reach 33, and outside chance of 35, about 28 or 29 in the northwest of England. And obviously, the further north and west you go, the fresher it'll be. And then on Wednesday, it does look as though the rain moves to the north. The weather front tries to come through, but remember, there's higher pressure here. There's a lot of hot air. It's dry, so the weather fronts tend to give away. That's why when I showed you that map,
A little bit of that Alfredo cream sauce on the bottom. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Just listen to this. This is all right here, right now, on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives Takeout. Thank you, folks, for laughing at all the jokes. Right off the bat, the pine nuts are awesome. The Alfredo, going with the pesto, creamy, fresh, so many textures. This is so
what'd you send me?
I think I sent you my whole living room. I think I put my youngest son in there.
Yeah. You sent me my book?
I sent your book, man. I signed it for you.
Two guys, read this book and practice, and maybe you realize that the smoke detector is not an oven timer. What are we making here first?
Got curry oxtails, baby. Smoked curry oxtails.
Good, I got the smoker running. Hunter will start the barbecue sauce.
Start me off with 2 cups of water, 1/8 of a cup of Worcestershire. Liquid smoke, just about a tablespoon.
Onion?
I like a lot of onion in there. Put about 3 cups of the tomato paste in there. Half cup of molasses. Half cup of dark corn syrup.
Guy Bloodsoes will be opening up soon here in Windsor, California.
I can't wait, man. Cider vinegar, and then you guys should have 2 cups of my spice rub.
I have a whole kilo. There we go.
Give me about a tablespoon of garlic in there.
Okay, while that's running, give me the rundown of what we're doing with these oxtails.
I hit them with some garlic, salt, and pepper, and I smoke them at about 250 for about 3 hours. With some post oak and some pecan. Low and slow, baby, like a 6-4.
I'm doing mine on a Camp Chef, and I'm using hickory right now.
That'll work with it. Don't worry about it. We can make it happen.
I'm going to smoke those and hold those for dinner tomorrow, and we're going to go and build the rest of this dish with your pre-smoked ones.
Start me with a little vegetable oil in there.
As these are starting to warm up, what's next?
Get the vegetables going.
Regular potatoes peeled?
That's cool. Peeled and cubed is cool.
You know, people ask me all the time about trying to get their kids to cook in the kitchen. And I say, well, I promise you this. The kids don't want to do the jobs like peeling the potatoes, peeling the carrots, the tasks.
The tedious work.
If you're going to make your kids do the job like peel the potatoes, at least get involved with them and peel it with them and show them the right way to do it. There's nothing worse than doing the worst task, but doing the worst task by yourself and doing it wrong.
Absolutely. Put a little vegetable oil in a pan. Put the potatoes with some onions and garlic. Carrot, just a little salt, a little pepper. Brown that just for a little while. In it with the habanero. And then once you get the chicken base in the water in there, we let that cook for about 30 minutes.
How much curry paste are we looking at?
Maybe about 5 tablespoons.
I like where we're at. We're letting that cook down a little bit more. Then we're going to add it to the oxtails. While we're doing that, what's this monster called?
That's a rib tip. That's a brisket bone off a slab of a pork rib.
Look at those. And then what do you have here?
15-hour smoke, low and slow brisket.
Oh, come on. Man. I'm going to heat these up in the wood-fired oven.
Usually I hit it maybe for about 5 minutes.
Hunter's got the carrots, the onions, the curry, the chicken stock, and the potatoes ready to go. On top of this?
Yes.
Throw that on the smoker. Ryder, bring Kim. And no, you can't have me. There we go. And on top of it all, because Kev's just a wonderful guy, he sent us some collard greens because he knows I have a collard green addiction issue.
Oh, that's good. Oh, good in there.
That's what I'm talking about. Briskets, rib tips, collard greens, and I just love the fact that this is all available online. Let's get some barbecue sauce. Oh, yeah. Look at that rib tip. Let me go for first. All right.
A lot of cartilage in that. You can eat that too.
You want to talk about humps or something?
Yeah. Chad, I like your style.
Now, here's the old brisket that you give a little pull on it, and it just starts to separate a little bit. Doesn't fall apart. Not dry. Good amount of fat. What did you season the brisket with?
We just do garlic, salt, and pepper. That's it. Let the wood do all the work down, Hunter.
Mm-hmm. What's in the greens?
Spices, some banana peppers, some onions, some garlic, smoked turkey wings, ham hock.
There is not enough smoked and curry oxtails in my life. Curry by itself is
Victims of diversity. They said top asshole.
Our Prime Minister.
Insecure, repressed, very good at making great. Next.
I truly believe that all marriages should be.
The lawyers have just told me I'm not allowed to say that one.
Brand new, unacceptable. Tonight at 9 on TLC or stream on Discovery Plus.
I'm going to take you on a journey in Spain just to prove this place has some of the best ingredients in the world.
Hit the road with James Martin on his Spanish adventure. Stream the latest episode free on Discovery Plus.
The table is set for the tastiest hit of the summer. A blockbuster of flavor, an all-star cast, and dishes that deserve their close-up.
Oh, yes.
Critics are calling it delicious.
Flavor is massive.
We're calling it lunch.
La Dolce Vita.
You can talk, I'm eating.
When the food is this good, you just don't say anything.
Yet another epic adventure.
Now we're getting the holiday vibe.
It's just magical to cook like this outside. Pull out the big flavors of the Mediterranean. Take a trip for your taste buds. A Mediterranean summer, weeknights from 9 on Food Network.
From 74 nations, we gather as one.
This is the performance of a lifetime.
United by sport.
It's chopped on a deserted island. The baskets and the challenges are like nothing we've ever seen. What could go wrong?
Brand new Chopped Castaways starts Tuesday the 11th of August on Food Network.
The house I'm showing him today is a complete bachelor pad. It is mid-century madness at its best. The Presley Ranch is in the city of Lakeland, just a couple of minutes from one of its many lakes. I've chosen the Presley because it's in a wonderfully established neighborhood. It has a brand new, perfect aesthetic feel that I know that Roy loves. And you know what? The house is just sexy. You know what? It just screams bachelor. Feeling it? Yes. This neighborhood. Yes, pretty good, right? Very, very well established. Let me tell you a little bit about the Presley. It has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, 2,582 square feet, and the price is at the top of your price range at $315,000.
That could be doable.
We have stretched it a little bit right at the top, but there's nothing to do. Absolutely. Let's go check it out.
Let's check it out.
Yeah. This is really great. Super fun, guys.
Alrighty. Nice. Nice. I'm feeling it.
This is really nice.
This is good.
This is like a place for you to like be super sexy, like sexy couches and sexy chairs and just really create the ambiance. So when you bring people over, whether it's your friends or family, when I say friends, you know.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Sexy is good.
Exactly.
That's good. That's good.
Let's continue on to the kitchen.
Fabulous.
Cool, right?
Yes.
This is good, right?
Nice.
And you look at these windows. I love how this overlooks the entertaining area.
Yes.
The king and the prince owning the roost here.
That's how we do. That sounds loud.
Prince Rocky gets his very own wing, including a full bathroom, and he's going to love his bedroom. Come on in, guys.
Now this could be my room.
There you go. Now we're talking. Now you're feeling it, aren't you? A room with a view.
Whitney is back with an all-new season.
I'm going to pursue artificial insemination.
You can blink around here and you miss a lot.
My Big Fat Fabulous Life. A new episode every week. Stream now on Discovery Plus.
Who's in the mood to laugh? My husband says I'm a 9, but the internet says I look like Sid from Ice Age.
That is the most unacceptable thing we've done on the show.
I agree.
You love this guy.
Me.
I mean, we're happy you're here now, but we're definitely staying.
That French is so high, with gold and bedrooms.
I was afraid I was imagining it.
Let B flat for those who don't have perfect pitch.
I'm going to go back to a wooden leg because it's more sustainable.
What?
Whoa.
A sandwich, a rabbi, and your mom
on Discovery Plus. Enter the world of Westeros and stream every season of Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon all in one place. HBO Max has the realm covered.
This isn't just food. The flavors are just explosive. These aren't just meals. Wow. These are the incredible animals that just can't be beat. This is the best of man versus food. Beefy Burger. Today I'm celebrating the Beefy Burger. You can find it all across our great nation. This Providence institution is the place for grub on the go. I've fun living there. Oh my God. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oh, it kicks you and burns you. Awesome. Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the University of Michigan and their legendary Wolverines. Go blue. Go blue. I'm just outside of Indianapolis, Indiana at Bubba's Burgers and Ice Cream to take on the Big Ugly Burger Challenge. Has anyone at all completed 4 Big Ugly Burgers? Sure. That is a big ugly statistic. The hamburger. The king of all fill-you-up grub and popular all over the world. This iconic classic is an all-American creation. The Library of Congress officially credits Louis' Lunch in New Haven, Connecticut with inventing the burger in 1895. And ever since then, this simple combination of ground beef patty and bread has evolved into multiple meaty, mouth-watering forms, including a burger in Providence, Rhode Island that is so good, it should be a crime. Providence is the birthplace of the first American diner. The last of its kind is Haven Brothers. For over a century, this mobile meal on wheels has been pulling up in front of City Hall, dishing out delicious burgers to people in the hive of industry. In 1888, Irish immigrant Ann Haven began dishing out comfort classics from one of the country's first horse-drawn diners. As business took off, they traded the horses for diesel, and today, this Providence institution is still the place for grub on the go. What is it about this place that makes it a Providence institution?
It's definitely a classic part of Providence history. I mean, just look at it. You can't find this anywhere else, that's for sure.
In 2001, they unleashed a burger so unbelievably delicious, it kills all the rest. The infamous Triple Murder Burger. A towering treat of beef, bacon, egg, sauteed onions, and mushrooms. What is your favorite single element? Bacon. Always. Bacon. I think I just fell in love right there. She put an arrow right through my heart. And it was an arrow made of bacon. Well, will you just take a bite and just tell me how it tastes? All right.
I've fun living there.
Oh my God. I step into Haven's cozy kitchen and meet owner Ivan Juicy to investigate this unlawfully delicious dish. Will you take me through the making of an official murder burger? Sure. All right, what's the first step? First, add the patties. Now, how much do each of these weigh? 3-ounce patties. 3-ounce patties. So we're dealing with over a half pound of just meat. Ivan grills up bacon, mushrooms, onions, and one of my favorite toppings, the egg. Now, normally you guys break the yolk when you do this, but for me, we're ordering a hit, a custom hit. Can we keep the yolk intact so I can, love you to death, absolutely. Then it's time to build this badass burger. Hey, burger team, assemble!
I first put the bacon on one burger, and then on the other burger, and then the mushrooms and the onions on the third burger. Last but not least, your runny egg. Beautiful.
Ivan completes this killer with a lineup of extras: mayo, mustard, relish, ketchup, lettuce, and tomatoes. Perfect. Done. And I'm ready to take a bite at a crime. The completed Haven Brothers Triple Murder Burger. After its regional variations of the classic begin to appear. From the cheese-stuffed Juicy Lucy's of the Twin Cities, to the Caribou Burgers of Alaska, to the Butter Burgers of Wisconsin, where you are often determines what delicious burger you'll get. And I'm heading to where the burgers are made in signature Southwestern style, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Welcome to the land of enchantment. In the realm of New Mexican cuisine, green chili is king. Locals put it on everything from eggs to pizza to fries, and locals say best green chili cheeseburger is found right on the side of historic Route 66 at the Frontier Restaurant. Situated next to the University of New Mexico, Frontier Restaurant is the go-to place for green chili smothered grub.
Burritos, tacos, green chili cheeseburgers.
So basically, as long as you put green chili on it, it's Albuquerque. I like that. But nothing glorifies the green chili better than the Bonanza Burger. 2 quarter-pound patties, cheddar cheese, and bacon, loaded with heap after heap of delicious chili.
Gives it that little extra kick. Nice burn. It's just a great flavor.
Oh, it kicks you and it burns you. Awesome. I've dated that chili before. Out back, Frontier founder Larry Rainichek has 3 bushels ready to roast.
We roast it very heavily and we have a much stronger flavor.
The smell is amazing. There's all these little bits that are flaking off. Not fruits, but here are the veggies of our labor. Oh my God, I want some green chili on my burger. In the kitchen, we grill 2 quarter-pound patties to perfection, stack the burger with cheese, green chili, and bacon.
And then we put more chili.
I love it. After a side of homemade onion rings, I'm ready for a bite of the Bonanza. That's incredible.
That's the burger.
New Mexico, the final frontier. From the green chilies of the spicy Southwest, I'm heading to the tall trees of the enormous Northwest and Boise, Idaho. The 3rd largest city in the region, Boise is also home to one of the biggest burgers in the land. Opened in 1997 just down the street from Boise State University, Big Judd's has become legendary for their unique burger creations. What is this with the sauerkraut?
This is a Reuben burger. Pastrami, sauerkraut, Thousand Island mustard, and Swiss cheese.
On a burger! But I'm here for a hamburger so huge, it has its own gravitational pull. Behold, the massive double Big Jud, packing 2 frisbee-sized 1-pound patties. I want to say it right because it looks good, it smells good, it smells, yeah, I got your back, Green Mountain. Oh, look at that, delicious. I can even see how juicy it is. It's about a good 2-3 inches of beef. It's awesome looking. Each Big Jud burger starts with a platter-sized hand-formed patty. This is what I love. You get the nice crispy edge to it. You have the juiciness of the inside, the crust of the outside. Delicious. Okay, don't touch that dial. This man is about to attempt the impossible. He's going to flip a 1-pound patty. Go for it. Oh! 9.5. Easy. Beautiful splatter pattern. To make my burger a 10, I select some of my favorite toppings. Blue cheese, Swiss, sauteed mushrooms and onions, and decadently crisp, deep-fried bacon. So these are ready to hit the buns? Let's do it. Let's put it together.
First, we need mushrooms on both layers, so we're going to put it on over here.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Happy birthday to me. My towering burger is complete. I sit down for my first bite.
Buying 2 burgers enterprise from the door. Verissure's alarm with Lockhart protects your home 24/7. It's a high-security smart lock, tech tampering. It works with your alarm system to alert the Verissure control center. Within 45 seconds, we react and can call police or send a security guard. Be safe. Be sure. Very sure.
Get 50% off your installation. Call or visit verissure.co.uk today.
Right, I'll go get help.
A green flag will be here soon, son. Oh, come on.
There you are. Green flag or out, just up to you, right?
Green flag.
Hi. I'm the best man.
Okay, start funny. Funny's good. I prefer. You'll never forgive me. Friendship is a journey. Great. That's it. In year 5, Dad had the bright idea. Cracking best man speech. On the train. You can.
It's up to Tea and Buddy, Bobby, Dave, and Richard. Hey, Daryl, you're my hometown.
When the party gets too much, rein it in. And gamble responsibly with Foxy Bingo.
We all love a bargain. Like these flatmates who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they can still stream 2 shows at the same time. But for less. Still gaming with mates, but for less. It's easy to switch to reliable full fibre broadband for less. From Vodafone.
Did you know that your dentures can have up to 100% more stability when you eat? Fixodent Adhesive Cream features a precision tip, making it easy to apply even on partial dentures. It creates a food barrier that helps prevent small particles from getting under your dentures and gives you a stronger hold. So you can keep doing the things you love. Fixodent, life with more bite.
Life, busy. And just when you least need it, your boiler goes on the blink. Naturally, no idea to fix it. Interboxed. One simple solution, one fixed price. So you won't get stung. Order it a few taps, we give it a final check, and ta-da! A brand new boiler. Fitted by a local expert the next day. And you can spread the cost from just £12 a month. Plus you get a free Hive thermostat. Lovely. From beehives to bungalows, Boxed has the fix.
Wouldn't life be so much easier if you could control your blinds at the touch of a button? With ultra smart blinds from Appeal, there's no chains, cords, or wiring, because these stylish blinds are driven by a rechargeable power pack. New ultra smart blinds from Appeal, the intelligent solution for home shading.
We're good parents, Frankie.
Every good parent needs 3 things.
Once in a while, I raise my voice.
Once in a while, you don't raise your voice.
Sue, go get your brother up.
It's his ball name, Greg. Go read the ball. Nice penalty, Mom.
Mommy, let's give it back.
You 3 are going to start loving each other because that's what your mother wants. Greg, is that what you want?
The Middle. Starts Monday from 2 on TLC or stream on Discovery Plus.
Hello, sir. Our Downstep is fixing cars.
That's it. Yeah.
And breaking houses. He's building a home for the people that built him.
Oh, my goodness.
Every engine rebuilt.
There's no point.
Every car sold helps build a home for Mum and Dad.
That's how an Esprit should sound.
Brand new at Downstep for Mechanic. Monday at 9 on Quest. Or stream previous series on Discovery Plus.
From 74 nations, we gather as one.
This is the performance of a lifetime.
United by sport.
I truly believe that Donald Trump is
absolutely mental. I believe single mothers.
Lawyers have just told me I'm not allowed to say that one.
Brand new, unacceptable. Tonight at 9 on
weight loss.
Since the dawn of the burger, mankind has stretched its artistic imagination, deciding what to put on it. From the simple pleasures of ketchup and cheese to ingenious ideas beyond your wildest dreams. And I found a place in Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the University of Michigan and their legendary Wolverines, that makes choosing toppings top priority. I'm on South Division Street, Ann Arbor, at Crazy Jim's Blimpie Burger. Since 1953, this local favorite has been serving up juicy stacked burgers grilled to perfection with over 30 different toppings to choose from. I'm ready to get mine. I'll see you in line. And with each patty weighing a tiny tenth of a pound, stacking them high and loading on the toppings is the only way to go. And the average range for how many patties someone uses goes from 1 to what?
Well, 2 to 5 is the average.
2 to 5.
Yeah, we only give 1 out to a kid that's so short they can't look over the top of the counter.
All right, fair enough. Has there been anyone who's wanted to see how many patties they can consume?
Oh, yeah, the current record right now is 43 patties.
Oh, my God. All right, well, since I'm here, can we make a quint?
We can make a quint.
Paul flattens out my 5 patties, and it's time to make some big decisions. How many grilled items are there on the menu?
We have 9 grilled items on the menu.
With anywhere from 2 to 5 patties, 4 bun choices, 6 cheeses, 9 grill items, and 12 condiments, as calculated by U of M Math Scoop in 2003, Blimpie offers 2,147,483,648 delicious burger combinations. May I get grilled onions? I gotta do the fried egg. And I gotta do a little bit of meat candy. May I have some bacon?
You can have bacon.
All right, let's do it. First, we throw on the onions. Now, what square do you need?
That's Worcestershire.
Ooh. Paul cracks the egg, grills up 3 slices of thick-cut bacon, and adds my choice of Swiss and blue cheeses. Oh, I love that they're using the huge blue cheese crumbles, too.
And then stack everything up. Start throwing grilled items on there.
Okay. Oh, those onions look terrific. Okay, so now we are facing our condiment armada. I top my personal Blimpie burger creation with stone ground mustard, ketchup, black olives, lettuce, and tomato. All right, I really don't want to wait. This is going right to the face. Oh, my word. Go blue. Go blue.
Hurry, hurry. Back now for the Big Ugly Burger Challenge.
I'm at Bub's Burgers and Ice Cream just outside of Indianapolis to attempt the Big Ugly Burger Challenge. Finish one 1.5-pound burger, and I get my picture on the wall of fame. But it doesn't have to end there. 2 burgers, I get a headshot. 3 burgers, I get a poster on the wall. And 4 burgers gets me a life-size cutout. 95% of challengers finish the first Big Ugly. 20% take down 2. Only 3 people have done 3. And in 42,000 attempts, no one has ever demolished 4. Today, I'm here to make Hoosier history, so anything less than 4 Big Uglies is a loss. Opened in 2003, Bub serves up ice cream beside an escalating lineup of burgers. None more massive the buttery bread toast on the grill, Matt transfers the perfectly cooked patty onto a plate.
All right, the burger looks delicious. See you in the dining room. Today, man versus food gets big or ugly.
Hoosiers, are you ready?
So there's no time limit. No time limit. No time limit at all. Just tell me limit. Tell me limit.
All right, well, Carmel, Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, Hoosiers in the house. I am hungry. I assemble my first big ugly burger, cut it into quarters, and go full throttle. Delicious. Very delicious. One, I don't think I'll pose a problem. Two or greater, move on. At the 10-minute mark, only one bite of the first big ugly remains. I have my 4x6 on the wall of fame, but with 30 burgers still between me and eternal food glory, the race is far from over.
Adam just finished the first burger. He's off to an incredible start.
But I will claim no victory until I eat 4, earning me a life-size cutout and an Indiana eating record. Though there is no time limit, the food wall is gaining on me fast. I build my second burger, quarter it, and resume the full throttle race at the 15-minute mark.
Adam, I've only seen about 15 people get about as far as you are, but I know you can go beyond that and do more.
Is anything remotely sexy for a dude to knock down 2 big uglies?
I'd say 3 is extremely sexy.
I guess I'm gonna have to be the best friend for a while. I battle on. And after 22 hard-fought minutes, I've reached the end of the burger. Who does number 2 work for? 2 big uglies down, 2 to go. This is no time to slow down. I have to go as far as I can for emptying up Mason, so bring on the third. Good. I bite into the third big ugly and immediately see why only 3 people have ever finished it. Summoning all my horsepower, I fight through the burger's first quarter. But the first bite of the second quarter forces me to hit the brakes. My beautiful Hoosiers, I heard it that time around. I hope y'all can hear it. That's the alarm that I keep right below my neck. And while I might be able to finish that quarter, I don't think I can finish the third. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your support today. I didn't break the record and eat 4 big uglies, but 2 is good enough for an 8x10 on the wall of fame.
Whatever skill brought at you, bring it on with George, exclusively at Asda.
That benefits you mutually. Our insurance can be reliable.
When many toothpaste stop fighting bacteria, Oral-B with Standard Flora keeps sugar clean. So you start with a happy clean and end with a healthy clean. Oral-B with Standard Flora, the clean that never stops.
A Specsavers home visit means our best eye care without leaving the house. Good morning, Betty, to lovely rooms. It means you get expert care, even in bed or a favourite armchair. It's a shop's worth of choice to find your fit in your own front room, no typing it. It means a professional eye check. And oh look, a frog in a turtleneck. It's people who care every step of the way. Search Specsavers home visits. We're a click away.
Get the Ryobi cordless telescopic pole head trimmer battery and charger for only £149.99 with free delivery, saving over £100. Buy now at ryobitools.co.uk.
Home 3 save £288 when you get an unlimited SIM value plan. That's unlimited calls, texts and data. And with inclusive roaming in 49 go-roam European destinations, you can roam like you're at home, so leave data worries at the check-in desk. Buy yours in store or at free.co.uk.
My Andy's always had this way with money. Loves a cardboard sale. He'll come back with this cheeky smile on his face, 2 kilos of buttons, and the deal of the century, as he puts it. So shouldn't have been surprised when he came home the other day, that same smile. Got myself a deal with a co-op funeral plan, he said. I spat out my tea.
We have a range of funeral plans, flexible ways to pay. However you choose to simplify, we help you out. I started posting science traps on TikTok because I believe music helps people learn complex topics. Look at enzymes. Oh my. Biological catalysts. Now people all over the world are realizing science can be for them too.
We invited you to this island because we're taking Chopped to the next level. We're still testing the skills Chopped has always demanded: ingenuity, resourcefulness, and execution under pressure. But in a much harsher environment, no comforts, no safety nets.
And stop! You have to start from scratch and build from the ground up. This is by far the wildest place I've ever set up to cook anything.
They've got one fire going. It's not doing so well.
Matches are wet.
Can't cook without a fire. The baskets and the challenges are like nothing we've ever seen. What could go wrong?
Brand new Chopped Castaways starts Tuesday the 11th of August on Food Network.
I've helped families in Southern California restore order to their dream homes. Now I've moved my family to Park City, Utah. New town, new business, new wrecks.
Help, I Wrecked My House starts Friday at 10 on Reedy and stream previous series now on Discovery Plus.
Who's in the mood to laugh?
My husband says I'm a 9, but the internet says I look like Sid from Ice Age.
That is quite something that we think we've got to do a show.
I agree.
I mean, we're happy to be here now, but you were definitely mistaken.
A sandwich, a rabbi, and your mama walk into a bar. Unworryingly, there's still more to come. Just bring your A game.
TLC, comedy's newest home.
Do you ever watch TV now?
She's bold, she's funny, and she's ready for her next chapter. Join Whitney Thor as she embraces life, love, and new adventures in My Big Fat Fabulous Life on Discovery Plus.
This isn't just food. The flavors are just explosive. These aren't just meals. Wow. These are the incredible animals that just can't be beat. It's the best of man versus food. Goodness. Today, I'm celebrating the gooey, melty magnificence of cheese. You can find it all across our great nation. Cincinnati, Ohio. Right where patty sausage meets meatloaf meets scrapple. Oh. I'm at Big Lou's in Southeast San Antonio. Oh. Springfield, Illinois. Meaty, starchy, crunchy, cheesy, sneezy, and dry. I'm at Melt Bar in Golden Lakewood, just outside of Cleveland, Ohio, to attempt their Melt Challenge. A massive grilled cheese sandwich, 14 cheeses strong, plus a mound of their house-cut fries and a huge mountain of their homemade coleslaw. A massive platter that weighs in at a whopping 5
After the restaurant lingo for tomato and cheese, Tom and Chi has been a laboratory of melty deliciousness since 2009. Their ever-changing menu includes everything from mac and cheese stuffed grilled cheese sandwiches to an insanely tasty lineup of grilled cheese donuts.
Well, how do the sandwiches here compare to the typical grilled cheese sandwich you come across?
They don't really compare.
Tom and Cheese serves up over 20 creations daily. And I'm here for the alpha and the omega, the Armageddon. Cheese, hot peppers, fried onions, and sweet hot mustard, all melted together with Cincinnati's signature sausage, Geta.
Geta, that's Cincinnati speak. That is a Cincinnati thing. It's a pork shoulder and steel cut oats, slow cooked.
Add spices for breakfast, anytime food, really.
It actually, you sear it, and it's like this amazing kind of loaf, and then you cut into it, and it crumbles, and all these amazing flavors. You get it all. It's amazing stuff.
True begins by buttering and grilling contrasting slices of dark rye and sourdough.
Heaven and hell, the end and the beginning, you know, wow, that's beyond metaphysical, it's delta physical.
It is.
So now we have the pepper jack melting. What's your next pepper jack's going on? We're going to go ahead and add hot peppers to the grill. This is a cherry pepper. We chose that because it still adds a little bit of sweetness. We're also going to add the Geta right down on the grill, crisping it up a little bit, and then the magic happens.
After the flavors commingle under a cover, it's time to assemble.
You can hear that Geta crackle. I love that you can not only hear it crackle, you can really see the oats in it. It really is its own smell, its own taste and texture. It's something you have to experience.
Drew lays on the fried onion and house-made sweet hot mustard, tops it with rye, and the Armageddon is upon us.
I've never had anything like that. It's somewhere akin to right where patty sausage meets meatloaf meets scrapple. Best of all those worlds. Oh. Armageddon shadow my heart.
The taste of cheese has thrilled mankind through the ages. In 1869, Queen Victoria received as a wedding gift a giant half-ton wheel of cheddar cheese. And the phrase big cheese originally referred to anyone that could afford a full wheel of cheese. So I'm heading to Texas to find some big cheese of my own.
I'm at Big Lou's in Southeast San Antonio, and I came here to get me a slice, Texas style. Big Lou's are home of the biggest, baddest pizza in the West, the Big Lou 42, a 42-inch, 3.5-foot wide, 30-pound mega pie, piled high with toppings.
Proud to run by the Lujan family, Big Lou's is a San Antonio institution and the absolute authority on deliciously big pizza. Because here, one single slice is the size of an entire pie.
I'm going to put this at my shoulder level, and it goes down almost to my waist. Yes, that's right. This pizza comes in a 46 regular. It's the newest thing in Paris. You can use it as a sash. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness the construction of the biggest, baddest pizza in the West. 3.5 feet across. And how much does it weigh? 30 pounds. I'm super. 30 pounds of pizza! I love the fact that we have to cook on King Kong's Frisbee. Now, I noticed you're working with the roller here. Can you actually toss dough for a 77-ounce pizza?
Yeah. Really? Want a good try?
Hell no. Watch this. Feels like the Matrix. Do it again. Look, I can hide behind. I'm over here.
Look at that. It goes off of 2 plates. It's like a little step. Oh, you have to do the flip. Did you do the flip? Hey! Wow. It's excellent. It actually reminds me of pizza from home. It's a big loo. Yeah. The next stop on my cheesy chase is Springfield, Illinois, where I'm set to climb a one-of-a-kind mountain of meat and cheese, the Horseshoe. An enormous open-faced sandwich made with Texas toast, your favorite meat, a heaping stack of crinkle fries, and a deluge of a homemade melty cheese sauce. The shoes at Darcy sound like a perfect fit for me, and I can't wait to try one on. So talk to me about the Horseshoe. Is it like sort of the signature food of Central Illinois?
Of Springfield only.
Wow. Springfield only. Back in good old 1928, Springfield chefs cut bread and ham into the shape of a U, added fries as nails, and cheese as glue, and voila, a horseshoe. Works for me. So the most traditional horseshoe sandwich is hamburger?
Right.
The original was ham, but burger's the most popular.
Yeah, burger's definitely more popular.
Okay, let's make a hamburger horseshoe.
We're gonna make a hamburger horseshoe. First, we've got our Texas toast we put down.
Yeah, this is called Texas toast, but in Texas, they just call this toast.
Then you slam a hamburger patty down.
Next, the fries are heaped into a plate engulfing pile right on top. Okay, so what's the next step?
Next step is the most important, is the cheese sauce.
Darcy's cheese sauce, melted butter, and a top secret blend of spices and seasonings are combined with milk and lots of cheddar cheese. May I just try some of that myself?
Sure, absolutely.
It's excellent. So let's just brown the
All right,
huh?
let's do it.
All right, let me get a fork and a knife. Makes my first horseshoe. I'm trying to get a little bite of everything.
Good, isn't it? Great hangover food, great comfort food.
It's absolutely maybe one of the best comfort foods because you kind of hit everything. Meaty, starchy, crunchy, cheesy, sneezy, and doc. You get them all.
Have you ever felt like your investment advisor is giving you an off-the-shelf retirement plan that they just want to put you into a box? But who wants that? At Fisher Investments UK, our investment specialists never put you in a box. We work with you to create a retirement plan that's just right for you, because it's only right for us if it's right for you. Fisher Investments UK, retirement advice as individual as you are.
You've got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Ever wondered if you could spend less and experience more? With up to 450 pounds off select lots of river cruises, it's not one to one to choose anyone else. Book today with Riviera Travel.
Always fall for everyone for herself. To a fault. Honestly, she hit the dog the coat off her back rather than save her cold. I'm surprised that she got a view on ransom too. She'd figured out the whole thing was a wicked mad thing. It rained. Obviously, it's the game, but of course, she had that colour too.
We're here in your community to guide, support, or simply talk things through. However you choose to simplify, we help you out.
Hands up. Hey, everybody. Bobby, David, Richard. Hey, Daryl. You're my home.
When the party gets too much, rein it in. And gamble responsibly with Foxy Bingo.
Time to go to sleep now.
I can't sleep without Bunny.
Where is Bunny?
Downstairs with Grandma.
Is it? I've got to go and get him then, haven't I?
50 years, Stana has been helping people continue to enjoy life upstairs. And with stair lifts fitted in less than a day, you can carry on just as normal.
Oh, you can't sleep without Teddy.
Contact Stana now. Stana, enjoy the life upstairs.
We all love a bargain, like these flatmates. Switch to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they can still stream 2 shows at the same time. But for less. Still gaming with mates, but for less. It's easy to switch to reliable full fibre broadband for less from Vodafone.
The Virgin Media Sports Bundle. This one's for the fans. Get stacks of sport, including Sky Sports HD, F1, TV, and ultra-fast M500 broadband. Plus, Netflix and Sky Atlantic included. All for under £53 a month. That's right. Our lowest ever price is back. Visit virginmedia.com.
Because the AA has more dedicated patrols than any other major UK breakdown provider, you'll be back on the road in no time. Join today. With a collection of unique properties in great UK locations, no 2 getaways are the same at Warner Hotels. Enjoy your favourite activity or try something new. Exchange stress for serenity in our adult-only spa facilities. Savour mouth-watering moments morning and night, and make a show of it with our dazzling entertainment. Save up to 20% on selected breaks when you book at warnerhotels.co.uk.
Baskin savings this summer with the hottest Super 6 prices on Aldi's award-winning fresh fruit and veg, like over 50% off sweet pointed bell peppers.
I truly believe that Donald Trump is
Aborted.
believes that rich people should avoid taxes.
I believe single mothers. Victims of diversity.
This is our battle.
Our Prime Minister.
Insecure, oppressed, very good at ancient Greek.
Next, I truly believe that all marriages should be.
The lawyers have just told me I'm not allowed to say that one.
Brand new, unacceptable. Tonight at 9 on TLC or stream on Discovery Plus.
When this maestro's at work, it's music to their ears. Brand new Yorkshire Auction House starts Wednesday at 9 on Quest, or stream previous series on Discovery Plus.
Hello, sir.
Our Hampstead is fixing cars.
That's it.
And breaking houses. He's building a home for the people that built him.
Oh my goodness.
Every engine he built,
There's no point.
every car sold, helps build a home for mum and dad.
That's how an Esprit should sound.
Brand new at Hampstead for Mechanic. Monday at 9 on Quest. Or stream previous series on Discovery Plus.
We're good parents, Frankie.
Mommy, look, you went bad.
I just turned off my phone for 15 minutes.
You turned off your phone.
I just needed a break.
But you're a mom.
The Middle starts Monday from 2 on TLC, or stream on Discovery Plus.
I've travelled to some incredible places in my time. Now, here I am in an up-top car in Spain. It's hard life, isn't it?
Join James Martin on a voyage of discovery.
This place has some of the best ingredients in the world. How glorious that is. Simple cooking. Can't help but smile.
I think me and you are going to enjoy this trip.
Hit the road with James Martin on his Spanish adventure. Stream the latest episode free on Discovery Plus. James Martin's Spanish adventure continues on the Costa Blanca tonight, where sweet cherries, prime, seafood, and sunshine inspire delicious new dishes at 9. Then it's blue crabs and the Great Steak Challenge in Mad Seafood from 10.
Legend has it that in 1802, President Tom Jefferson discovered macaroni and cheese on a visit to Italy.
Wow.
When he returned home, he hired a chef to make it for White House dinners, and an American classic was born. So I'm heading to Amy Ruth's in Harlem, New York City to rediscover this masterwork of creamy comfort.
A lot of people are like, well, it's macaroni and cheese sauce. It's easy, but it's not. You guys have your own specific recipe for that as well, right?
It all starts with Chef Jeanette's special mixture.
What's in it?
The mixture is a combination of fresh eggs, adobo,
and the pasta. Then it's time for the cheese, or cheeses.
It's a combination of two cheeses that gives it a nice flavor.
Cheddar and what?
Cheddar and the other one is.
What's kind of cool is because that mixture was already hot, the cheese is starting to melt a little bit, but it's ultimately going to get its real melting process when it's all baked in. Oh, look at that. We top it off with even more cheese. Bye, I'll miss you. And after baking for 40 minutes, Chef Jeanette's masterpiece is complete. Oh my goodness. Everything you want in a bite of comfort food. Want to know who the Mac is in Harlem? That's the Mac.
Hurry, hurry! Time now for the Cheese Melt Challenge.
I'm in late for Just West's favorite Melt Bar and Grill for the 10th of Melt Challenge. A massive grilled cheese sandwich, plus a mountain of fries, plus a mound of their homemade coleslaw. If I finish it all, I win Eternal Seatown Food Glory. Dozens have attempted the 5-pound melt challenge, but so far, only 2 have conquered the terrifying Tower of Cheese. It's time to see if I win, or if the cheese stands alone. Since 2006, Melt Bar and Grill has been serving up just one thing, grilled cheese sandwiches. And they're taking everyone's favorite after-school snack to new extremes. From the jalapeno and cream cheese stuffed Big Popper to the pierogi-packed Parmageddon. What is it about grilled cheese that makes it so universally loved?
It's just absolutely fantastic comfort food. You can't go wrong.
And truly dedicated grilled cheese heads earn 25% off for life by repping Melt with a sandwich tattoo.
Hey, Ma.
Boom! Right there. He wears his cheese on his sleeve. All right, we're in the kitchen here at Melt. This fine gentleman is Matt. What's going on, brother?
I'm awesome, man. How you doing?
I'm excellent. What is it that makes grilled cheese just so universally loved?
It's the nostalgia aspect. When you're eating a grilled cheese sandwich, you're taken back to being 7 years old.
Except for today. Today, I will flashback so many times that would be literally my life flashing before my eyes. So what cheeses go on the Melt Challenge sandwich?
The Melt Challenge contains 14 different cheeses. I hold you up.
Yeah.
14 different cheeses, okay? From your lowly American to your highbrow goat cheese and everything in between.
And a menu's worth of cheese on one sandwich requires a serious foundation. 3 thick slices of fresh-baked artisan bread and a smear of herb and sweet cream cheese.
And then we get our first sweet cheeses. These are more of our hard cheeses, the ones that are going to take a long time to melt. We do smoked Gouda, next to our sharp cheddar. This is the cheddar jack. It's going to go on next.
After 5 minutes in the oven, we add rich blue cheese, creamy goat, and crumbly feta. An intense combination of textures and flavors that will put me to the test. This looks perfect.
Well, you're only halfway there.
Let's just call this a challenge. No. You're best friend.
Huh?
But bromance won't stop the onslaught of cheese. Next comes Swiss, pepper jack, and provolone. And a final layer of American, Munster, and Havarti. Oh my God. It's like a cheese and bread accordion. Matt assembles the colossal creation into a molten brick and adds a heaping portion of hand-cut fries, vinegary slaw, and pickles. The total challenge weighing in at 5 pounds of ooey gooey deliciousness. You bring this out to me?
My pleasure, sir.
I'll see you behind a whole wall of cheese.
You have to finish the whole thing. No bathroom breaks. No time limit. That's it, buddy.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, my friend.
Let's do it. I dig in and am immediately hit with an intense wallop of flavor. First bite of this challenge,
It's full of like the cheesiest essence, like all the calzone, all the pastas, all the cheese sandwiches I've ever eaten in my life. But I know that gets colder this whole time. There's no time limit, but the challenge itself is a ticking time bomb. If the cheese hardens, I'm finished. Setting a fast pace, I add fries in with every bite of sandwich. I feel like I've been putting in work. And I have not even a quarter of a sandwich now. 10 minutes in, and I've already made a serious dent.
How's going for a great start? This is going really well.
At this rate, the 14 cheese sandwich doesn't stand a chance.
Adam, you're halfway home, baby. Halfway home. How you feeling?
I'm feeling like if this actually has enough calcium, I should be able to chew through steel cable at the end of this challenge.
I agree.
I've crushed close to 3 pounds of heavy starch and rich dairy, but with each bite, the cheese becomes more resistant. I feel like I'm eating all of Wisconsin. I can feel it coming. It's the dreaded cheese wall. Right up in here. I'm gonna sweat cheese. I'm not sure how much more lactose I can tolerate. And to make matters worse, my sandwich is cooling rapidly.
I've seen bigger guys than him take the challenge and quit right where he's at right now. Yeah, I'm worried. I'm a little worried.
Everybody look at yourself. It's not looking good. I'm slowing to a crawl. It's mind over cheddar, and the solution to the dairy overdose is already on my plate. The coleslaw saved me the day. The coleslaw's delicious. I didn't want any side dishes, but now I realize I couldn't have gotten this far without them. I don't know what I'm eating. Odds are it's cheese.
Come on, Adam. You got 4 more bites left, buddy. 4 more bites. Let's do it for Cleveland, baby.
It's the home stretch. No letting up. Victory is mine.
Adam, you've completed the milk challenge. How do you feel, my man?
I can only say this. Across the Cuyahoga, straight down Carnegie, and from Shaker to Chagrin, it's great to be back home in Cleveland, and it's great to bring back home a win. Hats off to Cam, Buddy, Bobby, Dave, and Richard. Hey, Darryl, you're my hometown.
When the party gets too much, rein it in. And gamble responsibly with Foxy Bingo.
Magic family moments deserve the perfect setting. A stylish awning from House is the ideal addition to your outdoor space. Available in a range of colours and finishes, and with the option of integrated lighting and heating, you can enjoy your outdoor space for even longer. Now that is magic. House awnings, made for life.
We all love a bargain, like these flatmates who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they can still stream 2 shows at the same time. But for less, still gaming with mates, but for less. It's easy to switch to reliable full fibre broadband for less from Vodafone.
My auntie's always had So shouldn't have been surprised when he came home in a day. That same smile got myself a deal with the court funeral plan, he said. I spat out my tea.